All right. All right. Yay, you made it. You made it. Gina Taylor made it through my portal. Exactly. Breakaway 34, Laura Thomas. Yay. Okay, guys, I need to heat up a little food here. So everybody hang on. Hang on, hang on. And I need to text Insightful one first. So hang on here. There we go. Okay. Alrighty. Hang on here. Let's see. Let me just do this real quickly. Let's see. Let me just check something really quickly. HV28. Yeah, that's it. Okay, I sent them the right one. All righty. Okay, everybody, hang on. I'm just going to go grab. And Yuta, thank you so much for helping us out here. I really appreciate it. Yes, Kathy Lynch, I did. I know it doesn't look like, it looks like my neck is like, but I have something behind my neck. And it's actually really comfortable. And I slept well. So absolutely slept fantastic. Hello. And I wanted to say hello to you earlier, and I didn't get a chance. Aussie, S.A. Cheryl Manda. Good to see you, my darling. I'm glad you're with us. It's nearly 1 a.m. there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, Four Sons Mom. It is good to see you, my darling. Yeah, Yuta has been helping us out this morning. It's been fantastic. Thank you, Four Sons Mom. Okay, so let me do this. I'm just going to grab something to eat really quickly, guys. So talk amongst yourselves, please. Okay, yes, we're in a new realm. We are in part two. So, in fact, you know what I need to do here? Let me do this. Hang on. I got to do one real quick thing here. In case people come to part one, I want to make sure the link to part two is there. So hang on here. Link to part two is there. Share. Copy link. There we go. Oh, shoot, hold on. This will take me a second, guys. Talk amongst yourselves for just a moment, please. Thank you. I need to go to YouTube Studios. That's what I'm trying to say. YouTube Studios. So hang on. And I'm sorry, I have a window here, but I don't have a blind or curtains or anything. So when the sun comes on, it makes me look weird. Okay, come on, load up, internet. What the hell? There we go. Okay. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, yeah, it is. Okay. No, it isn't. What the hell am I doing? Just a minute. Hang on. Where the heck? Where the heck, people? Where the heck? Okay, I think this is part 2. Oh, you hush up. You hush. Athi, you hush. Okay, there we go. Where is that? Right there. Okay. Now, let me get to part 1 here. I'm just putting links up, everybody, so hang on. Okay. Athi, honey, come here. There's a good boy. There we go. This is what I needed to do. Okay. There we go. Now I've got it. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Hi, I have a story. It is good to see you, my darling. Okay, I'm going to go grab something to eat. I will be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. I think Insightful One will be here shortly, I believe. So, let's see what time she is coming on here. She's coming on with Kresha. Let's see, I've got it here. Just a second. No, Kathy Lynch, I did not know that Boo put on a show. What did he do? Oh, God, I'm afraid to ask. I'm afraid to ask. Daisy White says, Trisha, as Ping said, we don't have the death penalty here in Australia. Do you think that the death penalty process should be faster than it currently is in the U.S.? Yes, but I think the death penalty should be used sparingly, okay? And only if it's only eyewitness testimony, no death penalty. Absolutely not. I mean, it's got to be like Chad Daybell, okay? And yeah, it should be quicker. I mean, sure, you should have some appeals, but here's the thing. The only way I can guarantee you that some monster is not going to kill again is to kill the monster. And that is barbaric, I agree. But until we can guarantee everybody's safety, that's all we can do. You know, Ted Bundy, only way he could be controlled to be guaranteed that he'd never kill again is to kill him. Now, granted, he was a big wuss when he was in prison because he was surrounded by men, you know, not people he could control. So he was a great prisoner. But again, the only way you can guarantee that a monster will not kill again is to kill him. But the death penalty should be used so sparingly. I wish we could get rid of it, but that's the only way we can right now to guarantee a killer won't kill again. But yeah, I mean, there's been people on death row for like 40 years. I mean, come on. That is absolutely ridiculous. So anyway, let's see here. Oh yeah, I was going to tell you what time Kresha and Insightful One will be coming on. Let me grab my doodad thingamabob here. Where is it? Hold on, I have to do it this way. Just a second. Here we go. I need to forward this again. There we go. Oh, I didn't write it down. I think they're going to be here at, hold on. Now it's all, oh God, let's see what time. I think they're going to be here 12 noon Eastern, I think. So, now where is mine though? Let's see. I made a list and I put it in here. There it is. There's my list. Yeah, they're going to be here at, 1 p.m. Eastern. 1 p.m. Eastern is when they'll be here. So, this is good. So we have time now to play some videos and such, but I do need to grab something to eat. I've said that 30 times, haven't I? I need to eat. Yeah. In fact, Rachel Yu says, I agree, Trish. The death penalty should be used in extreme cases of multiple murders, but I live in Idaho, and it does take years. Yeah, in fact, they just tried to execute a guy a few years ago, and they blew it. They couldn't do it. Couldn't find a vein. And I don't think that guy's going to get executed again. It was pretty ugly. Oh, here we go. Kresha says, Web sleuths, prepare yourselves for the nugget I found and can't wait to share with you all. Emma Daybell singing to What Does the Fox Say? But titled What the Book of Mormon Say. Oh my gosh, Kresha, we cannot wait. Now you are coming on at 1 p.m. Eastern. And so let me do the time math. That is 12 noon Central, 11 a.m. Mountain, and 10 a.m. Pacific. So, oh, Kresha, I'm so excited. Thank you so much, Kresha. Thank you. It does sound horrendous, but perhaps entertaining. You know, I really do feel for, absolutely, Diana simplifies. They just need to get an oncology nurse in there to find a vein, but that's the problem. It's hard to find people that will do that kind of work. You're absolutely right, Diana. Oncology nurse, like that. I agree. Nurses are amazing. But what was I going to say? Now I can't even remember. But it's just, I see something shiny. My friend and I used to joke, we see shiny kitties on the internet and we're just gone. We're done doing what we were supposed to do. So you're an RN. CKT7009 says, RN here. I'd find a vein in Chad straight to the jugular. Exactly. So anyway. Okay. Eat. I must eat. Hang on. I'll be right back, guys. Oh, I want to hear about the show that Boo put on, which kind of scares me because I can only imagine. Hey. I'm getting me something to eat, 'cause I'm a big pig and I stuff my face. Stuff in my face, stuff in my face. Oh, what the heck happened? I just had a light come on. That was weird. I just had a woo-woo, guys. I just had this light come on. And let me tell you, the only way it can turn on, it's a big stick with a round little circular light. The only way it can turn on is if I go by and I press a button. And I walked by it and was far away and didn't touch a thing. It's a woo-woo. Okay, I'm eating, I'm stuffing my face. Thanks for your patience, everybody. It's our 24-hour end of the world again broadcast. We got so many great guests coming up. Okay, here we go. I'm stuffing my face with food. There's nobody there, guys. Scrappy Joe, nobody there. Sure. There's a Boo. What did you do last night, Boo? Hmm? Hmm? If you're just joining us, I'm just getting something to eat. I'll be right back. Da, 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 da. Dee-dee-dee. Dee-dee-dee. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Not for you. Okay. Almost ready. Almost ready. Oh, Boo, do you like my seat? Oh, Boo, I hope I don't get in your way. Oh, I'll do one more thing, guys. I'll be right back. Dee 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 do 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 dee 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 dee. I'll do one more thing while I'm up, guys. Da 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 da. Dee 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 dee. Do do. Do do do. Do 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 do. You need to go out again, silly boy. Come on. Lilith, come on, come in. Lilith, come on. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Kitty, kitty. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. Sorry, guys, I'm just getting some ice, and then I'll be right there. La, da, da, da. Okay. Hi, Boo. What are you doing, huh? You like my place? Is that where you want to sit? City boy. Okay, thank you for letting me take a break there, everybody. Thank you, thank you. Ah. Now, I was just reheating some pasta. And I know I shouldn't be drinking. Well, this is Canada Dry, 0 sugar, but I know with diabetes too, you shouldn't be drinking this. But I'm just, oh my gosh. I drink carbonated water all the time, and sometimes I just need a little good flavor. And I did buy one time a thing to make my own, but it's so hard to set up, and God, everything just seems to be so hard lately in life. You just can't go do something simple. You know, I click on a button to do something and it doesn't work. I have to go figure it out, and drives me crazy. Okay. Here we go. Let's see, who asked that? Oh, Ginger Porter, hello. She says, who is following Sarah Boone? Now, there is a person with mental health issues. How many lawyers does she have? 8. And now they're just saying, sorry, no more. And isn't she the suitcase lady? Let me just look up real quick. Hold on, Bug. I'll be right there, sweetie. Okay, I'll be right there. Hang on. Yeah. Okay. Hold on, Bug. Just a minute. There you go. Come on, Lila. Come on. You're meowing. Come on. Kitty. Kitty. There's my good girl. Hey, drop your go. Come on, let's go. There's a good boy. All right, all my babies are in. This is so wonderful. I know. Hold on, I'll get you some food, Lila. Hold on, Lila. Chill. Kitty cat. Okay. I don't have any tuna fish for you, or albacore, or anything like that. So you're just gonna have to deal with it. Let's see. Oh, you'll take this. You'll like this. Chunky turkey with extra gravy. What a treat. Okay, kitty. There you go. Isn't that good? Mm-hmm. Very good. Oh, hold on. Let's give Boo some. Just a minute. Boo deserves some too. Here, just a second. Hold on, baby. There you go. Okay. I think everybody is fed and watered, including yours truly. And let me just take my one medicine here. We'll talk a little bit about Sarah Boone. She is a lunatic. And by the way, if you love discussing true crime, you know you can go to websleuths.com and discuss all the true crime in the world there. So hang on here. Come on. Go back. Okay, I want news. Well, I want the latest. Oh my gosh. See, everything just has to be so difficult. Yeah, Sarah, that's what I mean. Well, where's the latest? Oh, really? Come on. Okay, tools. Click on tools. Recent. There we go. Past. Let's do the past week. Okay, this is Sarah Boone. All right. And hang on here. Let me do this. Oh, I'm going to tell you all about who she put in a suitcase. And there she is. Now, she's going to face an October trial. All right. And here's the scoop. A Florida woman charged with leaving her boyfriend to die after he was zipped into a suitcase in their home will go on trial October. This was following a hearing last Friday. October 7th trial date was set during a court hearing for Sarah Boone in Orlando. Now, this is almost 4 years after her arrest. Boone, 46, has pleaded not guilty to second-degree murder charges. Now, she initially told detectives with the Orange County Sheriff's Office that she and her boyfriend, Jorge Torres, had been playing hide-and-seek in the residence they shared in Winter Park, Florida, when they thought it would be fun for Torres to get into the suitcase. They'd been drinking, and she decided to go to sleep thinking Torres could get out of the suitcase on his own, she told detectives. When she woke up the next morning, she didn't find Torres, but then remembered he was in the suitcase. She unzipped the suitcase and found him unresponsive. However, detectives charged Boone with murder after they found videos on her cell phone showing Torres yelling that he couldn't breathe in the suitcase and calling out Boone's name, according to the arrest report. Yeah, that's what you do when you choke me, Boone responded in one of the videos, according to the report. Oh, and that's what I feel like when you cheat on me. Yeah, she's nuts. Anyway, she's been through, I think, 8 attorneys, and I think they finally said, if I'm not mistaken, that she needs to represent herself now. And yeah, it's October 7th. In fact, let me get the, I know Web Sleuth has a discussion on it, so let me do this. Web Sleuth. Oh, come on, Trisha, spell it right. SLEUTHS.com plus okay, there we go. And let's see here. Is this one? Is it open? Yep. Here's the Web Sleuth discussion. It's not a big one because, there's not a whole lot of mystery to it. That's the thing about Web Sleuth. When there's not a lot of mystery in a discussion, they don't have a lot of, a lot of talk, but that's okay. Yeah, you're right, Sparker. She is something else, and the trial is going to be a cluster because she is just nuts. Not nuts to the standard of she should be, not guilty by reason of insanity. No. She's just nuts in that she drives everybody crazy. And the standard for an insanity plea, and some states don't even have insanity pleas, like Idaho doesn't have an insanity plea, but what it is you have to, the definition of insanity in the law when you plead insane is you have to say this person didn't know what they were doing was wrong. Here's a perfect example I always use. Andrea Yates, the woman that drowned, was it 5 kids? She laid her kids out on the bed and then called the police and said she just saved her kids from going to hell or something like that. That's insane because she didn't try and hide it. If you try and hide your crime at all, that means you have knowledge that what you were doing was wrong and therefore you can't plead insanity. That's the rule. And they've got video of the woman with the boyfriend yelling, "I can't breathe," in the suitcase. And she's like, yeah, well, that's what I feel like when you choke me. And that's what I feel like when you cheat on me. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. 4 sons, mom. She went to bed and read a book and then didn't come downstairs to see how he was doing till noon the next day. But again, she videotaped him pleading for his life. I can't breathe. This is in Florida, Maryland Landis. Everything weird happens in Florida or Texas. Absolutely. So, Nick, I agree. The Andrea Yates case is the most tragic and preventable. Her husband, Rusty Yates, I think he should have been charged. He was one of those, just one of those religious nuts that, the man is the king, and they followed some weirdo. And she was to stay home and just serve the man, literally. And I remember he made them live in a bus, like a school bus, and just kids crying and screaming. And she had horrible postpartum depression. And he went and got her out of the hospital because, he needed someone to watch the kids because he's the man. He wasn't going to do that. And she's sicker than a dog. And he leaves the kids with her. And supposedly his mom was supposed to come over. It was just bull. Absolute bull. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Bipolar Express. Yeah. Rusty Yates, you didn't wait long. You just went and found another woman and started having more kids. Yeah, he is a vile human being. Rusty Yates is I remember my girlfriend saying he should be arrested, and 24/7 he should have the sound of screaming kids played in his cell. That's what I would like. Yeah. Rusty Yates is, to me, he's another monster. Just ignored. He claimed he didn't ignore it, but you don't leave your wife home alone with your kids when she is that sick, for God's sake. And she had, again, this religious, just insanity going because of these crazy beliefs that he had. And of course, what I love, and I don't love being sarcastic, but what kills me is all these men that create these religions. The first thing is the man is in charge and the woman has to serve the man. Right there, I mean, that's all. Makes me crazy. Anyway. So, yeah, bipolar, there you go. Her doctor told Rusty, your wife should not have any more kids. And he's like, no. God said I should spread my seed. That's the other thing, too. All the men, they always have to have sex. It's always about sex with them. So, exactly, Nick. Oh, my God, yes. When Andrea got better thanks to proper medication and treatment, it must have been so horrid for her to realize. I agree. I just want to hug her. I absolutely agree. And she doesn't want to get out. I think she feels like she deserves to be there. Oh, yeah, Catherine Baker, the kids were one after the other, all boys, and then she finally had a little baby girl. So, Madeline, I did not watch Gypsy Rose Life After Lockup. I have a real problem with Gypsy Rose. Oh, my God. Lilith, what are you doing? I think she wants to go out again, guys. Hold on. We'll talk about Gypsy, and then we're going to get back to some Daybell stuff that we have here. Hang on. There you go. Gypsy Rose is pregnant now by her new boyfriend. And I feel bad for her, I guess, soon to be ex-husband. I don't know. And I'm not suggesting that what Gypsy Rose went through was okay. No, what her mother did to her was horrible. Absolutely horrible. And she, but she came out, she was this big media star, and I don't know. I think that whole thing, and now Gypsy Rose is suing a woman that was supposed to make a documentary about her, and that's all ugly. I mean, there's just so much ugliness around everything. And like we talked about, the attention is going to die down, and then what is she going to do? And is she okay to be a mom? And again, people will say, that's none of your business. Well, when she comes out publicly and makes her life public, I can make it my business. Okay. So yeah, Catherine, I was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. I mean, she didn't have a life growing up, and now she has all this fame. I just got a feeling that it just is not good. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. I really do. So, yeah, she's pregnant now, Sandra Johnson. And again, there is absolutely nothing to suggest that she will be a bad mom, an abusive mom, not at all. But I really hope she gets help. Yeah, Lee Grader. I worry just because of the bizarre life Gypsy Rose has had. I worry about that baby, but she's got a fiance, the dad. The dad is there, so that's good. So anyway, yeah, she may not ever be okay. You're right. She may not. Okay, let's see. Where did my notes go? Okay, kids, where'd you put my notes? Are these them? Hold on. What is this? Oh, okay. Hang on here. I just got to do something real quick here. Okay, I love playing the TOTS game 400 hours a day. Thank you, Authy. Stop. Oh, oops. Hold on. Go get it. Go get it. Good boy. Okay. Let's see. Hold on one second. I just got to send one quick text. Okay. Okay, there we go. All righty. Okay. All right. Boy, I hope I haven't screwed up the interviews. It's hard because literally everybody's in a different time zone. So, no, Lee Grader, I slept great. I always sleep sitting up. I usually sleep on a different couch, though. So, and I know it looked uncomfortable last night, but I was very comfortable. Oh, Marilyn Landis, thank you. 3 years with Web Sleuths. Thank you so much. And in a little bit, we're going to tell you about Othram and about Project 525 that we are raising money for. Othram is working with NamUs to identify 525 unidentified children, but they need money for the DNA testing. And so that's what we're raising money for. And also, I have a DNA kit, Your DNA, Their Justice. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to send my DNA back to Othram, and then it's going to go into their database. And then if any of my relatives are psychotic killers, it'll pop up. And I have a feeling when they put this in, it's going to go ding, 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 and it's going to be all these red little dots all over the place. Because I think my family's crazy. Just saying. A lot of them are lovable, but some are crazy. Thank you. Four Sons Mom just put a link up to read about Project 525. And in just a little bit, she'll put the link up to donate to 525 in honor of JJ and Tylee. So, thank you. Oh, Bipolar Express. I joined Web Sleuths during the Alyssa Bustamante case. Yeah, absolutely. Hi, QB. Good to see you, my dear. Great to see you. Lynn Iron 2. Trisha, will you consider interview with Allison Dubois? I don't know Allison, but if you want to email me some information, I would be more than happy to look at it. My email is websleuthsvideos@gmail.com. There we go. So, anyway, what time is, let me get I got to get my list up of my interviews here. There it is. Hold on 1 second. I just got to do one quick thing here, everybody. Hang on. And I think we're gonna open up this DNA kit here. Okay. Let's see how to do this. And then I'm gonna put the link up where you can get your own DNA kit if you'd like. No, I don't want to do that. What unusual activity. Oh my God. See, again, PayPal blocking something that I paid. Really? Okay, hang on. Gotta do one more thing, guys. Just hang tight. There we go. Okay, now we're good. Let's see here. So at 1 p.m. Eastern, Kresha and Stacy. That is our next interview. What time is it? Oh, we got 2 hours. Okay, very good. Thank you, Four Sons Mom, for putting that information up. Yeah, I agree, Mountain Mama. And yeah, QB says, I uploaded my DNA to, is it GEDmatch or GEDmatch a couple of years ago. Very easy. Very easy. Let's see. You know what? Actually, I think I want to play a video. I actually want to do this when I've had a little more sleep. But if you go to websleuths.com, you'll see a banner at the top, a black banner. Click on that, and that's how you can order your own DNA kit to go into the database to see if you have any killer relatives. So, okay. Here we go. Oh, I know, honey. I know. I know. Okay, so let's see here. Let me look up something real quick. Oops, she fell down. Oopsie. Okay. Let me just check something real quick here. Oh, I know. Hold on 1 second here. Oh, I know. Just a minute. There you go. Hold on. There you go. Go get it. Good boy. You know what I think we'll do? Because Kresha and Insightful One will be coming up here in a little under an hour. How about if we start to play the closing arguments in Chad Daybell's, because I thought it was just so well done. And I don't think we'll get all through it, but we'll get close here. Okay, so hang on here. And again, this is East Idaho News, but this is from the courthouse, so it is, available to everybody. They just uploaded it. So hang on here. I'm going to make a banner real quick. Okay. All right. Now, let me find it. I have 8,000 windows up here. Here we go. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, dee, dee. Here we go, everybody.
Mark means we'll be talking to you.
Hold on. Back up.
Madison County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. If you don't wish to talk, hang up now.
This is the beginning of the
Thank you for using
prosecution closing arguments.
Hi, babe.
Hello?
Are you okay?
So they're searching the property.
The house right now?
Yeah. Yeah. M&M's. So Mark means we'll be talking to you.
Okay. What, are they in the house?
No, they're out in the property.
Three dead bodies on the defendant Chad Daybell's property and or in the residence. Two of them children. His mistress's kids. Joshua Jackson Vallow and Tylee Ryan were found buried in the defendant's backyard. Tammy Daybell was found dead in their marital bed. And for what? Money, power, and sex. That's what the defendant cared about.
Ms. Blake, I really apologize. Could you just hold the mic right up? We're barely getting your signal strong enough. Thank you.
On October 26th of 2018, Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell met for the first time at a Preparing a People conference in St. George, Utah. You heard from Zulema Pastenis and Melanie Gibb how the first time they met, Lori was flirty. She came on to Chad. but Chad was receptive. You heard from investigator Edwards that a few days after the conference, Google searches were conducted by Chad, Lori Vallow, images of Lori Vallow, Charles Vallow. At the time Chad and Lori met, their spouses were alive and well. Charles Vallow and Tammy Daybell were alive. Lori and Chad were both married, but Chad was Googling about Lori. You heard how sometime after the conference, Lori ended up sharing with Melanie Gibb and Zulema Pastenis how Chad at the conference had told her that they had been married in previous lives. And you heard through the trial, previous lives, multiple probations, multiple creations. It's all the same idea. Why does that matter? It was a way to justify the affair to the people around them, maybe even to justify the affair to themselves. They were married to other people. But because they'd been married in prior lives, prior probations, prior creations, everything they were doing was okay. You heard about 3 weeks later, after that first conference, that first meeting, Chad was down in Arizona. Around November 15th to 17th, Chad was down there for a conference, but he stayed at Lori's house. And you heard how other people stayed there as well. And one of them that was at the conference, Melanie Gibb, or at the conference and then at the gathering at Lori's house, Melanie Gibb and Zulema Pastenis. And remember, Zulema talked to you all about how Chad sat the women down. So Zulema, Melanie, some other women, and Lori. And he taught them. Chad was the one teaching. Chad was the one sharing these ideas and these concepts. He was sharing them with Lori too. You also heard how shortly after meeting Lori, the defendant began drafting his version of their story, the James and Elena story. And throughout the trial, you heard how Chad and Lori would go by different names sometimes, or they had code names, or persons that they claimed to be in prior lives. James and Elena were two of those names, Raphael and Lily, all really Chad and Lori. The James and Elena story was written by Chad, Chad's own words. And what do we know from James and Elena? In James and Elena, and you heard about this from Agent Hart, and you heard about it from Analyst Heidemann. James and Elena. Chad writes, at this time, their spirits could not be restrained any longer, and a long-awaited makeout session took place in that lobby. This was manifest in the mortal world to James and Elena through the scientific phenomenon known as loin fire. He also, another excerpt, he resisted an impulse to kiss her, but his entire body was on fire. He instinctively knew she was everything he had ever dreamed of. Additionally, her dimensions were exactly what he had always fantasized about, but that revelation would have to wait a month. These are written about his first meeting with Lori. She is everything he's fantasized about. What is this about for Chad? Sex. He wants to have sex with Lori Vallow. He wants to be in a relationship with her, and he decides that the first time he meets her. We also see in there he has to wait about a month for the full revelation of her dimensions. What does that mean? He has to wait a month before he actually gets to see her body. They're absolutely engaged in an affair. They had two favorite positions that particularly bonded them together. Nothing meant more to James than holding Elena in his arms and unifying their bodies in perfect synchronization. Nothing meant more. This was about sex. The James and Elena story is essentially an autobiography outlining the defendant's sexual affair with Lori Vallow, under the facade of having a spiritual undertone or being spiritually sanctioned. But let's call it what it was. Chad's graphic description of his boundless lust for Lori Vallow, who he deemed to have perfect proportions and to be a goddess. Again, Chad is still married as he's writing this story for Lori. And you heard excerpts from the James and Elena story from Agent Hart. James had served in an important position in the Lord's church, and Elena had been his beloved spouse and best friend. That relationship was now meant to continue in this lifetime. Again, married in a prior life, prior probation, it justifies having an affair in this life. He tried to delicately describe their connection to each other, and he was delighted that she believed him. Another theme throughout the trial. Chad is the one with the information. Chad is the one with knowledge, and he shares it with others. Chad shared with Lori their connection to each other, and he was happy she believed him. He knew they were meant to be married again and complete important missions together before the second coming. Again, they're both married to other people. And part of this trial, there was testimony about what we never saw. Through all the communications, through all the discovery, through all the evidence, no indication ever that Chad Daybell intended to divorce Tammy. No indication ever that Chad Daybell intended to separate from Tammy, but he wants to be married to Lori. This mission included being with him, and they would progress together as translated beings. The full plan wasn't yet completely clear to him. Again, Chad is the one that is a self-proclaimed visionary. He claims he gets revelation. He claims he has visions. The full plan wasn't clear to him. What full plan? How he's going to end up being with Lori Vallow. They are both married. You heard how in early 2019, Chad told Zulema Pastenis he wanted to share some teachings with her. They ended up having a phone call, and Chad started to talk to her about this concept of multi-creations or multiple probations. And when Zulema testified, she had some journal entries. Zulema was open to this concept. She trusted Chad. She trusted Lori, and she was open to their teachings. So much so that she would make journal entries of these because she wanted to keep track of them. She wanted to understand. And the one with the page number 1, that's her outline of this concept of multi-creations. And Chad explained that you could have come in multiple creations, you could come multiple times in the same creation. But one theme was if you'd been exalted in one and you came again, you were exalted in this lifetime. He shared with Zulema some of her past lives. He told Zulema that he had a book of life. And through that book of life, he could see people's past lives and he could see into the future. He also told her he didn't actually need the book. He could do it without it. You heard Miss Pulowski, Melanie Pulowski, that is, Melanie Gibb, and Zulema all reference a pendulum or a pendant that the defendant had at some times that he would tell them he could get answers. But again, he didn't have to have that to give them the answers. Common theme, Chad has the answers, Chad has the knowledge, Chad has that special ability. Shortly after this meeting in early 2019, Charles Vallow is deemed dark. Chad Daybell deemed Charles Vallow dark. He actually said he was possessed by an entity named Ned Schneider. In January of 2019, Chad Daybell was doing Google searches for Ned Schneider. Then the idea of castings comes into play. And page 5 from Zulema's journal talks about her understanding of castings and what would happen. And you heard Miss Pulowski, Miss Gibb, and Miss Pastenis all talk about how they were involved in castings at different times. There was testimony that sometimes Chad was there, testimony that sometimes he wasn't. But they would do a casting, a prayer circle. There were some other descriptions. But at the end of the day, the person wasn't there. They weren't physically touching the person. How would they know if a casting was successful? Lori would call Chad. Chad had the information. Chad had the knowledge. When it came to Charles, castings on Ned were said to be successful. Ned was gone. But the problem was that eventually, Chad and Lori taught that if a person was possessed, it meant the body had to die. The individual, the actual spirit of that body, was gone. An evil entity was in that body, and in order to set the person free, the body had to die. So when a casting was successful and the body didn't die, well, now there's a new entity. That's what Chad would tell them. So Charles became Garrett. Castings are done on Garrett. They called Chad. It was successful. Well, Charles was still alive. The body didn't die. So now Charles is Iplos. And Iplos is an even more demonic entity. Iplos is so dark that we get a new term introduced of zombie. The other thing that was going on around this same time, as Charles became Iplos, is that Charles actually confronted Lori about her affair with Chad. Around June 29th of 2019, Charles Vallow confronts Lori. And he tells her, I am going to email Tammy Daybell. She deserves to know what's going on. Charles, in fact, sends an email to Tammy Daybell on June 29th of 2019, informing her of the affair. Charles also sends an email to Chad Daybell on June 29th of 2019, confronting him about the affair, telling him it's improper, it needs to stop. Then on July 1st of 2019, Charles tells Lori, I'm going to go meet with Tammy in person. I'm going to tell her what's going on. Lori tells him, she won't talk to you. She's my friend. Lori and Chad are in constant communication. You heard that throughout the trial. They're having an affair. They're talking. They're getting burner phones. And you heard testimony about the burner phones. They all had multiple different phones that they would use. And when I say they all, Chad and Lori and Alex. Only 10 days later, 10 days after Charles threatens to go and tell Chad's wife about the affair, Charles is shot and killed. He's shot and killed by Alex Cox in Arizona. We heard from the Arizona detectives that on that fateful day, Charles had shown up to take his 7-year-old son, little JJ, to school. Instead of getting to take his son to school, he wound up dead. Why? Charles was dark. Charles was a zombie. And if someone's a zombie, if someone's dark, the body has to die. We know that Melanie Gibbs said, she asked Alex, do you believe in these zombie teachings? Do you believe in zombies? Alex's response, 100%. Zulema asked Alex, or when we asked Zulema, did Alex believe Chad? Zulema's response, 100%. Shortly after Charles' death, Melanie Gibb talks to Lori. And you heard from her what was missing. No signs of grief, no signs of remorse. Her husband had just been shot and killed in her home by her brother. No signs of grief, no signs of remorse. On July 11th of 2019, the other thing we know, Chad and Lori were in contact throughout that day. You heard that through Detective Werther's testimony. You heard from Detective Duncan and Detective Werther that there were several text messages exchanged in the morning hours of July 11th of 2019, with the last one being right around the time Charles Vallow would have arrived at Lori's house. Zulema said she saw Alex shortly after the shooting, and she asked him, "Are you okay? What's going on?" Because he also, no signs of remorse, no signs of grief. Alex's response to her, he was a zombie. Alex 100% believed in zombies. Alex 100% believed Chad. Chad said Charles was dark. Charles was a zombie. Chad said if someone's a zombie, the body has to die. Alex shot and killed Charles Vallow. Alex 100% believed Chad. You also heard how at some point Chad had deemed Alex to be Lori's protector. He talked to Alex about how Alex had been her protector in multiple lives, multiple creations, multiple probations. Alex was here to protect Lori. And you heard that Alex relished that role. He relished having a purpose. He relished being part of this. One thing, though, Lori was upset about. Zulema had asked Lori at one point, if Charles is a zombie, why are you back with him? Lori's response, I need to get my finances in order. After Charles' death, Lori reaches out to Chad to tell him, I'm not getting the $1 million life insurance policy. He must have switched the beneficiary. As they proceed through this conversation, Chad's response, interesting if it was him after he had 2 bullets in his chest. No remorse, no grief. Lori did message Chad, though, to let him know that it was probably Ned that changed the insurance before we got rid of him. She's messaging Chad that. She also lets Chad know, don't worry, I'll still get $4,000 a month in Social Security. Tylee Ryan's father had died, and Tylee Ryan had been receiving Social Security benefits. So Lori knew JJ would get Social Security benefits since Charles was dead. Lori was also going to get benefits since she was JJ's custodian. Seven days after Charles' death, Chad is texting Lori. I was told extreme changes are coming for me. I welcome them both. What were the extreme changes? Charles has been dead for 7 days. What extreme changes do we know happen in Chad's life? Well, his mistress's 2 kids end up dead on his property, and his wife Tammy ends up dead in their marital bed. Extreme changes are coming, and I welcome them. Chad and Lori engage in further text conversation throughout that month of July. Chad, at this point, they've started to talk about labeling people as dark. And again, Chad is the one that can do that. They start talking about death percentages. Chad, again, is the only one that can determine someone's death percentage. How close someone is to dying is determined by Chad Daybell. He tells Lori in this message, and keep in mind, he is talking about toddler children, young children. He decreased the pain tolerance to 1% and greatly increased his pain. He then asked Lori, do you want me to cause pain to those 2 3s? Who are the 3s? Again, remember, when someone's light or dark, there's also generally a numeric value or a numeric number assigned to that. In this case, 3 3s. So they were 3 dark. He ends up saying, yes, if they are going to act up, will at least give them a reason to scream. These are young children. And specifically, these are the children of Melanie Pulowski that are being referenced. Right after saying he's going to give these children a reason to scream, I love, cherish, treasure, and adore you. He wants to be with Lori Vallow. Chad messages her later in July. Every few weeks, I get to escape and have amazing adventures with my goddess lover. But then I have to return to my place under the stairs, feeling trapped. But I sense permanent freedom is coming. What did Chad need permanent freedom from?
Okay, look at that. Look at that smug face. What a piece of garbage. Oh my God, I'm listening to these closing arguments again, and I'm getting so angry all over. But I want to bring up something that Lee Grader said. They may not have taken Charles Vallow serious then, but there's a more recent case in Arizona that is just as wacky. And because the lessons they learned from Charles Vallow, they immediately responded on it. Yeah, and that is Blaze, a case of a young man named Blaze Thibodeau. Is that how it's pronounced? Anyway, he's a teenager, and they basically took him from his father and said he was a god and all of this crap. Well, man, the authorities came down on them fast and found him. They were trying to hide him, and I think it would have ended up with death and murder, not because of Blaze doing anything, but because of his crazy mother doing it. I think it was his mother. I guess I should double check my facts. But yeah, you're right, Lee. Because of the lessons they learned in the Charles Vallow case, Blaze was saved. Absolutely right. Okay, let us continue, my darlings. Here we go.
He just returned from seeing Lori Vallow. His wife is still alive. He feels trapped when he's at home with his family. Who does Chad want freedom from? Tammy. And he senses it's coming. We talked in this trial about how Chad and Lori would manipulate each other. In this text thread, Lori Vallow's upset with Chad. And Chad tells her, referring to Grandpa Keith, who's someone that's deceased, that he is supposed to warn her that she's unprotected. The angels are angry that Lori's ignoring him. And if she wants that protection back, she better talk to him. Lori's response, I love you. Chad, thank you, my love. I will get things restored. Chad manipulated Lori with power. Chad held himself out to be a visionary. He held himself out to have spiritual gifts, and he would manipulate Lori with that. Lori, on the other hand, she was frustrated. Her husband's gone. Chad's wife is still alive. Chad and Tammy have 5 children. They have a grandchild. Chad's life is undisturbed. And it causes contention between Lori and Chad because Lori wants Chad to be freed up now. So Lori's frustrated. I really do want you to. I just can't be in the way anymore. If things change, then we can talk. But we have nothing until things change. What needs to change? Tammy's in the way. Charles is gone. Lori can't be with Chad because Tammy. Chad's response, I want you. Nothing else matters. Lori manipulates Chad with sex. From the minute he met her, he wanted to be with her, and she knew it. About a month after Charles' passing, Lori's asking Chad, do you think there is a perfectly orchestrated plan to take the children? Chad's response, there is a plan being orchestrated for the children. I was shown last night how it fit together. Again, Lori asked Chad. Chad has the answers. Is there a plan to take the children? And what children are they referencing? JJ and Tylee.
I don't know why it had to go down this road to where we are now in the project.
Mm-hmm. I know. I don't fully understand. I think he'd text you back or write you back.
Ultimately, what I need from you is that the project is going to be finished and everything is going to be fine and it's going to work out.
That's what he said.
Well, I need you to tell me that every day, several times.
Okay. My sweet, lovely Lolo. Things are going to work out. Not just because he says so, but because I know so. It's a marvelous plan. Slight
How do you know
hiccup.
so?
How do I know? It's been shown to me, honey. I've seen those beautiful eyes filled with tears as she sings to amazing groups of people, and I've seen that wonderful body dance to heavenly songs. Your purpose is only beginning, it's hardly begun. And it will be the pair, it won't be solo. And it's going to be incredible.
Be cholo and not
I have
solo.
absolutely. That's right. Yep. It will be the Eurythmics. No solo careers. I'm just absolutely sure. I was saying it will be the Eurythmics. It won't be two solo careers.
I know, but I'm saying you said you have absolute what? Confidence?
Absolute assurity, confidence, confirmation. It's going to be as seen. There's some things that aren't going to be altered.
Again, Lori reaches out to Chad. She needs affirmation from him. She needs to talk to him about what he knows with the plan. Lori asked Chad if she should be doing anything in relation to the plan. Chad's response? He tells Lori the Lord told him they just need to keep resolving the telestial issues so they are unencumbered and fully free. What are telestial issues? Remember, telestial means earth. They need to resolve the earthly issues, earthly obstacles, so they can be unencumbered and fully free. Chad tells Lori on August 10th, we're so close to the finish line. On September 3rd, Lori is letting Alex know, that Chad and she are trying to get to the bottom of what they need to do to completely eliminate zombies. And she lets Alex know, I'm sure you will be told also. Alex couldn't rate people. Alex didn't discern if people were light and dark. Alex got the information from Lori and Chad. Lori got the information from Chad. Chad tells Lori, we are surrounded by telestial relatives that are simply obstacles. Earthly relatives that are simply obstacles are surrounding Chad and Lori. And again, he tells Lori, I want to be with you. That is my greatest hope and dream. To be together, they've got to get rid of the earthly relatives that are simply obstacles. Because remember, they need to remove the obstacles so they can be fully free and unencumbered. Shortly after Charles' death in early August of 2019, shortly after Charles' death, Chad Daybell travels down to Arizona, and he stays in the residence where Charles Vallow has recently been shot and killed. Zulema talks about seeing them there. She talks about the fact that she thought they were maybe acting inappropriate given the fact that Tammy was still alive. Chad assured Zulema that Tammy was going to die and that Tammy would be okay with he and Lori being together because Tammy was going to move on to her mission. His mission, again, it's with Lori. He says that time and time again. We have a mission together. It's he and Lori. He decides Tammy has her own mission. Why? To justify the affair. Zulema talks about how in August she notices a change in Alex and Chad's relationship. Again, Alex has just shot and killed Charles Vallow, and now he and Chad seem to be closer. She talks about Chad giving Alex a blessing, and in the blessing, he tells Alex that Alex needs to move to Rexburg. Alex had no known ties to Rexburg outside of Chad Daybell. Alex trusted Chad so much that he flew back with Chad to check out Rexburg. Eventually, Alex was told that he was exalted. And remember, we talked a little bit about that and you heard about it in the trial. If someone was exalted in a prior life or a prior creation, they were exalted in this one. And you heard Zulema talk about how Lori would address that. If Lori did something and she was asked about it, she'd tap her hand, doesn't count for me. It didn't count for her because she was exalted. They taught Alex that same thing. What Alex did in this life didn't count for him because he had been exalted. Around September 1st of 2019, Lori ends up relocating to Rexburg as well. JJ and Tylee come with her, as well as Alex Cox, and they moved to 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho. Lori ended up telling the principal of JJ's school, Josh Wilson, that she moved to Rexburg because her husband had died of a heart attack and she wanted to move close to family. Lori had no family in Rexburg. Her connection to Rexburg was Chad Daybell. Shortly before moving to Rexburg, you heard from Detective Considas and forensic accountant Mike Douglas that Lori switched Tylee's Social Security money that she got from her father to go into an account associated only with Lori Vallow. That change was made on August 16th of 2019. They then moved to Idaho around September 1st of 2019. Before Lori moved to Rexburg, Chad had already shared with her that Tylee was dark and JJ was dark. And we know what has to happen if someone's dark. If someone's dark and they're an earthly obstacle, the body has to die. Knowing that, Lori still brought her children to Idaho, closer to Chad Daybell. Alex came with her, and remember, Alex believed Chad 100%. In July, 7 days after Charles' death, Chad Daybell texts Lori, I've been instructed to focus my efforts on Hillary. Who is Hillary? That's Tylee. Lori asks him, find out her percentage for me and JJ's. What's the percentage? It's the death percentage. Chad's response, she is at 0.13. I turned up the pain to 10. Tylee is a 16-year-old girl. He's turning the pain up to 10, and he's saying her death percentage is 0.13. He then tells her that Raphael, another name for Chad, visited him talking about JJ and told him to follow Amy into the light. We all know what it means if someone says, follow someone into the light. July 23rd, again, Lori to Chad. Check Tylee. Why does she want Tylee checked? She's being super sweet and helpful. Her daughter is being sweet and helpful, and Lori wants to know, is she dark? What's her death percentage? And who is she asking for that information? Chad Daybell. On September 8th of 2019, Tylee, Alex, JJ, and Lori take a trip to West Yellowstone, a seemingly normal family outing. However, we know that was the last time Tylee Ryan is ever seen alive. And what is Chad Daybell doing on September 8th of 2019? He's looking up south-southwest wind. Why does this matter? Remember how Tylee was found. Remember what happened to her. That young lady was burned. Her remains discovered on Chad Daybell's property. On September 9th, we heard from Agent Balance and Agent Wright that there was something unusual about a device associated with Alex Cox and where it was located. You heard that when Alex first arrived in Rexburg, his device was at apartment 175 from September 1st to September 5th, pretty much all the time or at normal hours of the day, appeared to be residing there. After that, that device is mainly associated with apartment 107. The device will travel to 175, but generally returns to 107 no later than midnight. The day after, the early morning hours after the last day Tylee is seen alive, that device is at Lori's apartment, apartment 175, the apartment where Tylee Ryan was known to reside, at 2:42 in the morning. The only time in the month of September, with the exception of the first 5 days and the exception of September 30th when that device was left with Lori Vallow, the only time that device is there in those early morning hours. What do we know happens later that morning? The device returns to Alex's apartment and Chad calls Alex. Where does Alex go after Chad calls him? He heads to Chad's property. And again, you heard from Agent Wright and you heard from Agent Balance that that device is up on the Daybell property those morning hours. And there's some data points there showing 9:21, 10:39, 10:57. And what do we also know happened on the morning of September 9th? Chad Daybell sends a message to his wife around the same time that device is there. Well, I've had an interesting morning. I felt I should burn all of the limb debris by the fire pit before it got too soaked by the coming storms. Limb debris, not tree, limb debris. While I did so, I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I hurried and got my gun, and he was still walking along. I got close enough that one shot did the trick. He is now in our pet cemetery. Fun times. Where was Tylee Ryan's body found? Where those red data points are. In Chad Daybell's pet cemetery. Some of her remains in the fire pit. Where does Chad go after that? Or excuse me, where does Alex's device go? Back to Lori's. Chad calls Alex. He heads right up there. Alex goes, Lori's apartment, Alex's apartment, Chad's property, back to Lori's. And we know where that young lady was found. She was found on Chad Daybell's property. Chad labels someone dark. Chad says if someone's so dark or a zombie, the body has to die. Alex believes Chad 100%. You heard that the burned and charred remains of Tylee Ryan were found on Chad Daybell's property. You heard from Dr. Garth Warren that Tylee's manner of death was homicide, with the cause undetermined. Why was the cause undetermined? Well, you heard from Dr. Angie Christensen, and you also heard from Dr. Bartelink how Tylee's body was burned. Dr. Bartelink even indicated, depending on what accelerant was maybe used, Tylee could have been burned within 2 hours. You heard from Dr. Angie Christensen that there were multiple areas of blunt force trauma to the skull, sternum, and ribs. You then heard Dr. Bartelink confirm that. In addition, there were 18 sharp force impacts. Additionally, you heard from Katie Dace how Tylee's DNA was found on a pickaxe and a shovel that were in the defendant's garage. We also heard from Alice and Todd Gilbert, and Alice Gilbert talked about how when Tylee was still missing, before she was found, Alice asked Chad about her. She wanted to know, doesn't Tylee want a life? Doesn't she want things that most young girls get? Chad's response, well, Tylee didn't like people and she didn't like me. What stood out to Alice? Tylee hadn't been found yet, and the comment was in the past tense. Tylee was now gone, but JJ was still alive. We heard from Zulema Pastenis how she visited in September. She stayed at Alex's apartment, but she would visit with Lori. You heard from her that she asked Lori, where's Tylee? Because she didn't see her. Lori's response, don't ask. Zulema talked about how she did see JJ though. JJ was alive and well at that time. On September 18th of 2019, Lori began receiving the Social Security payments for JJ and herself from Charles' death. Back in July, again, shortly after Charles' death, Lori's asking Chad, I need you to check JJ. Why? He was calm and wanted to watch movies. Her kid's calm and wants to watch movies, and her first thought, have Chad check him. Chad's response, JJ is at a 2. On August 10th of 2019, Chad messaged Lori that JJ was getting close. Says, when I was sitting across from him eating bacon, I sensed he was barely attached to his body. On August 10th, again, Lori had asked, please check JJ. Chad's response, or then Lori further pushes, is he at 0 yet? Chad's response, yes, he's at 0. If Chad labels someone dark or a zombie, the the body has to die, Chad determines the death percentage. When the death percentage hits 0, that person's been marked for death. On September 23rd of 2019, you heard how there was location data associated with Alex Cox looked at. And before that, you'd heard from Melanie Gibb and David Warwick about how they were visiting Lori. They'd come up for an event and they were staying at Lori's house. You heard from them, from Melanie Gibb in particular, that there was an incident where Chad took JJ upstairs. And when Chad came down, he had scratches on his neck, that being Chad had scratches. And when asked what happened, he basically said JJ had freaked out. On September 22nd of 2019, you heard from Melanie Gibb and David Warwick how they saw Alex come in carrying JJ. JJ's head was on Alex's shoulder. They assumed he was asleep. David Warwick thought it was a sweet moment. In the early morning hours of September 23rd, you heard from Melanie Gibb how something had startled David. He'd had a panic attack, a bad dream, something. She called Chad, no answer. She tried to get a hold of Lori, no answer. She tried Lori's door, and it was locked. The next morning, you heard from David Warwick that he asked where JJ was. On the morning of September 23rd, said, I wanted to say goodbye to JJ before I left. They described Lori as appearing somewhat nervous, starting to talk fast, and she explained how JJ was dark. JJ was now a zombie. JJ had gotten on the cabinets. He was knocking over pictures of Christ. And so he wasn't there, and she wasn't going to go get him. Melanie and David never saw JJ again. On September 23rd, later that morning, Chad places a call to Alex. And what does Alex do when Chad calls him? He heads up to Chad's property. And what do we then know? Alex's device is at Chad's property with some data points there showing at 9:56 a.m. and 10:02 a.m.
Oh, thank goodness.
We know where JJ was found. JJ was found on Chad Daybell's property, close to where those red data marks are. On June 9th of 2019, investigators searched Chad's property, and they ended up locating JJ. As they dug JJ up, they noticed a round object covered in black. One of the investigators there cut the black plastic to reveal white plastic. They cut the white plastic, and brown human hair came through. They'd finally found JJ. JJ had been buried with his arms duct taped together, the duct tape running around from elbow to elbow. He had duct tape over his mouth. He had a plastic bag over his head, tape over that plastic bag, and then he was placed in black garbage bags and discarded. That's how JJ was found. Chad labeled him dark. Chad said his death percentage was at 0. Chad said the plan was for he and Lori to be together unencumbered by earthly relatives, earthly obstacles. Chad said those things, and Alex believed Chad 100%. Chad knew Lori was receiving Social Security money. She told him, we saw that message. I'm still going to receive the $4,000. She was actually receiving more because she'd switched Tylee's money to go to her as well. Chad labeled her children dark. Their bodies were buried on his property, hidden from those looking for them. With them gone, he could be with Lori, her time was completely free for him. And knowing if the bodies weren't discovered, Lori would continue to receive that money. As you heard from Mark Sari with the Social Security Administration, should have been reported. Lori continued to receive those benefits. Had the children been discovered, she wouldn't have. Melanie Pulowski talked about how she visited Lori towards the end of September, and when she visited, neither Tylee or JJ were present. She said she asked Lori about Tylee, and she was told that Tylee was at school or with friends. Well, you heard from Wynn Hill, Tylee was never registered, never applied, never associated with BYU, Idaho. But that was Lori's story for Melanie Pulowski. When Melanie asked where JJ was, Lori told her, he has a nanny. She's really helpful. Melanie described that she couldn't really get a clear answer from Lori. But what you also heard from both Melanie Pulowski and Ian Pulowski is Melanie trusted Chad and Lori. She looked to them as parental figures. She turned to them for advice and guidance. And particularly with Chad, she talked about that. She turned to Chad to find out if people were light or dark. We know that around October 2nd of 2019, Tylee Ryan's Jeep travels to Arizona. And you heard from Brandon Boudreaux about what happened. Brandon Boudreaux saw the Jeep, saw a gun, and someone took a shot at him. That someone was Alex Cox. Brandon Boudreaux had been determined to be dark by Chad Daybell. That bullet hit the top of Brandon's car. Brandon lived to report it. He lived to tell what happened. Brandon said that Jeep was missing the tire off the back. He noticed that. And you heard from analyst Heidemann how on October 2nd, Chad and Lori were seen in Rexburg, Idaho, storing a tire. During that trip, we talked about a device being at Lori's apartment, one of Alex's devices on September 30th. It was during that trip. He'd left the device with Lori. And you heard Zulema talk about how Chad and Lori would try to encourage her to move to Rexburg, and particularly Chad. He gave her several blessings where that was part of the blessing. Zulema expressed she didn't know how she was going to make that work. She didn't have ties here. Her job wasn't here. Her kids weren't here. And she expressed to Lori, I don't know how I'd financially do it. Lori said, don't worry. Melanie, referring to Melanie Pulowski, will take care of us. Melanie was still legally married to Brandon when that shot was fired. Melanie had kids with Brandon. Lori knew if dad dies, kids get Social Security. The custodian, the mother, gets Social Security benefits. Just days later, on October 4th of 2019, Tammy Daybell travels down to Utah. Now, you heard testimony that was rare for Tammy to go on a long trip alone. She didn't like to drive alone. But you also heard Chad was supposed to go with her and he backed out. Why did he back out? Well, we saw the messages between Lori and Alex about how she and Chad were going to get to go on a real date. Tammy was gone to Utah. He and Lori were going to get to go on a date. You heard from her sister, Samantha Gwilliam, how because Tammy had been diagnosed with depression at some point, she made it a habit that when she would see her, she would give her a once-over. She would check on her, make sure she looked healthy, make sure she didn't appear to be suffering with the depression. Samantha did that on this trip. And what did she notice? Tammy appeared fine. She noticed no physical problems. Tammy reported no physical problems. She reported no medical issues to Samantha. Samantha saw none. In fact, what did we hear? Tammy put on a clogging routine. She had a nice visit with her family. Both Samantha and Jason William talked to you about some changes they'd noticed before that October 4th visit, and particularly with Chad. Chad and Jason had been very good friends. Conversation flowed easily. But that summer of 2019, they talked about Chad and Tammy coming to visit, and Chad was awkward. He didn't really engage with them. They took note of it, but they didn't know what was going on. Then you heard from Samantha how Tammy was down there around her birthday. Samantha didn't even know Tammy was going to be in Utah. Tammy runs up to the door to give her her birthday present, gets to stay just long enough to watch her open it. Chad never left the car. Chad and Jason were friends. And you heard Samantha say they'd had no falling out. Nothing that she could think to explain why Chad wouldn't come into the house. Again, back in July, when Chad and Lori are talking about death percentages, Chad tells Lori he got the inspiration to go back to he uses my original death percentages that helped us track Charles, Ned. Chad had the death percentages to track Charles. Tammy is very close. Her percentage has fallen steadily since Iplos left.
Okay, everyone, we're going to stop it right there. We'll get back to the second half of the closing argument. But ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome the one and only, the amazing
Well, hey,
Kresha. How are you, Kresha, my dear?
I was thirsty.
Me too. I need to put up a banner for you. Hold on one second.
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't
No,
know.
you're
I have
fine.
a lot of emails, and I'm like, which one did you send it to? Anyways, I'm
No,
not email savvy.
okay. Now, ladies, or Insightful One, explain what you and Kresha are going to do. I'm going to pop off here and be in the audience. So
I'm gonna wow y'all.
explain what you two are going to do. This is really cool, you guys.
I think we're gonna
Yes.
go over like what the 5 most shocking things from Lori and Chad's trials,
Yeah,
and then
there's so
kind
many
of wherever
shocking
that
things.
leads, you know.
Got it. Got it. Okay,
Yeah.
everybody. This is Kresha from Difficult Research. Let me grab your your channel here, and we'll put this up in chat as well. And then, ladies, do you need me for anything? Like I said, I'm just going to back off and let you guys just do your thing. Unless you need me, I'd be glad to help with anything.
We need you to go cook.
I'll go cook. I will definitely. I can
Finish
do
painting
that.
my room too. I've been painting my room for a week. Well, almost a week, and it is very, very labor intensive. Okay, I'm so
I can
sore.
imagine. I can
Anyways,
imagine. And let me explain to everybody. Kresha Easton has the YouTube channel called Difficult Research, and I just put that link in chat. But Kresha is also the niece of Charles Vallow and the aunt of JJ Vallow. And your mom is Kay Woodcock, correct?
She's Charles's baby. Yeah, she's the baby sister of Charles. I mean, there's more than, there's like 6 Vallow siblings, but yeah.
Yeah. And your mom is Kay of Kay and Larry.
And so Kay is also JJ's grandmother. I know it's weird, and it throws people off on that in that aspect, I guess.
Basically, JJ is your nephew and Charles is your uncle. And so you have been.
Lori was my aunt.
Lori was your aunt. Yikes.
Aunt Lori was, yeah.
Yeah.
Lori. That's
And
crazy.
you have been deeply affected by this, and you have been hosting your YouTube channel for years. And so today, as we continue on with our End of the World Again 24-hour live broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Kresha Easton from Difficult Research and the one and only Insightful One. And they are going to show us the 5 most shocking events from the Daybell.
Something along those lines.
Oh, you guys will be
Yeah.
great. I'm going to just log off here and look at chat and everything. And I'm going to sit back and enjoy. So
Yeah,
thank
take
you,
your
ladies. Call me if you need me. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Uh,
Hey, how are you doing
it's like,
this morning?
okay, she's gone. No,
No.
we've taken it over.
Yeah.
Joking.
Actually, I was
Oh,
saying this morning that it's 10:14 for me, but I don't know what time it is for you. So whatever time of day it is, how you doing?
it's noon, 12:14
Yeah.
here, and I'm doing
Okay.
okay. And thank you for asking. I I was like anticipating this, and I even logged on this morning and was watching Joseph Scott Morgan. I always love his take on things, and I just was kind of chilling in the chat, and actually, whenever Trish had her woo woo moment there, I was like, "Ooh,
Yeah.
for a light to pop on by itself, that's interesting to me."
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I missed that. I slept past my
Mm,
alarm this morning,
how
and
dare
I
you?
missed Joseph Scott Morgan. I'm so sad.
Well,
So
you get to go back and watch, so that's the
yeah.
awesomeness of video. But anyway,
Yeah.
so yeah, I really kind of didn't lay anything out for that because I was just like, well, I don't really know. There's so many for me, it's hard for me to narrow things down. I have a very
Hmm.
hard time with it because it's all important to me. Like I'm just like, well, yeah, that's shocking. That's a wow moment or a pivotal moment. I mean, I really get I guess not thrown off or thrown back or whatever, but, I always have a hard time with my words. But,
Right.
like, wowed or, it makes me curious, when I see Chad, uh, like, reacting. That I don't know what it is, but I'm just like, "Oh my god, who" it bothers me when he does that kinda stuff, and or just watching them. So, I guess the fact that Lori's trial was not aired publicly, that's probably a good thing, I guess. It
Yeah.
depends. I think that everything should be transparent, and if it just to me, when you do stuff like that, it's like it goes all into protection mode, whether it's for and I mean, in this case, it's to me, I'm like, there's the big church.
Yeah.
And so much so that like Melanie Gibb was, texting with the prosecutor about, Keith Morrison on Dateline and protecting the church. And I'm like, I wish there were text, showing that you were trying to protect the kids in an inkling of an idea of protecting the kids, but nobody in this entire scenario wanted or showed or exhibited any kind of protection for the kids. I
That's
mean,
such a good point.
it
That's so
bothers me.
true.
Yeah, we should have done a top 5
Wow.
things that bothers me. There's a
We
ton of those.
can. I
Yeah.
will say that one thing that shocked me um,
Yeah.
was I believe was it emails where it was Chad and Emma and Tammy, and they were talking about light and
Yeah.
dark. That
Yes.
I found so shocking because I didn't think anybody else, was, oh my
Right.
gosh. And it's terrifying.
It is. Because it passes down to Emma exhibits the
Hmm.
same kind of belief system and as well as her siblings. So it's like, where does this stop? And I don't think it does. So
Oh man.
that's the scary part, and that's where the main area of my research is, and I mean, it's not I don't have like uh I didn't like set out to research all this stuff. It's just, I named the channel Difficult Research because like Trish was exhibiting earlier, she's like, when I push a button and then, there's all these kind of things that don't happen or you got to see why. That's me.
Hmm.
I'm just like,
Oh
I just try
yes.
to figure things out. And I mean, so I was like, difficult. It was a name of a playlist I had. I just had my regular name, Kresha. I think it was Easton. Um, and it was just a regular my name channel name. And so I was like, I need to change the channel name, and I wanted it to encompass all of the victims. And I was like, well, this kind of goes hand in hand. You can't really, ever since I named the channel Difficult Research, I I watch all kinds of, people covering this case, whether it's, mainstream or down to itty bitty YouTubers, it's just, you
Mhm.
can't get around the word, you can't get around the case without saying difficult. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
well, it's in every conversation basically. So, and it is difficult. It's hard to, I guess, kind of remove yourself
Mhm.
somewhat where you can talk about these difficult things because it is very difficult. And so that was a main thing for me whenever I was just kind of getting into all this, into the YouTube aspect of it. That's kind of where I found a place to, kind of share how I feel and to go over things and just kind of re-examine things because this just is not right. Nothing about this is good or right or Christ-like or righteous or nothing. And I mean, Tammy, I think Heather Daybell said that Tammy Daybell, one of her favorite sayings was, by ye fruits ye shall know. And I mean, I apply that all the time because it's in the proof is in the pudding,
Yep.
and there's dead victims everywhere around these people, and they don't think that they've done anything wrong.
God.
And that is
That's
just jarring to me. Yeah. Ruby
that's
Frankie, Jody Hildebrandt, they are just like, but I was just being what did Ruby say? She said, I'm not a naughty girl. I'm like, oh, you are naughty. You are
oh
naughty.
yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
What was the I know what you're saying about the research because it's when you start to research one thing and then it has, you branch off and then you have to go study this and then you have to study that, you
Mhm.
know,
Just so
so
you
it just
can not be
never
a
ends.
professional. Yeah, not to be an
Yeah.
expert or anything, but just to be like, well, I don't wanna be ignorant,
Yeah. You
you
want to
know?
understand it.
Yeah. And
Mm-hmm.
so this one has, for lack of a better term, it's, made me grow up a lot. It's made me realize a lot about my own world that I live in, that I have lived in, that I used to just be so oblivious of. Like, I was just going through life. I don't even know. Like, I just never had these kinda issues come up, anything about the death penalty, anything about the psychiatric, uh whatever you call it,
Yeah.
um, whatever, of, like, Lori, just all the terms and things, and I'm just like, "Oh my god," and just the conspiracy, the term conspiracy to murder. And it's just like, well, what is a conspiracy? Just like what is it? And then you come to find out that a lot of these things are subjective, objective. It's basically like one's own perspective, like everybody's perspective of heaven is, your heaven looks different than mine, or if you even believe in it, like there's so many different beliefs in the world that, we're kind of I was just down, to my little simple Southwest Louisiana little world, and anyways, I've just learned so many different things and I am continuing to. It's interesting to me.
Right.
Um, so I mean that kind of plays into my personality, but I just want to know. And I mean, I set out just to find out where Chad and Lori's beliefs differed from that of their shared faith, their lifelong shared faith. Like, I'm like, well,
Yeah.
okay, what makes them a cult? And anyways, and I mean, again, a church doesn't always have to be involved whenever there is a cult. It's
Mm-hmm.
interesting, because most organized religions can be a cult. And
Right.
but I think what it boils down to for me is that no matter what, there is this occult going on. And a lot of it, in my experience, through my research, through everything that the lens that I'm looking at it, is that there is an occult that exists. And there are a lot of people, in my opinion, being protected in a lot of these cases. A
Mm-hmm.
lot. There's just like want to look. My thing is like I want to look behind the curtain. I want to look behind the scenes and see who's pulling, the puppet strings.
Right.
I'm not saying I'm not trying to trust me, I'm not trying to say that Lori and Chad are not 100% accountable, but I also think it's not a either or, it's like a and this person and this person and, and
Right.
I don't like the fact that Melanie Gibb has just gone away and I mean, she's basically looking at it like it's reaffirming her religious understanding, her, like she's like, oh, and I mean, through this experience, I got to see, Satan right at firsthand, and I'm here to tell you about my experience. No, I do not want to hear about your experiences.
Yeah.
I don't want to see how this makes you a more righteous person because holy crap,
Yeah.
that to me is so offensive. I'm looking for the video of Emma that I found. I had made a
Oh,
thing where it
really?
showed the words. Yeah, that's what I told Trish in chat earlier, so probably didn't see it.
Yeah.
And I uploaded it, but I don't see it in my Google account, so
Yeah. Another thing I found shocking was that video of Emma and Chad talking in the car.
God, that
It
was
just
telling.
was strange to see. Oh, yeah. Especially Chad's response to, I won't be back.
Yeah, that I'm like, dude, you knew. You
Yeah,
knew.
exactly.
You knew.
They
And I
say that,
mean,
especially when people are like, when they're arrested and they're in an interrogation or in a holding cell,
mhm,
if they're the person that falls asleep, kind of like Chad on the video was like nonchalant and like, oh, I'm screwed. If they're the
mhm.
person that goes to sleep, that means they're guilty and they know they're caught. So, they're able to sleep. Whereas somebody who's innocent will be
Oh,
having anxiety and
irate.
like,
Like, what?
yes,
I was
exactly.
I was watching this one yesterday or just kinda listening to it while I was painting, and, the guy, I mean, I was just like, "Wow," I mean, he really sounds like he did not kill his mom, And but the more he kept going into it, and he was, like, trying to size up the detective too, and he kept saying, "Well, I know you're probably gonna you probably have all your, law enforcement looking through my house right now," and I'm just like, it was kind of tricky, for me.
Hmm.
'Cause I was like, "Well, I mean, I wonder," because sometimes these shows, they show them to you so that I don't know, it's like the least likely person you would suspect. It's just
Right.
interesting to me because, I mean, a lot of people get duped every day, you
Hmm.
know? I mean, just it is what it is, so I find that interesting about how those kind of things happen, and again, like you said, with Chad and Emma in the cop car at the cop car, whatever. He wasn't even arrested yet. So, I mean, they hadn't even done that.
Right.
So that was very telling.
Hmm.
I mean, and I mean, she asked him, she was like, I can tell by your face that this surprises you, and I'm like,
Oh,
yeah, don't. It does
yeah.
not, honey. That's the look of, oh shit.
Yeah. The complacency he had. I mean, it was obvious to me. I mean, from what I've seen of him, I mean, just he knew he was screwed, which means he
Yeah.
knew what they were going to find and everything
It was,
else. Oh, and then him saying, oh, there's nothing in the house.
yeah. Oh, I'm like, go, y'all better go luminol that damn house. Because
Yeah.
he said it's not like they're gonna luminol it all. And I mean, I found that a very curious comment.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
And I
What
mean,
was
again,
there? Go ahead. Sorry.
no, I mean, I'm just, I don't know. I think about those, we talk,
Hmm.
but then it's like I kind of think about it even more, and I'm like, oh my God,
Yeah. Your
it's
mind goes all kinds of
telling.
places.
It
What?
does. But I want to know.
Yeah. Was there anything during the trial that Chad's trial that you'd learned for the first time?
Oh God. Um, um, I don't know. I have to think about that one because
Hmm.
nothing like stands out. Oh, I mean, it was interesting. Yes. David Warwick, his testimony, which varies from trial to trial, from
Yeah.
preliminary, uh, the preliminary hearing for Chad, it's just point blank, and I never bought into their whole Alex brought JJ in, JJ was asleep, blah blah blah. I mean, initially I was like, oh my god, he was dead, and he carried him and
Yeah.
they're dead. And I mean, that is just it makes me
Yeah.
angry, and it pisses me off, and it hurts.
Yeah,
And
that's a horrific thought
oh,
to think about
it
that.
is.
Yeah.
It is. And because that's the people you love and trust, especially as a kid, the worldview is very small. And I mean, basically,
Mhm.
your parents are your first cult leaders, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever they say goes, and that's
Hmm.
that. And these are people that we're supposed to love and trust, that you can trust and with everything. And these are the very people who took them out. And that to me has like I've always like been horrified by the last moments of those kids' lives
Yeah.
and Tammy's life, you know. And I mean, even again, this kind of goes with my woo woo, but or how you picture things whenever you hear things or whatever. So
Yeah.
whenever I heard about my uncle Charles being shot, I've always felt like he was ambushed. And but when you think about it, when you or whenever the FOIA docs start coming out and everything, and you're reading those for the very first time, you just kind of are trying to place yourself there, like, And I mean, what I see in whatever my mind's eye or my imagination
Yeah.
is that, as Uncle Charles was fading out, he was looking at Lori and saying, "Oh, you like basically like a two brute, like you two, like you betrayed
Yeah.
me. It's just a betrayal." And I just think about the last smells, the last thing they thought and saw and said, and just that just it horrifies. It's horrifying. Really, it haunts me
I
because
understand that
I can
because
imagine.
I don't know what it is, but that's one of the things that I imagine too. I mean, I don't understand how you feel, but I
Right.
understand your thinking.
Mhm.
Because that's the one thing I think about, their last moments. And I did
Yeah.
that a lot with Lacey Peterson and Shanann
Mm.
Watts too. And now with JJ and Tylee, I've done that a lot. Their last
Yeah.
moments, what they went through. And that really gets you, and it doesn't do us any good to keep
It doesn't.
torturing ourselves with it, but you do.
You do. It's just
Yeah.
natural. It's natural, I think, because, there hindsight is 2020, they say. And I mean, yes, there is a lot of we do get a lot of answers, but not near enough. Um,
Right.
I feel like, okay, now there's Lori's trial is done in Idaho, and Chad's trial is now done in Idaho.
Mhm.
And I'm like, oh shit, like it's a whole, like, I don't know. I'm struggling with it right now. And I mean, I'm not sensitive or anything. I don't want you to think that you have to tiptoe. You don't.
Yeah.
I want people to
Okay.
be just the same and treat me the same. But I do want to share these things with you guys because I think it's good to talk about them. It's good to share, because other people who've gone through the same type scenarios, they get it, and sometimes that's validating for them. Um, just these kind of experiences or thoughts or what have you. But but just those two things being adjudicated and basically done, right?
You're
And
right.
so the focus now has been, and I guess, I really have a soft spot for my Uncle Charles.
Yeah.
I mean, and I do, like, he's always driven me, I guess you could say, um, throughout this entire thing, he's driven me. Um, and it's like I've got to face the music, basically, is what it boils down to, because, okay, now it's all about getting his justice and
Yeah.
ensuring that is done. But it just feels like it's like somebody else closed the book and you weren't finished reading the chapter,
I
you
was
were like,
just going to say
"Oh."
that. There's a lot of unfinished business, and it's very
Yeah,
anticlimactic, as
yeah,
in, okay, here, okay, we're so
like, that's it?
glad. Everybody's glad that they were found guilty and so
Yeah.
far and have been put in prison, because no matter what happens with Charles, they'll be in prison. So
Mhm.
right now we know that fact, but
Yes.
there are still so many unanswered questions, and you guys are left with, you
Cliffhanger.
don't understand. There's like we need to have this need to understand and to
Mhm.
know more.
Yeah, and I also, and I'm sure you do too, we understand that, like, that we're not it's we will never get all those answers, you know. I understand that. I understand that that's impossible for me to think that.
Right.
So, I mean, I do factor that in also, but I also am like, "Okay, but where's the rest of this?" You know?
Uh,
What are you hiding?
yeah.
Kinda, like, where's it at? And but through this opening this channel and talking and having the wonderful community that developed around these tragedies, thank God. I mean, that's the silver lining in a lot of this for me. Um,
I'm
is
glad.
just to
Yeah.
be able to talk to you. It's given me a safe place to land,
Yeah.
um, to just be able to discuss. It's some of this stuff is so out there. When I say it, I'm just like, I'm not crazy. I'm not. I don't
Right.
believe this, but this is what they
Yeah.
believe, and or this is how they believe in this. But I mean, it sounds so nonsensical and just. I mean, it's crazy. It's just I know it's such a weird word, and
Right.
it's very simple, but it is. It's it can happen to you. Okay.
Hmm.
So if people I don't want people to feel complacent, I think that when we're complacent, that's when a lot of things can happen because we're just like, oh, that never happens here. How many times have you heard that? That
Right.
doesn't
Yeah.
happen here. Well, it
You know,
does. Okay.
that's exactly why I never say that about anything, because I'm afraid if I say
Mhm.
it, I'll jinx it
Yeah.
and it will happen. So I like,
Yeah.
don't say that. There's so many
Yeah.
times on the show where I've wanted to say that about where I live, here. But I'm like, no, don't say that.
Right. Because now
Something
it's
will change
gonna.
tomorrow, you know.
But, I
Gosh.
mean, is it because we're complacent or is it because we, don't know I mean, just maybe just don't know about these things, or is it because of cognitive dissonance, because we don't want to
Right.
see? There's so many things, and I know, I'm very philosophical in
Yeah.
that sense, but I don't think it hurts to talk about them, or that
Mhm.
way, when I talk about these things with the community, I realize things, whereas if I just thought it and shared and never shared it, it's like I don't process it all the way.
Right.
So that's another thing. But to get to your question, is there anything that I wasn't expecting or hadn't heard? And it was about David Warwick talking about Tom Harrison and John Miller and Julie Rowe, just a meeting
Yeah.
of the minds, basically. And I'm just like, I mean, I've always felt it in my soul, like I'm just like there's so much more to this story that is not either it's sprinkled throughout and it's not very consistent. It's just kind of left out there for the rest of us to be like, what? We don't understand. But there's so many other people that are involved, in my opinion. Um, Such as Tom Harrison. I don't know what his role is. I'm very curious about that. Tom Harrison is the author of Visions of Glory.
Right.
Um, I usually have it right. Yeah. This is the book that was under Lori's leg when
Yeah.
she was served with papers to produce Tylee and JJ in the Idaho court within 5 days. And then Chad gets up, and he's just like acting like he's curious, but he knows. At that moment, Chad Daybell did not say, "Oh my God, you have kids." He didn't do that. So that's
Right.
just another telltale sign to me where it's just like he knows, and she knows. And just like Lori has shared with many people and that we've got to hear about, no one knows but me, Well, you and your Jesus, whatever, girl.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Jeez.
it's like we're not privileged enough. Uh,
Mhm.
but it's just like, no, you're an evil, you know what? But I don't know. But to me, that there's more to that story that I would like to know, and it sucks because well, not knowing, I mean, that's how conspiracies are born. I don't want to ever put in or tag anything onto the story that doesn't fit because that's not justice to me for these victims. It's like a lie, to their actual reality. Um, so whenever people started saying cult, I was like, okay, I've read all the things, and I kept looking. I still look where Chad proclaimed to be a prophet. I mean, I guess this is maybe just my perception, my point of view. But I mean, that's kind of how it goes in that religion. Just that's the patriarch, and what he says goes. And obviously, but I mean, that is that echo chamber that is, I'm sure, really loud for those kind of people, where they're surrounded by yes men and people who believe that they are supposed to act that same way. It's very, very interesting.
Yeah, and there's a lot of enabling going around.
Yes.
Yeah.
And nobody takes the blame. Nobody takes the blame. Even secondhand, it's like, well, Lori was duped. And I'm like, bullshit. She's a duper. And
Yeah.
either she's duping you or you're duping yourself just like her. I mean, it's just that's I don't know. It's like making excuses for them.
Right.
You know, like I said, it's not a either or. It's a and and.
Yeah, that's true. It is. It really is. You
Yeah,
know,
that's telling.
yeah. I didn't think of it that way. It really is. There's two other things that I don't know. Like, I wasn't surprised, but it was still shocking from the trial from Chad's, which was Emma's testimony, because
Mhm.
you can tell she's flat out lying on
Yeah,
so many
I've
things.
actually
Yeah.
debunked one of them for sure.
Oh, good. Which one?
The southwest wind and
Yes.
that crap.
Yeah.
Because go ahead, finish, and then that's where I'm
Oh
at.
no, I'm done. Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, so with the whole Emma lying, I'm gonna say lying for her dad. Okay, Emma, you're a liar. Okay, at least in this one thing that for sure I debunked. Okay, and it's the whole thing. Another thing that's evasive in all this is the presence of Operation Underground Railroad in Tim Ballard. Okay, now I was expecting because I'd heard, and this is just it's still unconfirmed, um, accusation or allegation that while Lori and Audrey Baratero and Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski, when they were in Hawaii, while Tammy was being murdered, you remember Chad needed Alex's help. Remember that? Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So while they're over in Hawaii, there's a allegation, and I heard this from a group, True Crime Underground, Carl Danger. He was on JS for Justice, and I caught it, and then it just was something that it's very little, and I mean, but it's big, Um,
Yeah.
but okay, so the allegation is that while they were in Hawaii, while Tammy was being murdered, that Melanie Boudreaux Pulaski had collected a lot of money and like settlement between her and Brandon's divorce. Okay. And I mean, so she had a lot of money on her, I want to say I don't really know exact number, but like to the tune of 200 to 300,000, somewhere in there. They had businesses and things like that he had to buy her half out, and not to mention that she refused to remove her name as the beneficiary on his life insurance policy. So that's another motive, that's another reason to want him dead. And anyway, so in Hawaii, it has been said that Melanie Pulaski donated $6,000 to Operation Underground Railroad. And while that may be a little bitty whatever, it may be nothing. But so that's where I was expecting Operation Underground Railroad to rear its head. I'm just like, well, we'll have to wait. It's a lot of
Yeah.
waiting, but well, it smacked me in the damn face whenever Joseph Murray was like, yeah, we were preparing for an event that he organized, but he also lets it slip, or he also shares that it's Spring Creek Book Company that actually was organizing it. So it's the companies that back these things that really interest me, because I'm just like, well, okay, well, that's Chad and Tammy Daybell's book company, and they are the ones that are basically sponsoring, like they're fundraising for Operation Underground Railroad, and it's a horrible, horrible, and very deceptive, in my opinion, a nonprofit organization that has raked in millions and millions of dollars. Um, the movie that came out last year, July 4th, Sound of Freedom.
Yeah.
Okay. That movie is very deceptive. It's like propaganda, basically, because it doesn't really, it's emotional. And so they're making money off of people's emotions, because
Yeah.
who isn't against, and, who isn't for, oh, how am I going to say that? I'm saying it wrong. Um, who is for children being hurt and trafficked? And nobody, it's just like when
Right.
people are like, well, if you're not for us, you're against us type of mindset, those that are like, it's black or white. And okay, so if you're not for us, then you must be a pedophile. That kind of bullshit,
Yeah.
I'm just, mm-mm, y'all are
Yeah.
nasty. But they weaponize this, and they use it, and they prey on unsuspecting people who really just want to get behind a good cause, a good
Yeah.
noble cause. And that's how they're raking in
Mm-hmm.
millions and millions of dollars and not doing a damn thing. Okay? It's so sus to me, because Tim Ballard he was over Operation Underground Railroad until about a year ago, whenever the accusations started coming out about, they were civil suits that were filed in a Utah court. And right before these things started to come out, right before these 6 or 7 women came out, and they used to be ops for Operation Underground Railroad. They used to go on the alleged ops. I'll say alleged because there's
Yeah.
no proof of any kind of helping or saving or rescuing any child or woman from human trafficking. There's not. Um, but there is proof of how much money goes into all these different funds that are set up. They can look like shell accounts even, but you just do a little digging and you're like, oh my God, $12 million. That's a lot of freaking salary there, bud. And it's not going to what is being purported. That is deceptive. That is illegal, in my opinion. And I think these people need to be held accountable. But this is where it goes all the way up to uh, through Tim Ballard, okay, who used to speak on the same speaking, so not circle, well, yeah, that too, uh, circuit. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Speaking circuit as the Fern Foundation. Okay, that's Rod Meldrum. Rod Meldrum is who's over that. He also has the Book of Mormon Evidence Conference. And he was hand in hand right there with Mike and Nancy James of preparing a people. That's another thing that pissed me off through the whole
Yeah.
trial. Everybody kept saying it wrong and different. And I'm just like, how can we ever hold these people accountable if we can't even get their name to stick, And
Oh, yeah.
people are just like,
Yeah.
it's very loose,
Yeah. That makes a lot of
And
sense.
they've even abandoned it. And they rebrand. That's what these people do. This is what they do. All of
Yeah.
them. They all rebrand, and they repurpose everything, and then they just keep on with the con. Okay. And
Yeah.
that's bullshit.
Yeah. And
But go ahead.
I was just gonna
Always say
say, Trish, but there's questions on screen. Trish has. I put the comment on the screen for you to read.
okay. I'm over here back behind another thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
No, you didn't know. May I ask 2 questions? What was the most shocking moments in Chad's trial and Lori's trial? I mean, Lori's was for me, and I mean, because I was there, it was just looking at her, looking at where we're at. We're in a courtroom. It's been this big, everything's boiling up to the surface. Finally, we're here. It's go time, basically. And I'm just like, all this. I'm staring at Lori, and I'm just like, and my head is so loud. Everything in I'm just it's like, and it's just like, oh my God. How you're just still not going to admit it? I mean, that's how far she is going. She is going the distance, okay?
Hmm.
Um, and it's just like she does have to hang on to this belief system, or whether
Yeah.
she believes it or not, because to do otherwise, she would have to actually live with the fact of what she's
Mhm.
done. And it was
Exactly.
not done in righteousness, and they were murdered, okay?
Mhm.
No one was murdered here or in this case, and I'm just like, "You're right." If I look at it in your twisted little brain and your
Yeah.
little friend, with your semantics and all that shit. Sorry. But, like, it's just like, "Yeah, okay, my bad. Oh, sacrificed. Okay. You're right. Okay. Mhm.
Yeah.
Whatever
Yeah. I
makes you
was
sleep at night."
exactly. Yeah. I mentioned that last night that I don't know. Somebody was talking about or asked about if we thought Lori would ever admit
Mhm.
it or something. And I said,
Mhm.
it's more comfortable for her to stay in this
Yeah,
delusion
it is.
because to come out of it, then exactly all those emotions and everything that
Yeah,
happened, and then
that's
the
nuts.
guilt, if you're a normal person, the
If you're a normal
guilt, yeah,
person.
and everything else that comes out. You know,
Yeah.
I was wondering what you thought, because I don't know, I found this shocking, and I'm not sure, because I mean, we all kind of suspected that Garth was the one that found Tammy.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so his friend, Garth's friend from work,
That was big.
yes, coming on and
Michaela
said that.
Michaela Beglin. I was not. Now that yes,
Yeah.
that was the most shocking thing for me. That
Oh,
was
there
like,
you go.
"Whoa, whoa," and this guy has no dog in the hunt. He's got nothing's like weighing
Right.
on him telling the truth or not. He don't give a shit, he's already moved on, and I'm
Yeah.
sure but, I mean, he does not know I'm sure he doesn't know how important of a testimony his was. Like, it blew it out the water for me, Whew. Just thinking about it, I get chills, it's just like,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah,
And
really.
Garth
Yeah.
and so I'm like, does Garth believe his own lies? Or was he put up to it, or both? Like,
Yeah.
what goes into this delusion of
Right.
this righteousness? And I mean, we do see the righteousness, like, Lori for sure with her big nose
Yeah.
holds it up high. It's like she is exalted in her mind. Like she thinks she is better than everybody else. And that I can testify to.
Yeah.
I'm just picking, but like whenever I met Lori was right after her and my Uncle Charles were married in '06. Okay. And I just had my little girl. So, I had 2 kids and we went to this ranch in Austin. It was just a friend of my Uncle Charles. And I just remember this is all I remember. So whatever. But like I remember hearing that the woman who owned the ranch or whatever
Hmm.
was like she had just divorced somebody in Microsoft or whatever. I just
Right.
remember it being called like a $10 million ranch and whatever. I'm not I don't care about all that.
Yeah.
You know, I straight up live in a mobile home, so there's that. I
Yeah.
mean, it's just, whatever, I mean, I don't know. But, I mean, but it was beautiful while we were there. We stayed in the guest house, and I stayed
Hmm.
under the same roof as Jerry. Well, my Uncle Jerry was there too. But, Janice and Barry Cox. I don't remember if Adam was there. I don't think he was, but I don't remember if Summer was there. Like I would think that that would stand out, but it doesn't. I just
Right.
recall that, I had an infant basically, and I remember seeing Tylee and Lori is such a love bomber. I see that now.
Yeah.
that, I just remember her like, there's both of our families are meeting for the first time, basically. And this is right after they got married. And so Colby was there, but I didn't really see Colby a lot. I didn't see my son Zach a lot because there was, and my Uncle Charles's other two sons, Cole and Zach. There was this little, I want to say like not a garage apartment, but it was over where they parked the mules, the little side by sides.
Hmm.
And there was a room up there and it was all decked out boy stuff. It was really cool. I wouldn't have interacted with anybody either if I was their age, and there were like 5 game stations, they were like,
Yeah.
having the time of their lives out
Wow.
there. So I don't really recall many things with the boys, but I do remember seeing like Tylee. She clung to her mother. She was 3 years old whenever I met her. And so she's in between my children's ages, and
Hmm.
I just remember, Lori didn't like hold her or anything because she was too busy talking and wowing everybody, with
Yeah.
she has a great personality, a very
Mhm.
charismatic, and it's just engaged. She was very engaged. Anytime I recall with Lori, she was always engaged in the conversation. She cared about what you were, or she appeared to care about what you were saying.
Right.
She just gave that off. Again, I was never one-on-one with her. However, she has been one-on-one with my daughter and has told her, my daughter, Ashlyn, she told her that she was special. And anyway, I don't pry too much about, what like what Ashlyn's experience is, because I don't want to push her, or, I'm just like, hey, I'm here if you ever want to talk about it, because she was the closest out of all of us, out of me, mom, Larry, that she was the closest to them because she would spend like weeks at a time during the
Right.
summer and stuff like that, um, with Lori and Charles and Tylee and JJ. In fact, my last text from Uncle Charles said, I forget, it's in my phone still, but something about how awesome Ashlyn is, and
Oh,
how good she was how good she is with JJ, and how he asked if Ashlyn could come the next summer, which would have been the murder summer, thank
right.
God. But to
Jeez.
go to, what is it? Not Astroworld, but not Waterworld. It's with the
Sea,
animals, the sea.
SeaWorld?
There you go, the sea animals. Oh my gosh. It's the little things,
Yeah. Yeah.
But to go and hang out, with them the next summer, and anyway, so I mean, that's very blaring, But anyways, back to the ranch, okay?
Hmm.
Where I just remember seeing like Lori chit-chatting with everybody in my family, and there was no alcohol. When I'm Catholic, I was raised Catholic or whatever, and a, a lot of drinkers on our side, okay? Including myself at that time.
Hmm.
So, I mean, I was just like, okay, if it stuck up, or, I just never had to interact. I'm from Southwest Louisiana. We do a lot of things by drinking, I mean, it's just a lot
Yeah.
of social interactions and things like that. I'm not, vouching for it, or anyways, it's just the culture I grew up in.
Yeah.
And so Mormon, and again, I don't recall them being Mormon. I never heard that really. I just never, uh, they never tried proselytizing or anything to me. And I'm just like, well, they weren't very good. They weren't like, hey,
Yeah.
they just like with Lori, I see that she, and I hate, this is a slang term or whatever. So I apologize, but she basically pimped out my entire lineage, like with the whole rating scale, sending it to Chad, having
Yeah.
him rate my family through the lineage, like from the 1500s. Okay. And I mean, I have those documents. It's just it's a weird coincidence, is what it is. At that
Yeah.
same time that Lori was sending those things to Chad, I too was looking in ancestry.com. I'm just sentimental like that. I just like to know things, and I was working on that just at the very beginnings of it. And I remember asking my mom, okay, Kay Woodcock, I asked her, who her grandfather's parents were because he was adopted.
Hmm.
Okay. That changes things, Chad. Just saying. Anyway, dumb dumb. But anyways, they would have been dark no matter
Yeah.
what. But so I asked my mom, I was like, "Hey, do you know the name of your grandfather's parents?" And she was like, "No." She was like, "But you know who is good and who is into all that?" And she was like, "Lori, she's a Mormon and they're all into that." And it
Yeah.
was nothing mean or anything. It was just like, "Oh yeah." I mean, because they are. And
Yeah.
so mom had asked Lori or Charles, I don't even know who, about those, documents or whatever. And so my mom had sent me like somebody took a picture of the desktop, okay, of the
Hmm.
Apple Mac or whatever,
Yeah.
and so sent them to me. And I mean, this was a whole year, but this was like 2018, same time frame. I'm just like, oh my god, that's weird. And
Wow.
so again, I ran across those screenshots not long after the kids were found, and I didn't realize that they were live photos. And so you click on them and they're like they just show a little
Oh, wow.
snippet, and I'm just like, oh my god, it's just interesting to me.
Yeah.
No,
You know,
you never see these things coming right at you.
yeah. I do ancestry.com too. I'm been
I've
going through
stopped
my
after
family.
that.
So I totally understand that. It's so hard once you start, you can't stop.
Mhm.
You have to make yourself stop because it keeps going, it never ends. So
Yeah,
when you're
and it's
on there.
but it's offensive what they've done. They've exploited every spiritually, financially,
Hmm.
uh, physically, mentally. I mean, just I'm just like, "What is your deal, bully, with my family?" Like, I
Right.
feel very protective of in that sense, like, what y'all have done, I don't know what it is that you're doing, and whether it's real or not or true or not, they believe it, and I'm just like, and I mean, it happened, it did actually alter my reality by taking these people that I love out of my life, by murdering
Yeah.
them, by taking their human rights away. And anyway, so it's
Right.
so deep for me, for sure.
Oh,
Um,
yeah. You know, After listening to some things in the trials and
mm,
everything and about where Alex was when Tammy died, etc. Do you think Alex helped Chad with Tammy?
I do. I've
Yeah.
always thought that, again, I go to that picturing thing and I've just always pictured like, again, it goes down to their last moments. I don't
Hmm.
wanna have to, but I do. I
Yeah.
think about their
Yeah.
last moments and how she had to have felt betrayed. I feel like Tammy was just clicking through life and, she was kinda dissociated, it seems, in the sense of, like, just she was not paying attention to what Chad was doing because she knew. In her heart of hearts, she knew. Whether or not she read my uncle's email, I don't know, I mean,
Right.
it kinda looks like she didn't. I always thought she did, and maybe she did, we don't know. It's one of those things we'll
Hmm.
never have the answer to. Either way, I mean, it didn't stop what was heading straight for her. And I mean, after the trial of Chad, after Chad's trial, or as soon as his kids testified, I remember going live, I've streamed it too, and I was just like, "Oh my god." If you remove Alex and you remove Lori from the entire situation, I still feel like she was doomed. Straight up, she was marked for death. And I mean, because her kids were unappreciative. They're all about the patriarchal papa there.
Yeah.
And it just seemed very betrayal. It was just betraying, and she didn't stand a damn chance.
Right.
That's how it looked to me. I mean, and that was just my first gut instinct, or, the first thing that just made itself really apparent to me.
I think you're right. I didn't think about it that way. And if it wasn't Lori, it would have been somebody else
Right.
that
Right.
Chad found. And
He was looking for that.
yeah.
And I mean, he found somebody that would make things happen. And I mean, I don't know what drives people to the point of feeling like they can call the shots and take another's life. That to me is just that's not religious, that's just basic human rights, like you don't have that right. Um,
Yeah.
and
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
I think Garth found Tammy. Chad was driving Alex back to the church. Chad came home and had to come up with an excuse and convince Garth to move her to the bed and delay calling 911. That is
Yeah.
that is
Yep.
about how I feel too.
Yeah. Me too. Especially after, I don't know, after Chad's trial, if I
Mhm,
had to make a bet right now, I would bet
mhm.
that Alex helped. You know.
Now, some people
What?
think that she may have been killed in the freaking cozy cone. I hate
Hmm.
that.
I
Okay.
know that's
And kitty corner. I'm just like, oh my
yeah.
god. I'm from the
Yeah.
south, and we say catty corner. Damn it. Yeah.
I say catty corner. So yeah.
It's an ongoing debate.
Yeah.
No, it's like, you just kind of the way they say it, I guess it's so offensive the way they say it. Like hearing John Pryor say kitty corner, it's just like one of those trigger words where I just want to go, "Bunk," like,
Yeah.
shut up.
That's
I
funny.
don't
I
know what
heard
it is.
that last night when we were playing some of the trial video,
Yeah,
and one of them said kitty corner, and it did. I'm like, God, that's so annoying.
it
Yeah.
is. It's totally annoying. And look, I've written down a list of all the words that offend me. Just like how Melanie Gibbs says, Lori said she received him, like Kay received JJ at the airport. And I'm just like, received. Okay. And I'm like, well, my
Oh,
mama made
what?
me some receiving blankets when my babies were born.
Right.
Like what is he's not like
Yeah.
uh, a front receiver, or anything.
Yeah. You receive mail. You
Yeah,
don't
you don't
receive
receive
children.
people.
Yeah.
Anyways, it's just and like when David Warwick, he said tender, because I have found that in the scriptures, and I'm just like, mm-mm. Man, it is so much woven into. They did take their religious beliefs from their larger belief system, I do believe, and they exploited it even more than was already exploited.
Hmm.
And I mean, it just kind of trickles down. They use that as a weapon, I believe. They used it and they still do because they talk in this, what I call code talk. And I mean, to unsuspecting people like myself who was not raised in this system, they
Right.
there's a lot of things that do go over our heads. And but again, you just peel back a layer and you're like, oh no. And I
Yeah.
mean, there is so much deeper. It does go so much deeper. And just again, I want to know why, this book has, I mean, not only was it under Lori's leg, but it was also in the text messages between Lori and Zelima, where Zelima was like, "The Visions of Glory is better than church." I'm just saying there needs to be
Oh.
a line drawn. This is my advice to church leaders, not that they care or they listen,
Right.
because again, they never mentioned my family's names. They never offered their platforms you know, to help us look for the children. Um, so that's alarming to me. I'm just like, how do you a church, you think of a place that I guess feels like you and thinks like you, but it's not. It's an organization that makes money, and that is their game, in my opinion. It just
Right.
is. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to offend anybody, but it's
Yeah.
taken 5 years to kind of even walk around it. Because I
Yeah.
do care. I do care. I just look at your system. It's a system. It's not people. Okay. And so that's another thing. It's like, how do people put their beliefs above human life? That I'm just so wowed by that. It's
Oh.
offensive, and where people feel the need to protect a church, and I'm like, it's a church. It is a building. It is it's it does not. It's not human life. It's not a human life. So how can you put anything? I don't care what or who or what you believe in. How do you put that above human life? That to me is just very troublesome.
That always bothers me. Has bothered me too, especially because I'm a big researcher of history, and
Mm,
all the way, you go back. I mean, you can go back since the beginning of time, and
Yeah,
people have been killed over religion.
big time.
And yeah, and
I
even
mean,
just,
horrible stuff.
yeah, and like in the era of, Henry
Senseless.
VIII, and I mean, there's
Yes.
tons of other time periods.
Oh,
I'm just
wasn't it
using
like
one.
Mary, his daughter or something
Bloody
too?
Mary, yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Holy crap.
burning people because, Protestants, they
Literally.
don't believe in the Catholics. So they're putting the beliefs over the person in that.
I want to say somebody
Yeah.
brushed her hair too hard or something one time, and she, you know, again, but
Yeah.
the history is so different. The way we learned it in school, it's like so
Mhm.
different when you really learn. It's horrifying, and
Yeah.
how it's gone centuries and just has kind of become these just tales, where it's just very whitewashed again,
Yeah.
and uh anyways, but the visions of glory thing, it comes up under her leg. It's on her person, basically. It's in whenever Hawaii does uh sees the rental vehicle that they were driving in Hawaii. It's in her back. There's a backpack, and there's the book Visions of Glory. Okay. Also, they talk Visions of Glory in their coded phone call between one another, Chad and Lori. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Which was the day before. It was the day before Tylee and JJ's remains were found. Now, the prosecutors have proposed, and even the investigators have proposed, that this is coded talk, which I mean we all knew, but that was kind of confirmed there. And how they were saying that Chad was trying to talk Lori out of saying, okay. And I don't quite get that. And I've tried. I'm just like, I don't really hear him talking her out of it. I hear two a-holes, just
Mhm.
really talking some mad delusion right now, and just trying to maybe reaffirm one another that, y'all were just playing it right before I came on, that part in the closing statements about Chad and Lori's weird coded phone call. Okay. But so they're talking Visions of Glory in there. And I've watched Hidden True Crime, Lauren, that day that came out, when Ray Hermosillo took the stand and in Chad's trial, and they introduced this recorded jail phone call between Chad and Lori. And so in the very beginning, like right whenever, I think it's Rob Wood who is just basically entering it into, he's trying to confirm with Ray Hermosillo on the stand whether this is the recorded phone call. Does he recognize the voices? Da da da, you know. But
Right.
this is right before as he's publishing it, I guess you could say, to the jury. And right in the very beginning, okay, right out the gate, and then he stops and he asked Ray Hermosillo, if that was it. Well, but in that very beginning that was published and played, Lauren with Hidden True Crime, she had brought to my attention that they were reading straight out of Visions of Glory. I mean, I
Oh,
don't,
wow.
anyways. And so I forget what chapter it is, but yeah, they were talking about pillars and light, pillars of light and whatever. And so that's another instance. Okay. But then, okay, so it was not only on her person when she was served, it was also in a backpack of hers, as she got arrested in Hawaii. Her and Chad are talking Visions of Glory in that jail call. Um, then you have allegations and multiple accounts of people to Lauren within True Crime saying, I want to say it's 3 on like Chad's side of it, and then like 1 on Tom Harrison's side of it, saying that Julie Rowe and Chad Daybell were meeting in Salt Lake City, where Tom Harrison's practice is. He's a therapist.
Oh,
Okay.
jeez.
Oh yeah. And we know they weren't going for freaking therapy, but this was something in the very beginning that didn't really. This is what I heard in the very beginning, right as everybody in the world learned that Tylee and JJ were missing. In the beginning of the case, I'd heard that Chad was meeting with an old man in a basement in Salt Lake City or something, who was teaching him how to portal. But this is what Tom
Oh, my
Harrison is. So
gosh.
this Tom Harrison is portal guy. Okay,
Oh,
that's what I'm equating. And I'm just like, why was Julie and Chad, if this is true, why was Julie and Chad, and we know what Julie does, okay?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh God,
Yeah.
you know. Um,
Jeez.
yeah, that last stuff right there with Julie Rowe, I was just, whoa.
Oh, I
She
know.
scares the shit out of me now. At first I was like, oh, whatever. They just use her as a scapegoat. Now I'm just like, mm-mm.
Yeah. What?
Don't look at the
Oh.
screen. Don't look her in her eyes. Holy shit. I need an old priest and a young priest and some holy water, right?
Oh my gosh.
Weird. And it's disturbing. Okay.
Right.
Whatever the reason her and Chad fell out, if they did, or if this was just one of those things that helped her do that, we'll never know. However, it's very curious. And again, why was Julie Rowe, if this is true, why was
Mhm.
Julie Rowe and Chad Daybell driving all, Chad would have had to have driven all the way from Idaho, okay, all the way to Salt Lake City, Utah. Okay, that's a trip, you know.
Yeah.
You don't just go there and come right back. So, and then why is there portals on this book and in the talk I have between John Pontius and Tom Harrison? There's this talk about portals and opening them up, and you're just like, we've all played with it, right? And we all say and joke, we do, and please
Yeah.
continue because it's what helps us get through all this crap. It's just like it's because it's so bizarre and weird.
Yeah.
So keep on keeping on, okay?
Yeah.
But he's talking about portals in this book, and it's ripping through the Mormon true crime for sure. Okay, because Tom Harrison is also at these same events, Eternal Core conferences with Tim Ballard, Operation Underground Railroad.
Yeah.
Okay. And Jody Hildebrandt. They're in prison. Jody Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke are in prison. Okay. They did some heinous acts of child abuse. And again, I think the Ruby Franke's children, they were kind of like, if there's a scale, okay, there's Tylee and JJ, who are that's like the ultimate, child abuse, I guess you could say. I
Right.
mean, where they're murdered. They're not here to tell. Okay. Then there's like Ruby Franke and her children. They were headed that way. Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski, her children that were rated dark, and how she would say, sometimes kids they're full of light and then they just go dark. And I just want
Oh,
to,
wow.
I
She
do.
said that?
Yes.
I
I
don't
mean,
know
that is something
that.
that Natalie Pulowski, that was relayed to Natalie Pulowski through Ian. So yes,
Oh.
sometimes they're just full of light and then they just go dark. And
Oh
you're
my
just like,
gosh.
what the hell? And then that Chad rated Melanie Boudreaux's children and Brandon Boudreaux's children
Yeah.
dark. Okay.
Yeah.
And again, you kind of have to know and I mean, I don't know if there's anybody here with this kind of knowledge. If there is, please let us know. But this is something I just kind of found. And it was in Melanie Boudreaux, her recorded phone calls, right, with that Ian Pulowski had captured of her talking to Lori and Chad, or I'll say Uncle Dad, because she was calling
Oh.
Chad Dad as well as that was her
Oh.
uncle. And right? Uncle Dad.
Whoa.
So, but we know that Chad had rated two of her children at least dark.
Yeah.
Okay. And Lori's sitting there texting Chad about, we had to paint over the crosses, 3 crosses that whomever one of Melanie Boudreaux's kids drew on the wall, so that the evil one can find us. And I'm just like, what is wrong with her?
What?
You are so backwards.
Whoa.
So, and I'm just like, oh my God, it's like inverted. It's completely inverted is what
Yeah.
I see it as. It's totally inverted. And, so, okay, there's that. And then we know they were kind of like on the way to Ruby Franke's children's level. You know what I'm saying? Like there's like different levels of this going
Yeah.
on, different tiers, whatever you gotta do it. But it's just like Tylee and JJ being the worst, and maybe, and Blaze Thibodeau's in there also. I mean, people are freaking out right now. And again, it's just like, what is back here? I mean, I know it's gonna be
Jeez.
ugly. I know it's ugly
Right.
because nothing good is coming from these fruits,
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try and wrap it up. I know.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah. So with all that, and I've been looking into the ritual aspect of this, and there are so many more of these stories, but people chalk them off or they weaponize them or label them as a conspiracy theory, and I'm like, it's horrible. It's like the worst child abuse ever. Take the ritual crap out of there. We don't care what they
Right.
believe. We just care that what they believe in, they are actually applying it to the people they're supposed to be loving. So that's where I'm just like, stop politicizing this. I'm not political. I don't give a
Yeah.
shit. I'm not going to sit here and pick between the two lesser or the lesser of two evils. I'm like, they both,
Exactly. Yep.
they both,
Yep.
they all suck, and I don't know, but we have to really, and it's hard to have to, like, I don't want to be labeled as conspiratorial. It's not my thinking. I'm just looking at all these different cases within this Mormon context, a belief system, and it's been going on forever.
Yeah.
And even before Mormonism was born, I
Yeah.
mean, it's been going on. And
You're just trying to
how
work it all
are
out,
we?
you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's 2020 freaking 4. It's the end of the world again.
Yeah.
July 22nd, 2024. We are here, and we are still like, slapping labels on things. False Memory Syndrome Foundation, they've come out and did a whole bunch of damage. Okay, because the person that started that, the people that started that, were being accused of ritual abuse. So they're
Yes.
like, oh, okay, we're gonna fight fire with fire, and so they
Yeah.
come out with this whole like organization, and it's used in witness testimony, expert witness, and you're just like, oh my God, the damage that is done by the denial is just people trying to cover for other people or themselves. It's full with this one. It really
Oh,
is.
yeah. I agree with that. And that's been going on for so long.
The
I was
damage.
gonna, yeah. Have you ever read the book The Kingdom of the Cults
No,
by
never heard
Walter
it.
Martin?
I
It's
will.
pretty interesting. You should be able to find it online. I have a copy.
Mm.
It was published in what I think 1985. And it's a book my dad had told me to read because he was
Okay.
studying all that
You're the
back
cop,
then. So
right?
it's
Your dad
really
was law
interesting.
enforcement.
Yes.
Your dad. Okay, that's what I
Yep.
thought. I remember that.
Yep. He was.
Okay, and I have one to propose also. Is it's
Hmm.
online for free. I have the links. Just I don't have them right here, but I have
Yeah.
them under a lot of my videos where I do mention it. But it's called Program to Kill, and it's by David
Oh,
McGowan, and it is like, I'm so interested because cults are not really what we think. Not me for sure. I was just like, a cult. Okay, you
mhm.
learn so many different terms and stuff, and then people make their entire careers are based off of being a cult expert, or
Yep.
and I mean, I get it, and I mean, I don't think that, I'm not saying everybody is deceptive. I'm just saying be aware of these things, because I wasn't, and
Mhm.
and so, because some people are actually ex-members, or whatever. And
Yeah.
anyway, so, but wherever there's a cult, I'm learning there's also uh some really weird like government agencies, going on, experiments and stuff that are going
Mm.
on in the background, and I'm just like, like portaling, like
Yeah.
astral traveling,
Oh,
the CIA, I mean, there's Stargate, and there's all these different programs, and I'm just like, so what's really going on? Are they trading arms? What's going on here? Because it's like these are just the cover up stories, or the
right.
things that make us stop looking past that. That's all I'm saying. It's just
Right.
like, wow. I mean, from Charles Manson all the way down, and I'm just like, it's just something to think about. It's not like everybody, that's the awesomeness of us being so different, is that we
Mhm.
all get to have different perspectives, and yes, we may not agree with everybody. I don't, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
but it doesn't mean I'm like, rah, 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 attack, attack,
Yeah.
attack. So I don't like that, you know.
Yeah, I see people ask, so many times they don't understand how anybody
Mhm.
could believe in
Yeah.
these belief systems with these what we consider crazy beliefs and
System.
things like that. And
Yeah.
if you read about like the
There.
book you're talking about and stuff, you learn more how people do that because people
Mhm.
don't realize how easy it is for them to fall
It's a
into something like
slippery
that.
slope.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Hmm.
Yes. It's like things are primed,
Yeah.
and I mean, just again, just from my unexpertise, I'm not an expert or a professional. I'm not any of this. It's just from my experience as being a family member to 3 of the murder victims in this story.
Yeah.
But these are different things to kind of look into because again, I don't understand how you grew up or you don't understand, I mean,
Yeah.
you will never get it because it's unique to our own individual
Yes.
lives.
Yeah.
And so when we talk socially and things like that, we're just trying to understand other people's perspectives and how, this could happen, what things were going on that could attribute to influencing or, you know, how we got here,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
And it kind of answers the whys in a lot of ways
Hmm.
for me.
Yes.
And I'm like, oh, okay. Not saying it's right. I'm not like, oh, okay, I get it now. Yeah. Okay, you're justified. No, it's not like that. It's just like, oh,
Right.
it is a slippery slope.
Yeah, that's like I
And
always say, you can understand it from a psychological
mhm,
perspective, academically, but we'll never
yes.
understand it emotionally.
And I
How
mean,
they
we can
could do that.
only, and
Yeah.
all we can do is just talk about it, right? And
Hmm.
then everybody here will do with what they will. And, I don't want any more victims. It's called Program to Kill by David McGowan. And again, I'll send them to you and Trish, and y'all
Awesome.
can maybe share it. It's a free PDF, but it's very interesting, very very interesting, because a lot of these are billionaires that are behind all these things. Also, these big corps and everything, and that's what I'm getting into. That's what I've kind of been looking behind the scenes. Like. And I mean, I know a lot of, and again, this is not saying anything negative about East Idaho News or Nate Eaton. I'm
Hmm.
just sharing what my experience has been. And I met Nate in January 2021 when me and my mom went to Rexburg to go to one of Lori's hearings, but they canceled it. And that's whenever John Pryor and Mark Means were trying to disqualify Rob Wood. Okay, so we went there for that. I was given a jacket even from the mayor. Okay, it's got the city emblem on the back, and it says, "We will never forget." It's got Tylee and JJ, right here.
Yeah.
And I mean, I thought that was so nice, and it is nice. But if you just look behind it, you're just like, oh, huh. Are they mocking us? That's in a sense, because what's really going on behind the scenes is not being shown to people. And I find it interesting that, like, Frank Vandersloot, he is a huge, 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 huge billionaire in Southeast Idaho. Whenever Adam Steed, y'all remember Adam Steed from Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrandt,
Hmm.
when he came out about all that, the Boy Scouts of America, he's the
Yeah.
whistleblower for that. Um, well, he had mentioned in his interview with Mormon Stories podcast with John Dehlin, Adam Steed, he said that whenever I think him and his brother, Adam and his brother were getting congressional, I don't know what it's called, a congressional award or something like that. And because of what Adam Steed did, because he was a whistleblower, because his parents just kept pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing, legislation was changed in the state of Idaho because of their perseverance and for not just rolling over and just saying, okay, another kid, you
Yeah.
know? And well, what very briefly, Adam mentioned that something about Frank Vandersloot. It caught I was just like, because I know that Frank Vandersloot owns East Idaho News and he bought East Idaho News, or it was developed basically by Bonneville Communications. Bonneville Communications was the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Okay.
Okay.
And there's some disturbing history that I can go into with that, but not can't do that here,
Yeah.
but it's very interesting. And so East Idaho News was created in 2015. And so it makes me think, I'm like, okay, well, what was going on? What needed to be spun? Because if you control
Oh
media, you kind of control the
my
narrative.
God.
And which is why I have witnessed
Mm.
with my own two eyes whitewashing of things,
Uh,
distancing of things. And I mean, again, I don't know if it's intentional. I don't know. And I mean, I know
right.
that I'm not the only person either. And I mean, this is just my experience. I appreciate what Nate Eaton has done um, as a reporter, but it's just to me, I can't get behind that. I can't because it's not it's not allowing the whole story to be. It's not, who talks out about this is me and Megan Connor.
Mm-hmm.
Megan
Yeah.
Connor, East Idaho News reached out to her a long time when Megan kind of first entered the social, the what I mean, true crime kind of area of
Yeah.
YouTube and everything with Lori's case. Okay, whenever she kind of entered the scene, she was contacted by East Idaho News for an interview. And then she, accepted, but they never got back to her. And she was like, "Well, I assume it's just because they found out kind of what I'm talking about." In their minds, they see it as anti-Mormon. Okay, if you're not for us, you're against this. Okay, and then there's me, who is just kind of, I don't have a motive besides just team justice for and just I want the truth, because the truth is what actually gives, I think, my family justice, because it's to tell their stories, okay, truthfully,
Yeah.
full, truthfully, reality for them, It gives truth to why they were murdered, okay? It just anyways. So, we're the two people that kind of, I guess, could be seen as anti-Mormon in their eyes. I'm not anti-Mormon. I love people,
Yeah.
okay? There's no labels, it's just whatever.
Right.
But it's interesting that neither myself or Megan neither one of us have been interviewed by East Idaho News. And I find that a little
Really.
weird, I mean, he's interviewed everybody, every damn body, okay? And
Well.
I don't think I'm anybody important. I'm just saying it
Yeah.
just is like, I appreciate these journalists and what they do. I do. I don't know about the system or who writes that paycheck, you know what I'm saying? So I just find that interesting. If y'all don't know, Frank Vandersloot, he's the owner of the multi-billion dollar corporation, the wellness company, it's termed, Melaleuca plant, Melaleuca company. And if y'all don't know, um, Ian Pulowski works for Melaleuca. Okay.
Oh wow.
And it's kind of set up as an MLM, but he denies that it is, even though it is. It's
Uh,
structured just like it. But anyways, it's very interesting.
wow.
So that's what I've been digging into, stuff that'll get me murdered.
Oh,
Anyways, just saying.
that's why you need all this
So
stuff public, man.
that's exactly another
Yeah.
reason.
Yeah. And I just was thinking, um, on Lori's trial when what was the friend? Was it Audrey or Aubrey?
Audrey Baratero.
There it is. I kept wanting to say Bertolino, but I'm all no, that's a lawyer or something like that. I'm
We'll
thinking
take
of or a judge or something. Um,
it.
oh, that was the Brian Laundrie case. Bertolino.
Oh gosh.
That's what it was. Okay. So yeah, what did you think of what she had to say about Lori, if I remember correctly?
Audrey?
Yeah, about her
I don't
wanting to
believe
kill
Audrey one
Joe.
bit.
You what?
I don't. Oh, about all that? Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe. I mean, I believe it too. I mean, I do. That Joe was murdered. I really do, because that same weekend or that same time frame, March 17th, my grandma died. My mom, and it was my mom. She's my grandma, so she's mom and Charles's mom.
Yeah.
Keith Morrison referred to her as a matriarch. I was like, well,
Yeah.
anyways, there's a little difficult history there, but what I'm saying is my grandma died March 17th of 2018. Joe Ryan was found April 3rd, 2018. You do the math. Charles was in town. Lori did not come for my grandma's funeral.
Oh,
So it's the perfect, like, little window of time to, get rid of obstacles.
wow.
So I don't know what that means. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just know that that's pretty sketch, in my opinion.
Yeah,
And not to
especially
mention all
without,
the other things. Yeah.
right, especially without Charles there to account for her
Mhm.
movements.
There's motive there,
Yeah.
definitely. And there's history there as well.
Mhm.
And it's always at these kid exchanges, like Charles was picking JJ up. Lori and Joe brought Tylee to this kid exchange center. Okay. So that you don't have these kind of issues like an ex brother-in-law coming up to you with a damn taser gun. Okay. That's
Yeah.
to prevent these type of things. If anybody here is going through anything like that, like with Jason, whenever we first got together and everything, I have bonus children. Okay. They're young.
Mhm.
And I'm like, meet her at the police station. Okay. Just meet her at the police station. That way, if
Yeah.
there's any bullshit, you're right there,
Yeah.
and so that's my advice to those, but
Right.
so it's always around a kid exchange. There's Tylee, Joe, and Alex and Lori, right there at that kid
Mhm.
exchange. Then there's Charles and going to pick JJ up on that kid exchange. Then there's Brandon Boudreaux, who just did a kid exchange with Melanie Boudreaux. I'm just saying that the history is a good indicator of future behavior, and
Yeah.
mhm, because for
Yeah.
sure,
Yeah.
they're going to be there. For sure, but that's really, really, really alarming.
Yeah,
To
that's
say the
true. I
least.
can think of some other cases where they were murdered. People were murdered at kid exchanges
Yeah.
as well.
Look at
Yeah.
Jared Bradigan. He had just
Oh
did a kid
yeah.
exchange
Mhm.
with his twins, and for sure he was going to be taking that route home. It's murder is
Yeah.
not good. It's so messy, and it's so one sided. It's not fair,
Right.
and it's not fair to the people it hurts, who love that person. It's not
Mhm.
fair to the person calling the shots who that's your when you get caught, because you will get caught. When you get caught, you're also being imprisoned, okay? I mean, it's just that nobody wins in this.
Right.
Nobody wins in murder. Nobody.
No, they're
It's
throwing their lives away too. And if
Mhm.
anything, appeal to their selfish side. You would think that would
Yes,
help.
because
You'll lose your
yeah,
freedom. You know,
they've
it.
got like Laura, I'm sorry, Chad's Chad's greediness, his ego,
Mm-hmm.
cashed
Exactly.
in on his wife's life insurance policy, which funded most of his defense.
Yeah.
Okay, that's nasty. Like that is
Oh
just
yeah.
that's trashy. It's
Blood money
trashy and
right
it's
there.
gross.
Yeah.
Blood money. I don't
Yeah.
want nothing to do with any kind of blood money at all. But I mean,
Yeah.
he took his kids to whatever that place is in California,
What, Disneyland
not
or
Knott's Berry Farm.
oh, Knott's Berry Farm.
Here, y'all get a vacay. He bought his kids off too, and they accepted, and they played right
Oh
along.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think it's bullshit. But full circle,
Uh-huh.
Southwest wind. It was Googled on September 8th, 2019. Joe and Emma Murray were preparing for the event, the Rexburg Run, the Rexburg Race, which happens every year. It's happening the same day this year, September 7th, 2024. This was September 7th, 2019. Operation Underground Railroad. That's the organization that Chad and Tammy's Spring Creek Book Company sponsored and was fundraising for. That is the event that Emma Daybell was like, yeah, we had an event that weekend. And so I Googled Southwest wind because I was just playing amateur meteorologist. And I'm like, bullshit, 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 you know? And so, I mean, down to the date, I have done this, okay, so many times. And I'm just like, no, why would Emma or anybody for that matter, why would anyone Google Southwest wind? And what is the definition of southwest wind
Mm-hmm.
on the day after their event. I'm just saying.
Oh,
And that's what it is. It's the day
okay.
after the event, so no need,
Wow.
you know. So that's a lie.
That's, I can fully admit I don't understand that sort of thing. I'm not good with the
I'm
north,
not either.
south, east, and west. So
Right?
I would never in my life dream of Googling that ever. I
Mhm.
wouldn't even know what it was.
Right,
No
right.
idea.
And wind direction. So either she lied for her dad or she's an accomplice to Tylee's murder. Okay. Because
Yeah,
on that
yeah.
very next day is whenever Chad signed the papers for Tammy's insurance to be increased. It was a
Mhm.
Sunday, September 8th. And then September 9th, Chad sent that text to Tammy saying about the raccoon and burning limb debris. Ha 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 ha. Which I've deduced
Oh,
down to, it being a racial slur or taking, a raccoon, a coon, racial slur, dark. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
And the limbs, I mean, we know how she was found. And so to me, I'm just like, oh yeah, he told on himself. And they can't help it either.
yeah,
They cannot. They brag about it and in plain sight, where they can
yeah,
kind of have plausible deniability.
yeah.
It's nasty. They're nasty. They're so nasty.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
really looking for this dang. I can't believe it's not popping up in my Google Photos. I do want to share that with y'all. It's the recording that I found, and if I can't find it, I'm gonna have to just go to it. I put the words to it so that you could kind of understand what she was saying or singing in my
Hmm.
Daybell. So I'm just gonna go to right here, and if I can share my screen real quick, I will
Yeah.
show this on our, on our. I don't know how long we have, but so this was okay. And how I found this was I was looking at that event because there's also a 9 or so minute interview with Joe Murray. It's right here. It's right here, and it's on SoundCloud, and it's BYUI Radio where Joe Murray is promoting. Did I say Joe Ryan just now? I didn't mean to if I did, but Joe Murray is promoting this upcoming Rexburg rescue race. Okay,
Mm.
that Tammy was allegedly, yeah, preparing for. And I mean, I do kind of see that. I can see where maybe she wasn't preparing for it, but she was volunteering for it. Hell, her company and Chad's company was sponsoring the damn thing. So, you know, I'm just saying maybe she didn't run it, but I do believe the principle. I do believe that Tammy was at the finish line helping people across and I think that she took a picture of Joe and Emma. I have a picture of Joe and Emma and their baby at the finish line. I believe Tammy took that picture. Chad was, and this was reported on websleuths.com, that Chad was said not to be there. So, and that was September 7th, 2019. And then the Google search was September 8th, 2019, the very next day after the event. You see what I'm saying? So,
Yeah. Wasn't Tylee's last known text message on September 8th?
yep.
Yeah.
And so
Wow.
either Emma's lying or she needs to be charged too. Just throwing that in there. How
Yep.
far will she go?
Yeah.
So, but anyway, there was a comment under this BYUI radio interview, and it was Emma saying, "Nice interview, Joseph." Okay.
Oh my
And
gosh.
so I clicked on her image on her profile picture and it pulls this up. This is her profile picture, the American flag up here, and it just says Emma. And I'm like, well, that's our Emma, that's our girl. And so this is what the Book of Mormon say. And I was like, okay, it's 9 years ago. It was on, oh, forget, it didn't show me right here. I don't know where I found it before, but it's like July of 2015. So this is right before they moved to Rexburg. Okay. They're in Springville. Anyway, so this is cringe. But anyways, it was 9 years ago. Perhaps she was being creative. And I'll publish the one that I have that is not showing in my Google Photos for some reason. So,
Yeah.
ready? Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's cringe. Everybody get your barf
Uh,
bags. Okay. Where the hell is it? Why ain't it playing? What the heck? Is it playing for y'all? Is it playing
uh,
for you? I don't hear it.
no.
Oh my God. Let me do this. This is weird. Okay, hold on. Let me refresh this. Right. Yeah.
Do you have the share screen button on your end?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just making sure. I wasn't
Let
sure.
me turn it back off. Hold on. Hold on. What the heck is going on? Let's see. Let me share it again. It never did show up on the screen. My bad.
Right.
I never did look. Now I'm gonna go back and look. Make sure it's not sharing. It is not meant to be.
Uh,
So it's still showing me and you is what I see.
yeah. Yeah.
It's not even adding the words or the sound. This is freaking aggravating.
Yeah. If it doesn't work,
Yeah,
we can always show it later
it's
too.
not letting me. Yeah. Yeah. I'll play it through here.
Uh,
It's aggravating. Let's see. Okay. So it's just interesting to me. So yeah, I
wow.
know. I'd rather y'all see because I put graphics to it, but I mean, it's just like okay, she was being creative, but this is only 9 years ago. She's like 20. If Garth is 28, then 27, 26. She's got to be like 26 or 27.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Scrappy.
That's interesting. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna look that book up though, and I
Yeah, check it
appreciate that.
out.
It's
You know.
interesting. I think they are. I think these kind of things are interesting
Yeah.
to
Because you might
understanding.
find something in there, you know?
That can apply. Trust me, it's
Yeah.
everywhere. I find it in
Yeah.
everything. I'm just like, oh,
Right. Yeah.
but
I just know that's the first book my dad introduced me to in that regard. You know, I still have the book he gave me. So,
are they
yeah.
still practicing? J-Dub, your
Is
parents
who?
are they still practicing?
Well, my father was an atheist and
Okay, mine
he's
is too. My real
deceased
dad.
now, but my mother's Jehovah's Witness actively. Yeah.
Yeah, my my moderator Donna, she's ex Jehovah's Witness too, and they all have the same patterns or whatever practices and cover up and just all the things, just systems that I think they're all working together. I really do. What is that noise?
I was just going to say, is she vacuuming? Hold on.
No, I'm
Is
sorry.
that
It's
a
it's
microwave?
my microwave.
Oh,
Oh my
okay.
good
That's so
lord!
loud. I didn't
It is.
surprise. Thought it was
I
a
can feel the
vacuum.
radio waves.
Yeah.
Here, let me hold on. Sorry guys, I didn't think you could hear it.
Yeah.
I'm not even
Girl.
in the kitchen. Hold on.
I felt like a robot was about to come out.
Sorry. Let me mute myself. Here we go. Sorry.
I can't think. Anyways, I do appreciate y'all doing this though. Every year, I've watched.
Oh, good.
So I really do appreciate y'all doing this and Tylee and JJ's names and you keeping their memories alive. And that I will forever be indebted, just thankful and grateful for.
Oh,
I
thank
think
you.
that when we stop mentioning their names is when they truly die.
Yes.
We're making it count for Lori. because it doesn't count for her. But
Right.
we're making it count for Lori, for Chad, and for anybody and everybody else who was associated and involved in this, in their murders, basically.
Mm,
We're making it count.
yeah. They should
That's the only
never
thing
be
we can do.
forgotten. People
Mm.
need to realize what can happen. And when
Mhm.
things like this go unchecked. And also that
Mhm.
there had to be so many signs for the people close to them.
Uncle
For
Charles.
example, talking about zombies to Melanie Gibb and things like that. And nobody did anything, but Charles tried,
Whoa!
and law
If y'all
enforcement didn't listen. And
No, but I
yeah.
gotta say right there, Chad was calling Tammy a zombie to her face because right in between the jury selection, I want to
Hmm.
say it was, and it was about they had a court hearing about whether they could let this witness testify or not, and the
Right.
lady said, "Oh, hold on, I'll come right back to that." The lady had witnessed Tammy. She worked with Tammy, and Tammy
Hmm.
said, "I'm not a zombie."
Oh my gosh.
Okay, it's just like with Tylee saying, "Not me, mom."
Yes.
Okay, I mean, that adds a whole 'nother layer of, oh my god,
Right.
horror, horror.
It
Okay, but
does.
then we know, like you were saying, how Tammy kinda had this belief system too,
Hmm.
you know? Again, I don't think that faults her as a person, I mean, whatever, it just is the application of it or just deciding that you can take another's life. I don't care
Yeah.
what you decide to use, to do so or to try and justify it to you and others around you. It's not right, so just don't
Yeah.
murder. It's a very easy
Yeah.
concept.
I,
You think anything new that we don't know will come out in Lori's trial for Charles? I do. I mean, oh, yeah. I mean, and I read the FOIA docs, okay? That's what I've been I mean, I have them and I share the links for those so that anybody wanting to, um, read them for themselves, I encourage you to. Um, but the FOIA docs, if you just kinda read them, you're like, "Hmm, okay, because 'cause you're trying to, actually understand the strategy as well.
hmm.
Especially between all the states, there's like 4 or 5 different states where these crimes were committed, and I'm like, "Wasn't that federal?" Like, human
Right.
trafficking or for sure she trafficked Tylee, for sure.
Yeah.
Um, and so, um, but I mean, committing felonies over state lines, all the things,
Hmm.
and I'm just like, "I don't get it," I'm just trying to understand it and to not be ignorant and, anyways,
Yeah.
just trying to be as best, educated as I can,
Where did you post the links for those documents?
I post them under my videos, like, of Melanie, of Summer, Shiflet, mm,
Okay.
um, I post them under those videos, under my live streams, I don't post them in everyone,
Yeah.
I'm not that good yet. I'm
Yeah.
just like,
I've been wanting
I'm
to
doing
read
good
them.
to put stuff in the
Yeah.
description box.
Yeah. I've been
And
wanting to
I
read them. So I'll look. Yeah.
yeah, yes, you're more than welcome, and, again, I didn't pay for them, sorry, my eyes itch, um, but they were given to me, and I mean, I have a lot of these things, and I just didn't know, like, how do I share? How do you do this? How the FOIA docs, people, I can be testy over them too, it just depends. Where I'm at in this grief cycle, it's just
Yeah.
it's usually because I don't understand,
Yeah.
like,
What?
when people were filling them in and I was just like, "What? Don't do that," like, "It's a
Yeah.
freaking investigation, like, we don't know
Right.
what's redacted," and it freaked me out, but I did apologize to that
Yeah.
person, because it's just like, I don't know, and you don't know unless you experience it or if you're if you go to school for this stuff, and not all of us do.
Right.
So
And the thing about FOIA is, some people don't realize this, but when somebody requests FOIA documents and
mhm,
say it's made public somewhere, and then
mm,
somebody else goes to request them, well, they won't give them to that person because they're made public. somewhere, so they have to find him. You know,
I didn't
and
know
then
that.
there's some people that
See?
will get the FOIA documents and put them publicly, then watermark them, and then they get upset if other people are using them. But
Yeah,
once they're public,
that's
then
it.
they're public property, and
Or
then
behind a paywall,
yeah, you can't. Once you do that, then it makes it harder for somebody else to get them for themselves.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's
I
I don't
mean,
know.
that's exactly how I've witnessed all this stuff too. I'm just like, okay, there's documents from like Wicked Truth and F-bombs about, like Joe Ryan and Lori's divorce stuff,
Yeah.
about uh, Melanie Pulaski's dad and his uh, whatever court battle over Melanie Pulaski with Stacy Cox
Yeah.
Cope. And so those are out there, I mean, anyways, I'm just saying, like, I'd never wanted to offend anybody. I just didn't know how that went, so I just never shared them. And then I got
Yeah.
to a point where both trials are freaking adjudicating, or they're done, and I'm like, that's enough, okay? Everybody gets you get a link, and you get a link, and you get a link.
Yeah.
You're muted.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's one of the first things there when you go to get FOIA docs that tells
Sorry,
you.
guys. I
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt here,
Go
but
ahead.
we have our next guest. So thank you. I didn't mean to
Okay.
interrupt, but
You're fine.
thank you, ladies. Thank you both so much. I
Bye, guys.
really appreciate it. So
I love y'all too.
we'll talk
It's the end
again
of the
soon.
world.
Okay.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Okay. Lauren, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I am great. Thank you so much, everybody. This is Lauren Matthias from Hidden True Crime, and let me get your banner up here. This is our 24-hour broadcast, so as you know, it's going to be a little bit wacky. So it's not going to be, not like 60 minutes like it usually is on this channel.
That's okay. And I want you guys all to know Dr. John will probably be joining us in just a bit.
That's
So
absolutely fine. Absolutely.
we go our separate ways, and he goes to his office and he has the link. So
Understood. So that is absolutely fine. We just appreciate you taking the time. Yeah, we just had Kresha Easton on, and Insightful One and Kresha talked for about 2 hours about Daybell and all kinds of. Where'd she go? Oh my God! Once again, Chad Daybell's portals
Oh yeah, sabotage.
have taken us. There she is. There she is. Yikes!
sorry about that.
We thought Chad Daybell's portal had got you again.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. It's too
Yeah.
easy. I'm like, yeah, it's, the end of the world again, and the portal got me again. And
Again.
I'm here. Here's to the
Again.
end of the world.
Again and again and again. So anyway, I was just saying that Kresha and Insightful One were talking about all things Daybell and Charles Vallow, and it was really, really interesting. And we're going to just keep along that same thing. But first of all, I want to know how you're doing. It was such I can just imagine it was physically and emotionally, the trial of Chad Daybell was just unbelievable. And then you had to, jump to Arizona to the Rust trial, and just want to make sure you're doing okay.
Thank you. Yeah. You know what? I was not disappointed that the Rust trial was only 3 days.
Yeah, that was great.
It was great. It was like we all got a feel of it, and then we all got to go home. No, thank you for asking. It was very overwhelming, and I do still feel like I am recovering. I came home to the really hot desert heat, and my son being out of school. We've definitely been slower at Hidden True Crime, just kind of like trying to regroup. And then, I was rushed off to the Rust trial. But I think one reason also I enjoyed the Rust trial too, though, is got us out of this heat. It was like 85 in Santa Fe. It was so nice.
Yes.
They picked a good place for a trial. But, I am finally recovering, finally. Mm-hmm. And I'm grateful that they pushed Charles's trial back. They needed to do that anyway. So I'm glad they did that. And hopefully we'll be ready to go by the time that happens. So thanks for asking.
It's going to be sometime next year, right? Oh, here's Dr. John.
Is he there?
He's here. There we go. Dr. John, hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm great. Now I'm going to change my banner. So everybody hang on. Gonna add Dr. John to the banner here. So Dr. John.
Welcome to the third annual end of world party.
It's actually
Dr.
the
John.
fourth. Let's see, we did
Is
it
the
in
fourth?
we did it in
You're right.
2020.
You're right. No, is it the fifth?
2021, 22, 23. Yeah, it's the fifth. It's the fifth. Yeah.
Chad Daybell, you were way off.
Yeah, way off. So yeah, it's our fifth annual end of the world again. True crime 24-hour. Great. Hold on 1 second here. And again, I've been up. I've gotten a few hours sleep, but not a ton. So let's see.
I know. I don't know how you do this. And you do it for us every year. We're so grateful for you.
Hey,
Do you sleep? Insightful
I
one?
do sleep.
You sleeping? Are you guys okay?
Insightful one, you got some good sleep, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I sleep over. I keep the camera on and sleep overnights, and then our Australian guy Ping comes in and takes over for a few hours, and then I just go to sleep, and people just watch me sleep. I have to put up a banner that says, "Don't call 911. I'm not dead. I'm just sleeping." So, because my friend almost called 911 one year. So, but anyway, I'm so grateful that both of you are here, and I just want to tell you, and I told you this a few days ago, Lauren. Dr. John and Lauren, I had to drive from Dallas to Salt Lake and then back from Salt Lake to Dallas. And I listened the whole time to all of your Daybell Vallow podcasts that you did that are on YouTube. And it is so fascinating. The way you both deep dive into this case is just, it's incredible. And the insights that you offer, I would really encourage everybody to listen to all of the hidden true crime, Chad Daybell, Lori Daybell, and soon to be Charles Vallow trial coming up, all of it, because you have, interviews with Girl on Fire, the one that, was all into Julie Rowe and another Julie Rowe follower that has since left. And Julie Rowe is such a big part of this case. And I think people forget that. But I just wanted to tell you how fantastic that was. But we've had a lot of questions about this potential sale of Chad and Tammy's house. Do we know anything about that?
Yes. I don't know the buyer, but I do know a lot more about it.
Oh, can you give us some scoop?
Yes. You are the first. This is, what did we decide last time? I bring the tea and Dr. John reads the tea leaves. Is that what
there we go? Perfect.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I don't know if there's a lot of reading tea leaves in this situation, but bring the tea, please.
Yeah. Well, okay. So, I'm going slow on purpose, everybody, because I always have to think, this, Trisha, what am I allowed to say?
Yes,
What can I say?
exactly.
So I don't know who the buyer is. Let's just lay that out here. So sorry, everyone. I do know that the buyer is a business owner in the community.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a bit of mystery here too. I'll tell you, it's allegedly closing on July 28th. That's the close date. That the business owner, that's this alleged, this community member, that's this alleged business owner in the community, knows about the case, and that they're going to put it under an LLC so that they never know this person's name.
Okay.
And there is a bit of confusion. So this is the mystery part, is the two people that went to look at it claimed they were family friends, and no family that I've talked to, the varied family, knows who the buyer is. And that allegedly they're planning to do possibly a GoFundMe to raise money for a memorial, but no family knows about this at all.
I mean that,
and there is varying opinions, and I would say the majority of families is very hesitant about any type of memorial. So I don't know.
that's kind of surprising, because you would think any memorial would have to involve the family saying, getting permission, and because you would want their permission. I mean, I applaud a person buying it and wanting to do a memorial, but not to go through the family is a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, so there's the confusion. So there's something very secretive and sort of mysterious about this
Mhm.
buyer and this closing.
Well,
So there you go.
Angela Conley has brought up a conspiracy theory, and that is that it somehow involved East Idaho News. Do we know that or no?
We don't, but I've wondered about that too, because this person claims that they're going to get a lot of money from a GoFundMe. And I have wondered, East Idaho News has their Secret Santa,
Mhm.
and a lot of business owners backing them. But you would think that they'd go through family too.
You would think.
So that's definitely crossed my mind. So
we'll just have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, so there you go. I do think that there's going to be a lot more to this story. I'll just say that from my intel that I'm getting,
Well, I'll tell you what, let's move on, and you'll keep us posted, obviously, Lauren, on anything on this house, because I'm happy to hear that it could possibly be a memorial, but we're just going to have to kind of wait and see what really happens with that. Okay. So let's get right
I want
down.
to just
Yes.
chime in quickly. I wonder if this is just speculation here, but I wonder if this is going to be like the Daybell version of Graceland or something.
Oh boy.
I don't know. I don't
That would be
believe
terrible.
I don't believe that's the case, but there's a whole cottage industry in true crime. I'm sure you know this, Tricia, but
absolutely.
There's a whole cottage industry of what's called murderabilia, right?
Mhm.
And people do tours of these types of homes, right? There's all kinds of there's a cottage travel industry around this. So I don't know.
That would be the worst case scenario.
This is just pure speculation, but because we don't know the buyer, but I wonder. I've said to Lauren, I wonder if this is going to be a Daybell Graceland type situation. You pay $10 at the door, right, and you walk through. I don't know. I hope not, but we'll see.
I hope not too, because and here's the thing. The fact that the family doesn't know anything about it, that's what really bothers me.
That's what's bothering me. Yeah. And that they allegedly said that they were close to family members.
See, right there. Dishonest. If true, that's that's dishonest, because they're close to family members. The family members would know. And they could say it is a memorial for JJ and Tylee and Tammy. But then, like you said, Dr. John, turn it into, $10, come take a tour. And, part of the money goes to a foundation, something like that. I certainly hope that's not it.
Well, I could see
those close. There are so many people close to this house that just want to move on.
Right.
Including the Prices across the street. They've been through so much, and this is such a tight knit, beautiful, peaceful community. I'm sure it would be the worst nightmare if that was something.
Exactly.
I don't know. They'd have to convert it from residential to there's probably a lot of steps they'd have to, but I don't know. I mean, that would be. I think in the wrong hands, something like this could go astray pretty quickly, right?
Very quickly.
So that's just my concern. That's probably more about my fears. I think if it is a business owner in the community who purchased it, I don't think that person would necessarily do that. So I think they'd probably respect the community. I think the scenario I'm thinking of would probably be more someone from outside the community that really doesn't care about the community.
Right.
And, just wants to turn it into this circus type situation.
Exactly.
That's true. That's a good point. Yeah, that is reassuring. This is a local. So you're right. That makes it a little bit more reassuring.
That's a little better. Exactly. Well,
yeah.
We'll keep our fingers crossed on that. Okay. One of the biggest questions that I get all the time about this case, and I want to hear it from both of you. And I think I already know your answers just from listening to the podcast To and From Dallas to Salt Lake. And Dr. John, I'll start with you. The first question, Chad Daybell, does he really truly believe He is the anointed one and the one that has these superpowers. And I apologize. I have to let my dogs out. I can hear you guys talking. It'll take 10 seconds. So please answer the question and I'll be right back.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay. So yeah, it's probably one of the biggest questions we get all the time too. So is it
Yeah,
is it
Trisha just
remotely?
started off with the big ones. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. She's not wasting time here. Is it? That's what I always expect from Trisha anyway.
That's right.
So, but
Right to it.
yeah, that's one of the things we love about Trisha. So yeah, it's such a complicated question. My position has generally been that he believes it, because to get to the point where you're willing to murder a number of people, generally speaking, I think you have to be pretty committed to do that. You have to be pretty committed to a certain set of beliefs to get to that point. And, he did it without hesitation. He did it with impunity, right? So I don't, there's this other argument, and I like telling this story about how Lauren was the sort of the main, you were one of the main people on the CW documentary about the Daybell case.
Mm-hmm.
And I was a small part of that, but during the part where I was on, there was this guy from New York, like the boss of the production, and he was apparently listening in, and we were talking about this very issue, and he came in, the speaker, and he chimed in and he said, well, what about the pendulum? What about the owl pendulum? Isn't that sort of like a showman? Isn't that like a gimmick and a ruse? And doesn't that show that Daybell was just playing everyone and he was manipulating everyone, right? And so that's kind of the counter argument, but I don't really see, I think, again, like getting to the point where you're willing to murder a number of people for your beliefs, essentially, I think at least at some point, I think he definitely is all in on those beliefs. He may have wavered a little bit. I mean, I can imagine there were times where maybe he questioned it or knew or like repressed it, that he didn't want, that at some level he knew it was false, but he convinced himself it wasn't. There's in social psychology, there's something called the sleeper effect, which is that if you tell a lie to yourself and other people enough over and over again, eventually you believe it. So a lot of people, I think Daybell could be one of those. They kind of engage in this sleeper effect that I think Chad Daybell, and it's not even conscious, I think Daybell convinced himself that these near-death experiences are real. I think he convinced himself that he was special. He was taking in all this information from all these people about how great his books was and how they were real and how special he was. And there's points where you, like in the conference where he meets Lori, and we have somebody send us this recording. He says his books are all real. He says, "Don't," and that's authentic. I think he, at that moment, he certainly believes it's real. So, and it wasn't far from that moment, maybe a year and a half later or a year later, that a lot of these murders started happening. So at least at that time in October of 2018, he's a true believer. And, and during his trial, just kind of looking at his reactions to things and how he perceived things, I still think he probably believes. He didn't really, he certainly doesn't have any remorse.
Oh, go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of the trial was consistent with that belief, with the position that he's a true believer, and he may have wavered here and there, but for the most part, I think he convinced himself that he was special and that his belief system was true. And I don't know, but I mean, there's always, there's always this other side, which during during this show that I told you about, that people have this perception that he can't be. How could anyone believe that there's zombies, right? That this is so far-fetched. How can people believe it? But look at the world around us in 2024.
What is the way that you referred to him acting in trial? And I guess maybe I'm looking for a very specific answer. So let me specify my question. Did you feel like he kind of went in there cocky, like he should have been able to be found innocent, or that he was still believing it? Or...
Yeah, I think his attitude during the trial was, and his defense was preposterous. In the end, we learned that his defense essentially was that he was the victim.
Right.
That even the incident with the so-called paintball gun, it wasn't a paintball gun, but okay, let's go with the defense's theory there. That he was the target, and so his argument was that he was the target of.
So stupid.
Right, it's so stupid. He was the target of all of it, and again, he has to know that's not true, but he convinced himself of that. I think there's a part of Chad Daybell that's very literal. He's a very concrete thinker, and it's not hard to imagine that. Which means that he doesn't do well with abstractions, obviously,
right,
ideas. Right. It's not hard to imagine someone like Chad Daybell thinking, well, okay, I gave these tasks, these murder assignments to Alex Cox, so therefore I didn't commit murder. I didn't have, right? Like, he doesn't understand the idea of conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
So I've always believed that, well, Alex did it, so I didn't do it. Like, why are you guys blaming me? I mean, yeah, I may have put him up to it, and I may have told him to, eradicate zombies, but don't blame me.
But he can't really believe that he was the target. Like, he's got to know that that's BS, because he knows that why Alex Cox was there to kill Tammy. Like, he knows
if it could get him off of the charges, he's the leader, he's God, he's holy, anything to get to the, for him to be off, I think he could probably justify. I mean, he's that nutty. Yeah. I think it was you that said, Lauren, that, and Mountain Mama just brought this up, that in the beginning, Chad wrote this fiction. And then when he saw that Julie Rowe was getting all these books were being sold, she was getting all this attention, all of a sudden his books became true to life. And it seems like maybe he didn't start out that way. And then when he saw people were believing him, he got drunk with power. That's kind of what I think. But Lauren, I want to ask you something, and then I'll ask Dr. John too. If Chad had not met Lori, do you think he would have found somebody else and started killing? I don't think so. But I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I love this. And this is going to probably be, this is fun to have my partner here with me, because he might think differently than me. So this is the stuff we talk about at our dinner table together, back and forth. I don't think there would have been any ever, like, not for Lori either, but not necessarily for Chad. I feel like it took both of them. Like, take it in like a positive form. So let's get away from crime for a second. I don't know if I would have ever started a podcast if I hadn't met John.
Right.
But I don't know if John would have ever started a podcast had he not met me either. Right. Mm-hmm. I feel like it took both of us and both of our minds and both our personalities for us to be like, you know what, together as a couple, this makes sense for our family.
Right.
I mean, maybe John's thinking, whatever, dude, I had a podcast. I was going to do a podcast without you, no matter what.
Right.
So maybe I'm wrong there too. But in some ways, I used to think it was Chad, But now I don't know if it would have happened on either end, because I mean, I do think he was kind of playing with Julie Rowe. You know, he was telling
Yes.
Julie Rowe that like Tammy was going to die. I think if Julie Rowe took the bait, he might have. So I think it's more so likely that Chad would have, but I don't know if any other woman would have taken the bait except for
think so.
Lori. So I'm going to go. So my final answer is, I think it would have taken both of them. It was just truly the worst combination of two people, and that's what, you know, is combustion. Like that's what created. But John, what do you think? And this is what's so fun too. You guys are seeing exactly how we work this out. He probably
Yeah, I agree. I think it was the unique combination of the two of them. I've talked about one of my favorite analogies in the case is, and this is I know some people might find this to be a bit of a stretch, but is Macbeth, you know, Macbeth and Lady Macbeth, you know, Lady Macbeth comes back and says, hey, from battle, and says, hey, you know, I just met these witches and they just told me I'm going to be king. And yeah, I don't know if that's something I'm translating here, obviously.
No,
I don't know
if that's, yeah.
I don't know if that, so Macbeth says, I don't know if that's something I can do. And his wife says, I know the quote she just says is something like, you're filled with the milk of human kindness, you know, but essentially she says to him, look, the witches predicted this, so what you need to do is man up and, you know, go in there with a dagger and murder the king, because you should be king. And so they debate, but she challenges him and she tests him, and she essentially says, you know, get over this nice guy thing, be a man, go in there and murder the King Duncan so that we can have power.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And like, I think there's an element of that here, like, because I think Lori's very action oriented, and Lori wants power now. Like when Chad dangles this carrot about she's a goddess and they're going to be running the New Jerusalem. Right. Then she's like, well, let's get on with it. Like, stop talking about it.
Right.
Right. And I think it's similar in that sense. And, but the dynamic is, and people have argued that the Macbeth and Lady Macbeth it's like a folie à deux, and people have said that about Daybell too, and Lori, that Chad and Lori. I think there are elements of that. I think that they definitely, you know, they push each other and spur each other on, and yeah, I think if you eliminate either one from that equation, that you probably don't get these murders.
Exactly. You have to wonder, would they find any other murders? You know, would they?
I don't think so. I think this is one of the things I look at in my work, not on the Daybell case, but just in all forensic cases. One of the big questions I'm always asking is it the situation, or is it more personality based? So sometimes, obviously, it's both. Sometimes the situation provokes something in someone's personality, but so the question I always want to know is it situational or is it more enduring?
Right.
And so, like, a personality disorder is more enduring. So if it's a situation, if it's a particular situation, then the risk goes down, because if you never have that situation again, let's say a criminal's in a unique situation, and you remove the possibility of that situation happening again, then the risk is going to be less, right? Because it's such an unusual set of circumstances.
Right.
Where if it's more enduring, if it's a bunch of personality disorders, and, you know, like if you have a psychopath who's going to murder no matter what, then the situation becomes less important and the risk goes up. So in this particular case, you know, I could argue that there's a bunch of personality disorders here, but it's also very situational. These two coming together was extremely combustible, and their beliefs aligned, right? Everything seemed to align for this to happen.
It did. All the stars lined up perfectly, unfortunately. That's it. We have so many things I want to get to. A lot of people still angry at Melanie Gibb and Melanie Pulowski, and they knew more. I want to talk about that, but I do want to get to a few other things here too about Lori. And Lauren, I'll start with you. Lori, if I understand correctly, suffers from religious delusions. When she read her statement at her trial, it was ridiculous. There were no murders. People die from suicide, drug overdoses, accidents. Okay, well, if that was the case, then why did you have to bury the 2 kids in the yard if it was an accident or, a drug overdose? Why didn't you call the authorities? I mean, it's just so ridiculously stupid. I guess it's hard for me to truly believe that she really believes that this was done in God's name. Lauren, I'll start with you, and then we'll go to Dr. John. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that was, there's so many things to say to that. Put a pin in, let's just go to your question first, but put a pin in the whole idea of the burying the children and the accident thing, because I want to talk about her alibi a little bit too. So remind me, because I'll jump to something and I'll
Sure.
forget.
No problem.
So whether or not she believes, I think this goes along with what John was talking about with Chad Daybell. This is where my mind went about whether or not Chad believes. And, your whole community knows I go back and forth with that, but I feel pretty confident that Lori does believe it. And again, that doesn't take away that actually makes me angrier and gives them greater risk, and they should never see the light of day again. So just to clear up, I'm not excusing them of anything by saying that. But so in leaning towards John's belief that Chad truly might believe all of this, I think about the things that I read online in Facebook groups. So I am a respectful member of many Facebook groups with like-minded people similar to Chad and Lori.
Okay.
I don't mean murderous.
Right.
But I mean, well, I hope not. I guess you never know. But I mean extreme apocalyptic religious beliefs, signs, people that attend similar like-minded prepping conferences, people that read the same books. So I am a respectful, so I joined these groups, they let me in, and that's what I mean by a respectful member. I follow the rules. I don't share screenshots. I don't, share these things outside, but I am in there observing and looking and learning. And these would be people that Chad and Lori mingled with, I guess is a good way to say it. And they really believe it. I mean, there are some varying beliefs in these groups, even some different political beliefs, which kind of surprised me, but not a lot, but some. But they really believe it. I'm not talking about the murder part, but my point is, if I can see Chad and Lori really believing this, like these people talk about it like it's just normal, like this is just what they're preparing for, and the
You're talking about the end of the world and that 144,000 and all of that.
144,000, yeah, those things, the visions, people being visionaries. Let me see, the tribulation coming soon. People that read the book Visions of Glory and believe that they're aging backwards, just like Lori. People believing that they're going to be translated beings. People believing that people are being raised from the dead. People believing that things that that's what I mean. Things that these are part of Chad and Lori's belief system, very strong, that we, joke about. Portals are talked about in these Facebook groups, and they believe in portals. So I guess what I'm saying is it's not far-fetched for them to believe in these kind of absurd things, because I am seeing people that believe in these things right now. So does she really believe that this is an act of God? Picture Lori Vallow Daybell in these Facebook groups with these people, these like-minded people, learning these things with her beliefs. Then you throw in reading books and attending conferences and bearing her testimony. And then picture her thinking, oh my gosh, the second coming is nearing and Charles isn't on board and I've got to find myself a righteous man. And she sees Chad Daybell, a visionary, speaking at a conference. And she's like, dude, like, we've got to prepare. Melanie Gibb, can you get with David Warwick? I got to get with Chad. I'm just putting a scenario into
Right.
like, this is God. And like, she tells Melanie Gibb, like either Chad Daybell's, if Chad Daybell's Satan, he's a pretty good one because I believe him and I've seen Jesus and this is real. And he says this has to happen. And I've got to believe and I've got to have faith. And this is it. This is it. And then it happens and we'll get to this alibi. And, I don't believe that I don't know about JJ. I don't believe she was part of Tylee's. I think she handed her daughter over, but I don't think she was there.
At that murder, right.
Right. And so I guess my point being, do I believe she believes it? Yeah, I think she has convinced herself. And then a lot of it is probably a denial mechanism because she doesn't want to see that she fell for this. Because then she's stupid and, she's got a personality disorder according to her court psychologist. So she's, some narcissism and everything. Then so then she's going to convince herself even more into her delusions because it's a denial, a defense mechanism. Well, I can't ever see the truth now because if I see the truth, then I know exactly what I did and I'm a horrible mother and a horrible
I can't face that.
And I can't face that and I would be dumb. So I'm just going to hold on to this harder than ever and give this insane speech in court because I am now straight up delusional, but she created it. Like, so John's probably dying listening to his armchair psychologist wife give this whole spiel. So I will be quiet and we'll get back to the alibi in a second.
Okay. And John, what do you, I'll write down the word alibi so we won't forget. Dr. John, what do you think?
I think one of the biggest challenges in criminal psychology is understanding the difference between how a normal, let's generally agree that most of us hopefully are normal, but like how a normal, rational, maybe even literate, if we're lucky enough, a normal, rational, literate human being sees the world, and how we, like, for a rational person to look at a case like this, it's completely bonkers. Right. Like it's hard, like just the idea of zombies.
Bananas. Going
back to 2019, 2020. Like, I mean, I've said this before, like I'm a big fan of The Walking Dead, or I was for, it got a little old after a few seasons, but like it was a brilliant show. It played on a lot of philosophical ideas that I really like. But I understood from the first minute the show was on that zombies are a fiction and they're playing a role in this show. They're playing a major role in this show for narrative reasons, right? Like,
right.
You can portray the same ideas without using zombies, but zombies just make it work better. So, but the idea is, it's for any rational person, I think it's preposterous. We know that there's no such thing as zombies.
Right.
But the issue is, and this is something I confront in my work all the time, the issue is, how does a disordered mind see the world?
There you go.
That's the challenge.
Yes.
Can we get inside that disordered mind and try to figure out what is it about that person and their upbringing and their life circumstances that leads to this belief system? How does Chad Daybell get to the point where he sees zombies as a perfectly normal, rational response to the world? And I think that's the challenge. Like in true crime, most of us, if we're looking outside at a crime, we say, what the, how is that even feasible? But for the criminal, it makes perfect sense. And so somebody like Lori, for whatever reasons, she's had to go. There's a lot of defense mechanisms. Like Lauren, I agree with Lauren. There's a lot of mental gymnastics going on.
Yes.
To get to the point where she believes what she believes and acts the way she acts. And the only way to understand that is to try to get inside of that disordered mind, as painful and difficult as that is. So I think I think she's definitely delusional, and I think
Yeah.
she's, in order to stay consistent, one of the things we know from criminal psychology, or psychology more generally, is that human beings, we want to be seen as consistent and coherent. You know, if we're doing things that don't make any sense all day long, then one of the ways we evaluate ourselves is we look at our behaviors.
Right.
And if we're acting bizarrely, then it's harder for us to fashion some sense of self because we can't make sense of what we're doing.
Right.
And so within her belief system, she's acting in a way that she should act to make sense of her behaviors and her beliefs, right? All of it. So like from her perspective, she's perfectly rational and what she's doing makes perfect sense.
Right. And yeah, okay. And that does make sense. That for Lori, that makes perfect sense. You know, she was actually committed to a hospital. And they said, she's so insane that we've got to get her well enough to stand trial, to understand right from wrong. And she eventually was deemed well enough to stand trial. But she's still, that you're right, Dr. John, you're absolutely right. In her mind, in her twisted mind, for whatever reason, it makes sense. The rest of the world
makes perfect sense.
What the hell?
You know, we can point to all kinds of crimes where, you know, one I'm thinking of that has some relevance to Daybell would be the Matthew Coleman situation. I don't know if you guys have covered that, but
the surfer teacher,
the Santa Barbara surfer who believed his kids were serpents, basically.
He killed them, yeah.
You know, it's a variation of Daybell, really. And I mean, again, like how the hell can someone believe that? I mean, and the difference is these are his own kids. Daybell was asking other people to kill other people's children, but with Coleman, you know, and these are kids that are under 2 years old. He's brutally murdering these kids. I mean, horrendous. It's horrendous, this
his
crime.
Own children,
and
his own young children.
His own children and their babies.
God,
and he thinks it's perfectly fine. Like he doesn't, you know, he sees them as serpents. And again, like for us for me, anybody looking at this rationally, you'd have to say, what in the hell? I mean, how does someone get to that point? But for Matthew Coleman, it makes perfect sense. Like, I'm sure there's been some speculation that he's schizophrenic, and but that's not clear. And like, I think that one of the problems in the Coleman case is he's been deemed incompetent, but I don't know. Like after he did this, he returned for an interview to San Diego. He made perfect sense. He confessed. He explained why he did what he did. Right? Like it's confusing. You know, not all of the pieces of the puzzle make sense, and I think that's true in Daybell as well. And so I think like the hard part for many of us is, and it's my job, is to really dive into that disordered mind and say, how do these pieces fit, and how does this person get here? You know, with Coleman, he was going down a lot of conspiracy rabbit holes, and that played a big part in it.
Is he?
Yeah.
Has he been deemed competent to stand trial, or has he stood trial?
He has not stood trial, and he is at this moment been deemed incompetent to stand trial, and they're trying to make him competent. This parallels the Lori Daybell case so much. John and I have our eyes on this case. We're watching, and
it's a totally bonkers case. But then again, like from his perspective, you know, this is a guy that I think probably had some depression prior to all this, and he already had some kind of extreme beliefs prior to going down these conspiracy rabbit holes. So I mean, you can see how this all starts coming together, right? But it's hard, you know. It's, as an outsider looking in, you know, or as just a normal, rational human being looking at it, you just have to shake your head and say, what in the hell is going on here?
Right. And you have to decide, when are you punishing a bad, evil person, and when are you punishing a really sick person? That is what always gets me. So, and I don't know how you do it. I'd lose what little mind I had left trying to figure all this out, Dr. John. So I'm completely,
yeah, right. With Coleman, with Matthew Coleman, I mean, again, I haven't interviewed him or met with him, so this is speculation, but it doesn't appear to me that there's a huge amount of traits or many traits of psychopathy. He doesn't seem to be a psychopath. He doesn't seem to be evil. He was well liked before he did this in the community. He worked with kids, taught kids surfing, right?
He seemed like a great guy. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. And so again, it's extraordinary what human beings, how they can change and how their beliefs affect them.
Break. They just break. It's scary.
Right. How their minds can fracture.
Exactly. Okay, Lauren, let's talk about Lori's alibi. She had one. What was going on with that?
Yeah, she had one, and I don't feel like a lot of people, some people thought it was confusing, but the way it was worded, they did a good job. Less is more. By they, I mean the defense team. They had to present her alibi, and less is more with it. If you guys went and Googled her alibi, you could probably find it. The defense had to present it, and they were just very broad. And I feel like not a lot of people really grasped what it was actually saying. And I know a little bit more about it, but in the alibi delivered by the defense, it says that Lori claims she wasn't there when her children were killed, and that where she was with Melanie Gibb and David Warwick.
And she was
for one of them.
Yeah, for one of them, right.
But that's not what the alibi says. The alibi says when her children were killed, she was with Melanie Gibb and David Warwick. That would include Tylee.
That doesn't make sense.
They just left it at that. I know, and no one really questioned that, but that is where she says that she was in one place when both of them. And Lori believes that they lost their lives. I don't even want to say kill because this is what Lori believes. On the same day. And that it was peaceful and that she saw them together.
Oh God.
But nobody realizes that that alibi that was presented, it's children. She didn't separate them. She didn't give one for Tylee and one for JJ. She gave one for both. And less is more. They wrote it out, but it was simply I was with Melanie Gibb and David Warwick recording a podcast, but the bottom line is she in her brain believed that it happened and that it was peaceful and they were there the same day. And maybe this is a question for John too. I've delved into this more than John. And so I actually wasn't as surprised about her sentencing speech, knowing her like more about her alibi, because if she believes that like all was well and they just passed away on the same day,
same time, like what else does she believe? But people haven't really, they haven't, I don't know. I feel like it's something that needs to be talked about more, and people haven't. I mean, I think the defense did it on purpose. They didn't want to bring attention to a wacko alibi. Yeah, especially with the children, like both her kids. And
yeah,
you're absolutely right. Dr. John, do you have comments on that?
She didn't do David Warwick and Melanie Gibb any favors with that.
Yeah, no, she didn't. Yeah, that's the truth.
You would think that people would look more closely. I mean, I'm sure they discounted it, right, as not being accurate, but it does. To me, it was interesting in the sense that it opened the door to raising a lot of questions about those two. I mean, and Warwick, David Warwick, to have complete amnesia. Right, the night,
crazy.
The night of JJ's murder, for him to have this crazy dream, right? It was nuts. I don't know. I guess I guess the DA must have felt that it would have been too much of a stretch, or maybe they didn't have enough evidence. But
Well, let's talk about that because this was interesting in one of your podcasts. In fact, I listened to it like 3 times because it was so fascinating. For those of you that don't remember, David Warwick and Melanie Gibb were sleeping over at Lori's condo, and Chad was there. And David said he had this horrible nightmare, and it was so awful that they both woke up, and then they went to get Lori to give him a blessing. But he can't remember the nightmare. You know, he can't remember the nightmare. And one of the things that you suggest, and I think this is brilliant, it wasn't a nightmare. Maybe they heard JJ being killed, and he just convinced himself it was a nightmare. You know, he heard screams, he heard whatever. But he says, oh, I can't remember the nightmare. What?
yeah,
I mean, did I get that right? That's nuts.
Yeah, I couldn't remember the nightmare, although it was so bad they were waking up their, you know, these are adults having a slumber party, waking up other adults.
Right. To give
the
him a
nightmare
blessing.
was so bad and they needed a blessing, but he can't remember what the nightmare was?
Yeah,
What? Like what?
exactly. And
right. So yeah, so right, and so the options are either he was awake and heard it and knew
Right.
about the murders, or maybe he was asleep. Maybe he was partially asleep. He was awoken for a moment, and he didn't fully awake, but
mhm,
he integrated what was going on into his dream state or whatever. I mean, yeah, it's really troubling. No matter which explanation you go with, it's hard to believe.
it
And
is
what-
hard to believe.
What kind of adults have a nightmare that's so bad they need to knock on their, you know, host's door in the middle of the night and then call Chad, who, you know,
Exactly.
like what I've that, you know, talk about disordered minds. That's one I've never heard, you know, make sense. Wait, so I just, you know, picture like crashing with a fellow adult and you're like, okay, hey, but I'm going to knock on your door in the middle of the night because I
I'm
had a
scared.
nightmare.
That sounds like 12-year-old girls having a slumber party.
I know.
You know, I mean, God, good Lord. Well, and let's talk about Melanie Gibb. A lot of people are still, and I'm one of them, just angry. Because like Larry Woodcock said, those people knew. They knew what was going on.
Yes.
When they declare somebody a zombie and then they do these castings, they know that the body has to die for everything to work properly, if you will. They knew what was going to happen, you know, and Melanie Gibb lied to the police, said that she had JJ. I think it was like a couple weeks later, I guess she thought better of it and called him back and said, I don't. And then she did tape record that phone call with Chad and Lori. But I think all of that was to cover her own ass. I don't know. I'd like your thoughts on my ramblings.
Yeah, and I'm also so let me just read the official alibi too. It's 2 sentences.
Oh yes, please do.
3 sentences.
Yes, this is Lori's alibi.
This is about Melanie Gibb too. Quote, Lori Vallow was in her own apartment in Rexburg, Idaho, when JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan died in the apartment of Alex Cox in Rexburg, Idaho. Defendant was with Melanie Gibb, David Warwick, or Chad Daybell. End quote. So
Wow.
while she's implying that Tylee and JJ had thing happened at the same time, this is the night we're talking about.
Right.
And talking about how Melanie Gibb clearly knows more. Like her alibi is David Warwick and Melanie Gibb. So sorry, yeah,
There you go. That's her alibi.
Yeah.
And yeah, I can see why the prosecution wouldn't do much with that, you know, because it's crazy. It's just crazy talk. But that's interesting. You know, I had completely forgotten about that. Good Lord. So I wonder how Melanie Gibb feels about that. You know, like I said, I think she was just covering her behind when she decided to finally tell the police the truth.
I think so too.
Yeah. So thoughts, Dr. John?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I've always said that she knows more than she's telling us.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is, like David Warwick, if they're not going to acknowledge it, or if they've already agreed not to discuss it, it's going to be really hard to get that information or get an accurate assessment of what really happened. And I think from the DA standpoint, they had a witness that they needed. So
Right.
they didn't have a lot of proof. So I think they were just willing to kind of look the other way, maybe. And I don't know how far they could have gotten with it, with her committed to her story.
I think since we have a psychologist here with us, not just me, the armchair psychologist, I do want to ask John. He has some interesting thoughts on Melanie Gibb or people in general when it comes to the way she filters the world. And we did a Patreon episode about this. It was an episode we did about a year ago. People kept requesting Melanie Gibb, and we just felt safer to do that.
That way, yeah.
Yeah, just less. So it is still a Patreon bonus episode. John's thoughts on Melanie Gibb. But one thing you said that was interesting, John, and we've watched her. All of her police interviews more than once. We sit there and just watch them, all the released ones. And one thing she sort of does that John has pointed out to me is how she filters the world and all of the questions through this sort of like religious belief system. And I don't mean like Lori does. Lori does it too, but actually Lori talks with a little bit more emotion, I feel like, than Melanie Gibb does. Melanie Gibb is just, I don't know, maybe you can explain it, John, but just everything is, well, this is what my church believes. So this is why this,
Right.
she's just they'll be like, so do you remember? Well, in my church, this is what we believe. And, I don't know. Can you explain a little bit? Or maybe I put you on the spot and you don't want him.
Oh, I know. No, are you kidding? Dr. John.
I'm talking to my husband. I'm like, I'm good at putting him on the spot.
If you can.
I think the part of this goes back to what we talked about earlier with Chad, that these are very concrete thinkers. These are very literal thinkers. And so in that sense, with Melanie Gibb, it's not only the lack of emotion, it's also this inability to abstract. So Piaget, who's a famous psychiatrist who talked a lot about child development, his final stage of development was the formal operation stage. And that's the stage when, you move from kind of concrete thinking into more abstract thinking. And Piaget, and again, this wasn't really based on a huge sample of evidence, but Piaget believed that not a huge percentage of adults make it to that stage.
Right.
So that means that there's a lot of people in the world who see the world very literally and concretely, and so that's how they're going to, based on what you said, Lauren, that's how they're going to filter things. They're going to, if they're prone to very literal religious beliefs, then they're going to see everything through that lens.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think you see that with Melanie Gibb in her interviews. And you see sort of this, she doesn't really, you see kind of this lack of emotional intelligence. She doesn't really know how to, not only identify emotions, but express them. She doesn't seem capable of connecting to people very well. Even the detectives in the room, she doesn't have a lot of empathy for the victims in this case.
Right.
Almost no empathy. So I think all those go together. It's if you're very literal about the world and you're filtering everything through kind of these extreme religious beliefs, there's not a lot of room in that world necessarily for emotions.
Right. That's true.
And so I think that's part of it, is that and also it's a very narrow world.
Mm-hmm.
When you constrict your world to to something that's so literal and so narrow, then you're operating within really narrow constraints in terms of what you can do, how you approach people, right? You're really boxing yourself in.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my things about mental health is always, build a bigger container, right? Or create a bigger universe for your, you know, your beliefs and your actions. It gives you more options.
Right.
You know, if you narrow your world down to the most basic, rudimentary, reductive elements of, let's say, religion, you're really restricting your options for relationships, for community interactions, right? Like, I mean, these people live in this church and they interact with each other, essentially.
And that's it.
They're small group. That's it. That's their world.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get to that point, you know, there's risks there because if someone in that world, like Chad Daybell, suggests that you should murder someone, like, you take that seriously.
Yeah, absolutely. You believe it because you believe him. You think he's talking to God.
Right.
You know?
Right. And you don't know anything else. You
right.
can't, you're not able to get outside of that narrow belief system to challenge things or to, you know, to find someone, you know, let's, like a normal person might be, well, they might consult with someone.
Right, exactly.
You know, a friend or a community person and say, look, you know, this is going on. What do you think? Right. Mm-hmm. But they don't do that because they don't have that complexity to do it.
To be able to handle it. Exactly. Right. I apologize. Our Insightful One had a question a long time ago and I didn't go to her and I am so sorry. So we're gonna backtrack just a little bit. Insightful One, why don't you go ahead and ask your question? And I'm listening. I have to, unfortunately, go let the dogs in again. But I can hear. So go ahead, Insightful One. And then I have a couple more questions, and then we'll let you go, unless you want to stay for 5 hours.
Okay, so for Dr. John, earlier Kresha and I were talking, and Kresha was saying how after everything, looking at everything, she feels that, you know, with Chad as a husband and her kids, that Tammy didn't really stand much of a chance. And that's when I mentioned earlier, then I thought if Chad didn't, now I think Chad and Lori were a total folly ado. You know, it was the perfect storm and they met and everything happened. But yeah. I think Chad was looking for another woman in general, you know, hence Julie Rowe and other women he'd said he had a past life marriage with. Right. And so I think if he hadn't have found Lori, it would have been another woman. Now, I'm not saying there would have been any murders, but I think he was looking for someone else. Do you think that?
I think there's a lot of evidence pointing to the fact that he was definitely testing the waters with other women. So yes, I think he could have easily ended up with someone else, but in terms of getting to the point where murder became an option, I think Lori made that much more likely. So, I mean, I think, for example, let's take Julie Rowe. Let's say that, because I think they were kind of considering that. I think they were both considering a relationship. And,
yes.
I think there was an affair. I do think there was an affair. Yeah.
But you have to think like that type of relationship would have been a disaster because they would have clashed and there would have been issues about who was in control and who had power and who made the decisions, right? There's no way Julie Rowe's going to share power.
That type of power, right.
So true.
With someone else. And so, you know, does a relationship like that end up in marriage? No. I mean, I'm sorry. Does it end up in murder? No, but it ends up in divorce.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, if it got to that point, if they married, that thing would have lasted 3 months, maybe not even that, maybe a week. Right. I don't know. It would have been a disaster. So I think of all the possible, if you think about the possible combinations of the women that he was pursuing or supposedly pursuing, Lori was definitely the most combustible.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was totally smitten with her. And she, again, like I said earlier, she was extremely action oriented. She was also very literal. But when Chad started floating this idea of, you know, you're the goddess and we're going to do this together, I can picture her saying, well, let's get on with it. Like, dude, you're dragging your feet.
Right.
Enough is enough. Like, I don't want to hear the BS. Show me. right?
Mhm.
And that's, again, like, to use my analogy with Macbeth, that's like Lady Macbeth. She's like, I don't want to hear you talk about it. Like, the witch has told you, you're gonna kill the king. Go kill the king. I don't,
Do
I'm
it. Get
tired
it
of this
done.
crap. Like, just
Right.
do it, right? And I think that's what Lori did. And then Chad, Chad was a part of that, in the sense I think Chad wanted to test her. And well, that Lori probably started off, I'm just speculating, but Lori probably started off saying, well, you got to go kill Tammy. Right? Like, I'm not,
Yep.
if we're going to get married and run this show up in the New Jerusalem, then you can't do it with the wife. You're currently married. So
That's
probably it started
pretty
that
much
way.
what she said, I think, to him. And Mountain Mama, we're going to get to that. That's one of the questions I have. So I'm sorry, Dr. John, go ahead.
It started with Tammy, and then I think Chad came back with, well, I need to know you love me. Like, he posed a test
Right.
to Lori and said, well, if you really love me, then you'll kill your kids, because they're baggage too, and we don't need them. We don't want to take them up to the New Jerusalem, and we certainly don't want to, spend
We
any
can't
time
have
and energy
kids.
raising them when we can be
Exactly.
with each other. So I think that was sort of the dynamic. And then, you had Melanie Pulaski, who we haven't even talked about, but that brought Brandon into play. So I think that it was probably something like that.
We just got some news. Nate Eaton just released an interview with Julie Rowe. I'm assuming it's an older one.
About time he did that. I
Yeah,
told him at the trial to do that.
And it's one he did a long time ago, but he never released it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't think, he was like, she didn't say anything. I'm like, dude,
Oh my God.
release that. So
So yeah, we'll
decide.
Yeah, let us decide, Nate, for God's sakes. He's too nice. Just way too nice. So real quick, this is the other thing that you brought up in one of the episodes I was listening to, and that was polygamy. That Chad was chatting about polygamy, and I think it was Heather Daybell that said she wondered if that's why Tammy was just kind of off in her final days. Did Chad go to her and say, hey, I got this new babe I want to bring into the marriage. Let's do some polygamy. What do you say? And of course, I can't imagine she would go for it. I'm completely paraphrasing, but Lauren, isn't that a possibility that was going on?
Yeah, I think it's a definite possibility. I giggled at a passing chat comment by Nick, who said, who didn't Chad want? Because it's true. We were talking about it, like Julie Rowe. I've heard Melanie Gibb.
Right.
A woman, an unnamed woman in Arizona, whose husband had to call Chad and tell him to back off talking to his wife. On and on and on. Audrey Baratario, I think, was one he was holding out for, keeping on a string. Who didn't Chad want? He was doing his little pendulum swinging thing, no pun intended, but he was, doing that around and around, and like, who didn't Chad Daybell want attention from, and so my point being, I can't imagine somebody coming to Chad and being like, hey, Chad, we just really respect you, and we just think that you need to bring polygamy back. I'm pretty sure Chad wouldn't say no to that.
Exactly.
You want me to have a harem? Let me think about this.
Yeah.
So, do I think that was an idea likely in his mind? Maybe in this New Jerusalem, I need to have a harem and all these women and all my past wife lives. It also, like, let's just look at it that way. He believed in past lives. Girl on Fire let us know that essentially meant a swinging club. Girl on Fire.
That's the truth. Yeah.
In my opinion, one of the most important interviews to date, because before Girl on Fire came forward, we did not have proof that this past life thing was, all about affairs. She laid it out. That's when we realized,
I'm putting that in chat.
It was actually a swinging club.
Right. I'm putting that link in chat right now for everybody. And we'll put it in the description. It's very important. And you can listen to it 3 times and still hear something new every time. So please continue, Lauren. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. Thank you for doing that. Yeah. So Girl on Fire lays it out. And if, Chad could have even brought it up to Tammy, like, look, I was married to all these women. I was married to Lori in a past life. She's some internal flame of mine. And, you know that I was married to Julie Rowe, and, I don't know if she did. I'm just saying, like, the horrible things he could have possibly told
Oh,
Tammy
yeah.
and how depressed that would make her. And so he could have even labeled it as past life wives, and we're all going to be together in the hereafter, and
Right.
we've got to move forward in the tribulations. Absolutely. I think he probably could have easily brought something horrendous like this up to Tammy. And the fact that Lori referred to Tammy as an eternal friend, which was just so appalling in her sentencing statement. Tammy Daybell's my friend. She visits me. Maybe Lori thought that too. Oh yeah, because she knew that Chad was sealed to Tammy in the Mormon faith. And if they really believe all of this, then Lori's believing that she's some sort of sister wife with Tammy. So there's all my jumbled thoughts. Yeah.
And that's it. She even said, Tammy's a friend of mine.
Yeah.
It's like, no, Tammy is not a friend. Tammy, if she knew about you, couldn't stand you, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
I have just a couple more questions, but if I could just take a moment. Every year, we do this 24-hour End of the World Again, and we always find a children's charity to try and raise money for. And this year we have found a great cause. Othram has teamed up with NamUs. There are 525 children who are unidentified, and they're trying to raise money to do the DNA testing and do the research on these remains, to send the remains and their loved ones back to their families. So I've put a link in chat right now. If you could donate, even if it's just $5, that would mean so much. It's called Project 525, and it is tax deductible, I believe, and it will go a long way in helping. I mean, imagine not knowing where your child is for 20 years. And again, this is with Othram and NamUs. They've teamed up together for Project 525. I've just posted the link. If you can donate to help fund the DNA testing needed so these children can go home to their families, we would greatly appreciate it. I found out something listening to your podcast that I didn't know. And I want to start with Dr. John and then go to Lauren. I did not realize that Lori Vallow had read Chad's books and had already, or did she already build up this kind of fantasy about him? So when Lori met Chad, it was kind of like meeting a superstar. Is that right, Dr. John?
Yeah, no, that's accurate. She was reading. So, and this is information from Colby. She loved the Twilight series, so she read those first, and then she was introduced to Julie Rowe's books, and then she was introduced to Chad's books. So she was reading a lot of different books, but definitely was reading Chad before she met him, well before she met him. And I think that played a big role in terms of how she perceived him.
It did. It absolutely did. And that shocked me when I heard that I thought they just met and then he gave her his books and she went, oh, this is great. But she was already building up this delusion about him. And Lauren, do you think that's what happened here too?
Absolutely. And not only had she read Chad Daybell's book, she had read Visions of Glory before she met him. I know that, many in the Cox family were actually very interested specifically in near-death experience books. This is something they shared with each other. She had read many of these apocalyptic novels. She had read Julie Rowe, and she knew that Chad Daybell was also the publisher of Julie Rowe's books. And, she sings about Julie Rowe and
does, Hallelujah. Yeah. She took that song.
Before she even meets Chad, and Chad Daybell is Julie Rowe's publisher. So not only is he this author whose book she's now starting to read, because it just makes sense that she'd be interested in this. He's also this publisher. I mean, this is a powerful dude in her brain, who knew where it was going to land her? Reality is he's in this, this very humble home in in Salem, Idaho, but I think to her, he's the president of a publishing company.
Right.
He's an author, and now he's a visionary. And so, yeah. And then Melanie Gibb knew him. Melanie Gibb was planning and advertising, preparing a people conferences with both Jason Mao and Chad Daybell, saying, come meet a warrior and a visionary. And so then she meets Melanie Gibb and is becoming best friends with her. And so I think they absolutely knew. I think she knew she was going to meet Chad Daybell at this event, and that she was excited for it before it happened. Mm-hmm.
And don't forget the impact of the Twilight. The reason I mentioned Twilight is because I think even before all of this, I mean, she was reading apocalyptic literature in her family, but the idea of, in the Twilight series, it's based on the idea that you can find eternal, immortal love. And I think that idea was already kicking around in her head before she met Chad, that she loved the idea of finding a god or prophet or somebody that would live forever with her,
right?
And that they would have power, right? And I think so. I think she gets that from the Twilight books,
and not just read it. You can say a lot of women. I mean, it was a top selling book for a long time. But according to Colby to John, I was not here for this conversation, but according to Colby to John, he said she was obsessed with these books.
She was obsessed with the Twilight books. She read them multiple times. Yeah, she just and again, I mean, she's very literal. So I think she took those to heart. That's the kind of love she wanted.
Right.
And obviously it's the kind of love that Charles, no matter how hard he tried, no matter how hard any mortal human being tries, they're not going to live up to that standard, right? So
yeah, that's the truth.
That's an important thing that John brought up in the podcast too. In one of our very first episodes was, he said, you know, one of the most important things in the testimony of Lori Vallow that she gave at Melanie Gibbs' home, you know, the one it's infamous now because this is where she says, I did not have a murderous heart. And she refers to Joe Ryan wanting to kill him. But she says that she had the love of Jesus Christ wash over her, which was unlike any love she could ever experience in this world. And John kept emphasizing that, like, this is really what it's all about. The love of Christ wash over. It's unlike anything you could ever feel in this world, sort of implying like she's searching for just a love. Go ahead, John. I can see John's like,
she wants a transcendent love. And that's what Edward and Bella in Twilight. It is. It's a transcendent love that lasts through ages. And I mean, so yeah, that's.
And that was before she met Chad. This was before she met Chad.
Yeah, before she met Chad. I think at the most fundamental level, she doesn't want to deal with the messiness of being human.
Right.
She wants something that doesn't exist. It's an ideal. And that's what she's really chasing. And Chad, that's what Chad dangles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Right. That's what he's trying to. He knows that. He's using that. I mean,
manipulating.
Yeah, he's manipulating. But believes it to some degree too. But
yeah,
telling her she's special, telling her that her, Zulema can control elements. She's a goddess. They're gonna, she's gonna do castings. That So and it's all a fantasy too. Long distance relationships, right? I think all of us have had a relationship in our mind that was a bit of a fantasy until we had to break up with them. It's not me, it's you. And then you move on. You're like, but I really thought this was something. This entire relationship with Chad was a complete fantasy. When they finally got together, they whisked themselves off to Kauai until her arrest.
That's so bizarre.
He never knew what it was like to be his actual, wife in Salem, Idaho. Yeah.
Right. Well, listen, I appreciate your time. We have actually a hidden gem question, which I think is brilliant. And it's kind of an open-ended one. I hope it doesn't take too long, but I want to put it up on the screen here. Crystal Trickle says, any thoughts on the Cox family dynamics today? Do you think Mama Cox has finally realized she raised a bunch of crazy kids? Let me put it a little more bluntly.
You want to take that, Lauren? You're more.
I definitely could say something. I'm trying to decide what to say. So my pause is me deciding what. So the Cox family dynamics today, yeah, I'll just say they're concerning. I think that Dr. John nailed it in our podcast years ago. I don't know if there's anything much more to say.
Tell us what that was again. Back then. An enmeshed
narcissistic family when it comes to the family systems dynamic. That doesn't mean they're all narcissistic. That's the term, correct, John? Correct me if I'm wrong. But an enmeshed.
Yeah, I talked about a book by Pressman. It's husband and wife Pressman's. So it's Pressman and Pressman, the narcissistic family. That's not diagnosing the individual members as narcissists.
Correct.
It's just it talks about the impact of narcissistic features in a family and how it impacts the family. And so I think it's hard to change those types of dynamics. I think when you have a family that looks like that, I think it's unless you work at it, I think it's very hard to interrupt some of those dynamics.
Right.
So I guess my answer would be, broadly speaking, that I think many of those dynamics are probably still in play today.
Broadly speaking, what does enmeshment mean? I've learned a lot from John about family systems. So we're not even like pinpointing certain individuals, but like, I think a lot of people have written this and been like, gosh, I see this in my own family, or now I understand. So broadly speaking, what does an enmeshed family system look like too?
Enmeshed means, in simple terms, enmeshed means fused. So to be enmeshed with other family members essentially means you're giving up your identity for the collective, for the family. So instead of having a healthy family will try to develop each member individually and give them a voice and get to the point where they can be autonomous, independent. Whereas an enmeshed family will oftentimes try to fashion other members in each other's images. So they're all fused. There's no focus on independence. There's no focus on autonomy. There's no focus on growing up, essentially. So you create a dynamic where the family, no matter what, at all points of your lifespan, becomes kind of the main focus. And you're making sacrifices for that family.
Right. And I apologize. I shouldn't have said, does Mama Cox realize she's raised a bunch of nuts? I'm a little loopy and tired. So
yeah, I know you've been running
apologize.
stream. No worries. And I think it'll be one of the most interesting thing about the Arizona trial will be, I think that we'll see a little bit more because the FOIA documents from Arizona, we have them all. In fact, we have thousands of pages. If you guys want to see it all, we have all the FOIA documents. They're on our Patreon account, patreon.com/hiddenTrueCrime. But thousands of pages of all the evidence, and a lot of Arizona has to do with sort of, I think there are some more Cox family dynamics at play that will be in the Arizona trial that were not in.
And those are on the documents that you have in Patreon. I'll go take a look at those. That would be very interesting because I just go back to that one text message from Summer Shiflett saying, Edgar never misses, and he'd make it look like an accident. Talking about Brandon Boudreaux. I mean, my God, she knew they were going to shoot him.
I know, and that was a really interesting text because, like, on one end, Lori's manipulating Summer because Summer's like, "Who do you think shot at Brandon?" And Lori's like, "Oh, I don't know." And you're like, yes, you do.
Of course you do.
But then Summer's saying, but then Lori throws it back at Summer, and she's saying, and says to Summer, "Well, maybe it was Edgar who was, I believe she was having an affair with Edgar, or according to photos that I've seen and text, it looks like." then Summer's response was, no, Edgar wouldn't miss, and he would have made it look like an accident. Because
Right.
he makes things look like an accident. And then in
But
the
he's
police
done it
documents,
before.
yeah, and then in the police documents, as far as police explaining the dynamic between Summer and Lori, they say that Summer does hold Lori's same extreme religious beliefs. Tylee does not. And they're like laying this out in the documents. I mean, there are some wild documents. Yeah, we have them all, thousands of pages. So
Okay. We'll definitely go take a look. Thank you. When do you know when your next live stream or podcast is going to go up? We can certainly promote it for you.
thank you for asking. Yeah, John and I were talking about this morning. We have our very casual Monday meetings while we wander around and clean the house. Like, what should we do? So it should be Saturday night. Correct me if I'm wrong, John.
Right.
But also, I do want to share that this Timothy Hazlitt case that we've been following from the very beginning in Kansas City, we did do the full backstory of that this Saturday. We took the weekend off. It was our son's birthday this weekend. So we did a pre-recorded premiere, and we do want to talk a little bit more about Timothy Hazlitt soon as well. So you can catch up with that on our channel. And then we've been discussing possibly the new JP Miller
that
interview with New
interview.
Nation. Yeah, or Madeline Soto. These are the things we're discussing in our house while our son is at camp. Don't worry, guys. We, have our daytime conversations. And we've also been, Stephen Stern's emails. We've been talking about those here too. So.
Sam Hughes says, "Stay away from portals." We will. Say thank you.
For sure. Just to comment on the Hazlitt case for those not familiar with it, it's crazy. So I would, if people want to get, it's crazy to see a serial killer of that magnitude who
soon to be
God
possible serial killer.
Well, he's a killer. There's one murder he's charged with, and then there's the woman who survived.
Right.
So that's attempted murder. I mean, I mean, I guess technically he's not. They haven't found enough. Yeah. Okay. But it's up there with Rex Heuermann. It hasn't received that kind of attention, but it's a truly fascinating case study and a really,
scary
and right. He's the stuff that nightmares are made out of, right?
Yeah, that's a nightmare, right?
Lauren broke that case. For those people who don't know, by the way, Lauren was the first reporter really.
I didn't know that. Tell us. I didn't know that.
The day before it hit the news, I had heard word from one of our moderators who lived nearby. She's like, so someone just escaped the house. And I started looking into it, and I found the woman who housed the woman that escaped, and I called her, and she jumped on an interview with me. It was the weekend before the news, even the local news. So the local news hadn't even jumped on it because it was a weekend, and so probably all the reporters were home, and it was a Saturday for us. And Sierra Tharp, she was the homeowner whose mother let the battered, escaped, kidnapped woman in to their house and waited for first responders to come, and she jumped on an interview with me.
That's amazing.
In less than 24 hours after she escaped, and we've been talking about it ever since. But it's been a very difficult case because Kansas City has been very tight-lipped. Even at one point, about it was the month before I left for the Chad Daybell trial. The defense attorney for Timothy Hazlitt was arguing that she wanted things sealed because a Las Vegas media company was trying to get the documents. It's been very difficult. And while I was live at the jury selection for the Rust trial is where the charge finally of murder came down, that Timothy Hazlitt was finally charged with murder of Janie Crosdale, who was found in a blue barrel. And those blue barrels, go ahead, John.
Yeah, I think it's a very sensitive case, I think, for Kansas City PD. because it involves sex workers and it involves some issues around race. And I mean, it's got a lot of very sensitive topics, I think. And we've talked about that a little bit, but we'll probably get more into that. But still, from my perspective, in terms of looking at a criminal that's, talk about a disordered mind, like this guy's really has a lot of pathology and a lot of mental health issues. And so from that standpoint, I'm a little surprised it hasn't received a little more national attention.
I'm going to share it here in chat, if that's okay. The story, it's very important because it does discuss some difficult topics. I mean, it naturally is part of it. Race, how Black women are not, and children are not discussed the same way.
Absolutely. It's terrible.
White women and children are discussed.
Agreed.
And it came with a warning 2 weeks before she escaped that there was somebody possibly targeting Black women in this particular area in Prospect Avenue in Kansas City, and the main paper dismissed it and police dismissed it, and then the woman escaped.
Yeah.
And so it's been a difficult, sensitive case. That's exactly well said, John. Thank you.
Yeah.
And that's why it's also, not only is it what nightmares are made out of, we have the full probable cause. We put all of our FOIA docs and everything on our Patreon account. We have the full probable cause for Hazlitt on our Patreon account as well, patreon.com/hiddencrime. But it's it comes with a trigger warning. What these women went through is appalling. But it's such an important, and I just realized I copied and pasted it and I can't even put it in the StreamYard. Hold on 1 second. Let me pull up your YouTube, Trisha. And if you wouldn't mind me putting it, because it is important.
Go for it, please.
Learn. Thank you. I know I say you need to run, but you're going live for 24 hours, right?
No, I don't need to. I'm worried about you guys. My next interview isn't for another 40 minutes, so we got time.
What's loose? So we want to discuss, we want Dr. John to actually discuss this probable cause. Like, let me give you just something. Okay. Here we are. We're in part 2, right? I'm on what's
Yes, part 2. Right.
I couldn't put it on in the StreamYard. So here we go. Okay. So what I just posted in the YouTube chat is the Timothy Hazlitt backstory, but
Let's see.
beyond a dungeon in his basement and a torture chamber, essentially, and torturing these women, killing at least one of them, probably killing this TJ who didn't escape. Things like the pathology of he wore women's lingerie when he did it. Like, I want to ask John about that. And he also put on this persona of a family man.
Right.
He was dating and he had a son that lived with him. That he had full custody.
So
of a young son.
he was doing all this in the basement while his son was literally like what, 10 feet from the basement, like upstairs watching TV. And I mean, yeah, it's just the disconnect between these different roles that he was trying to assume, the kind of the Jekyll and Hyde type thing.
Oh, I can't imagine. And you say you just put this link in chat, right?
I thought I did in the YouTube chat because I couldn't. It says that I need to join the chat on StreamYard, which I was like, I don't know how. And so I put it in your YouTube.
I don't see it.
So I just did it again, I think.
Oh, there's your puppy.
But I don't think it's coming up in StreamYard when I post it. So.
Do you have the Patreon link? You can just text it to me if you want. Oh,
yeah, it's patreon.com/hidden-true-crime.
Oh, okay, great. We'll get it. We'll find it.
Yeah, I want that.
Yeah,
I was going to say, in the YouTube chat, nobody can post links but moderators. So I think.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Yeah.
So if you want to hurry and text it to me, I can put it up there real quick.
Let's see. Can I email it to you?
You can email it if you have, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Your video one.
Yeah, Web Sleuth's videos. Yeah,
Okay.
perfect. And I can put it there. That's why I keep forgetting that.
Yeah, it's very much Hewerman, and it's still being investigated.
Mhm.
So who knows what's going to be uncovered? And police have been very tight-lipped. We're doing our best to bring things as it comes. And with this new probable cause, we're hoping that John can continue discussing it. And I think it's an important case. I encourage all creators out there to talk about,
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me put this up here. This is the Timothy Haslett interview, Haslett. Okay, from Hidden True Crime. Did I spell Timothy right? I don't know. I'm so tired. But okay, there, it's in chat now. And we'll put it under the description of this video too. Okay, to make sure everybody
Thanks. That's kind.
can watch it, because it is very, very important. And again, we really appreciate it. You've been so kind and generous with your time with us. I can't thank. I know you've got so much going on, and it means a lot that you joined us, especially today in the middle of the day. So thank you so much.
It's been nice to come on this spring and summer a lot. It's been really nice. It's nice. It's nice to be on here. So we appreciate you. And if we have any hidden gems here that are here, please hit subscribe. What Web Sleuth does for missing people and the DNA is so wonderful. And
thank you.
And
without Hidden True Crime, we would not have reached our 44,000 subscriber mark. So thank you both so much. That meant a lot to us.
Good.
Okay, well, we will be in touch, and we'll definitely be watching Saturday night, and we'll put these links up and help start educating everybody. Thank you, Dr. John and Lauren.
Thank you for having us
so much. You go enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll talk soon. Okay,
sounds good. Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Are you opening candy?
No cigarettes. Sorry.
You're opening cigarette. That's worse. What the hell, woman? Okay, let's see. How much time do we have here? We have about a half hour. Let's just show a little bit, because I want y'all to go watch the, because Mike King from Profiling Evil will be here at the top of the hour. Okay, that's at 5 o'clock Eastern. So, but we've got a couple of people have sent me the Julie Rowe interview from Nate Eaton. Let's watch just a little bit of it while we wait for Mike King, okay? So let me get to my thingy here and there. And let's see. Thank you, Amy D. and Stacy. Thank you. Okay, so let's do this. Let's get that going. Hang on. Okay, just a minute. Let's do a share here. Like I said, we'll just watch it for a little bit, and I'll put the link in chat. Gosh, it's a long one. I'm going to do it, reduce it here. But let's do the share. And everybody should go watch this with Nate Eaton. This is Nate Eaton and Julie Rowe, and he has a statement here at the beginning. Let's read that. The statement is, this interview with Julie Rowe was taped on June 5th, 2020. 4 days later, the bodies of JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan were found buried on Chad Daybell's property. And I'll bet you $1 million, she said, Chad didn't do anything to those kids. And Chad would never hurt Tammy. What do you want to bet? Okay, I'm going to play this and we'll, in accordance with the YouTube fair use policy, and we'll be stopping to discuss along the way. We're just a little bit here. And then I'm going to put the link up in chat here shortly. So here we go. We love our Nate Eaton. Here we go. I don't know where the sound is.
Can you just say and spell your name?
Yeah. Julie Rowe, JulieRowe.
And how would you describe your relationship with Chad? Former friend, current friend, business acquaintance?
Former friend and business acquaintance. He was my publisher.
So why are you here today, Julie?
Because part of my mission that I agreed to premortally before I came to Earth
What?
was to warn and testify of a lot of things, including exposing darkness on every level, layer, realm, and dimension. And I see darkness in this story. It's very hard to talk about. So I appreciate the time you're giving. And I hope people understand that this emotion is because I care deeply about the people involved in it. Everyone from
Okay, wait. I just got to say that in the beginning, Julie was on record as saying Chad Daybell would never hurt those kids and Lori would never do anything. And I've talked to the kids and they're happy. Everybody's happy. It's great. And now she's here to warn about evil. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm going to use the excuse that I'm really tired, so I take no responsibility for what I say. Here we go.
Okay.
Nate Eaton, East Idaho News.
Chad and his family, Lori and her family, even though I never met Lori, and all the parties involved, including millions of people who have been exposed to this energy as a result of all the news that's gone out on it. It's affected millions of people on both sides of the veil. And I made premortal covenants to testify of truth at all costs.
What?
And to let people know that what has happened with Chad and Lori is not okay.
For those not familiar with the words premortal, you mean before this life on
Before
Earth.
this life, we lived in spirit realm. I have memory of it. I had a near-death experience in 2004. It's one of several that I've had. And that's how I know Chad. He published my first 5 books.
Yeah, talk about how you met Chad and Tammy. Did you seek them out because you had this
No.
experience? How did that work?
No, so I was shown in dream and vision, and during my near-death experience, I was told in 2004, I was on the other side of the veil for 2.5 days. I was essentially in a comatose state.
So you were dead?
I was not dead. I was still alive, but I was asleep. According to the hospital records, I was in a comatose
What happened?
state. My heart was still beating.
Were you in an accident or?
No, I was later diagnosed with Lyme disease and Epstein-Barr, but I didn't have doctor's confirmation on that for 8 years.
Oh, wow.
So just very, very sick.
Very sick in the hospital.
Mhm.
Your spirit left your body.
Yeah.
And you were in the spirit world.
Yeah, for 2.5 days.
And that's what happened there.
Well, maybe I should refer people to my book, New Revolution, where I talk about it. You can go to Amazon. It's called New Revolution. But basically, I was given a tour of different parts of heaven and spirit realms and different worlds or degrees of glory, if you will, and was shown some of my past lives as well as things in my current life that had happened when I was younger. Had a life review. They took me through what you call the window of heaven, that's how I had access to some of these portals and things like that. And then they reminded me of some of the promises I made to my friends and family, including spirit family, that I would help prepare them for some of the things coming to the earth, including war in the United States.
Okay. So you came back, your spirit came back.
Right.
And then you met Chad or?
Yeah. So I didn't meet Chad and Tammy until the summer of 2014. Chad first contacted me in February of 2014. I was on the Avow website. I really only got on the Dreams and Vision part. I had a friend that was my Relief Society president when I was in the hospital as a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I was living in Overland Park, Kansas, and her brother-in-law happened to be my home teacher as well. So their family played an integral part in helping me and my family when I got really sick. And she was only one of a few people that knew that I had had this near-death experience for a long time. And as when I came back and I started to wake up and work through what had happened to me and the trauma and all that, I started opening up to her more and told her about the dreams that I'd had, the night visions, the memories I had of what they'd shown me. And, I would cry to her about, some of the heartache that I saw coming to the world. And so that was in 2004 in September. And then I had another near-death experience a month later in October. And so she knew about that. And she told me about a vow. I think it was probably in 2006 or 7. And I got on under my own name because I'd never been on an online forum. And then I posted just a few things, but I quickly realized that to be in my own name would not be good because of how people treat you online. And so I quit posting. And then several years later, in 2013, I was prompted again to sign up again. There's a long break there where I wasn't on there at all.
Mm-hmm.
And I never really looked at anything else on there. I knew it was like a prepper site where you could find things about solar and Dutch oven cooking and stuff,
Food storage.
Yeah. And I, because of what I saw coming, I've always been into food storage because I was raised that way in the church and my family, but I'm not like an extreme prepper, right? I don't consider myself a prepper. In fact, that term bugs me because I think it's like too extreme. But because I was feeling very lonely about what I was experiencing, it was nice to read other people's dreams and visions who had been shown similar things. And I had additional witnesses. And so this friend of mine, knew that. And she gave me a couple of books as well, Sarah Monet's book and some other books, of people that had had experiences. And that really helped me early on. So then in 2013, so when I had my near-death experience, I was told that I was to share my story through a book and speaking publicly in about what they said 9 Earth years. And I was laughing at the 9 Earth years because my husband's like, if you say 9 Earth years, you sound like a weirdo. And I said, well, that's what they said to me because there's a lot of other planets in the galaxy. And this is planet Earth. And they said planet Earth. And so I then was told in October of 2013, I had a severe adversarial attack. That's just kind of what I experienced since I woke up from my near-death experience. A lot
What
of
does that
very,
mean?
for me, it's very physical.
Okay, I just want to state something. Julie Rowe was saying something about being from planet Earth. I don't think that's where she's from. Again, this is from 2020. This is Nate Eaton, East Idaho News. Remember, Chad Daybell didn't start making his crazy claims until he saw how Julie Rowe's books were selling like hotcakes. In one of Lauren and Dr. John's YouTube shows that they did, Lauren talks about the first time that Chad Daybell was able to take his family to a restaurant because of all the money he made on Julie Rowe's books. And, that's why all of a sudden his near-death experiences were happening and his books were real. And I believe without question that he had a thing for Julie Rowe. Don't you think, Insightful One?
Oh yeah, before Lori, I absolutely do, and I think he dropped Julie because he met Lori.
Because he met Lori, because he was going up in the world as he thought. So let's
and he
continue
found
on.
somebody more malleable
that depended on him a lot more. And in the case with Julie Rowe, she was kind of the leader here, and Chad couldn't have that. Again, this is from 2020, Nate Eaton, East Idaho News. We're not going to play the whole thing. It's over an hour long. We're just going to play a few more minutes of it for you. So we love our Nate Eaton. We do. Here we go.
Physical. In fact, last night, because of this interview, I was up half the night just being physically attacked, very physical.
Like physically, like by things you see?
By demons and unclean spirits, yes.
And they're attacking you.
I can sometimes...
No. Demons attacking her because of this interview. Well, first of all, she's making herself out to be incredibly self-important. Because, I've talked to the demons, and they're damn busy demons, people. They don't have time for this. They got to go attack, world leaders, Putin and stuff. Not Julie Rowe.
They were zombies disguised as demons, darn it.
Oh, they were?
Yeah.
Oh, man, see, I'm so confused. But, come on, Julie. These zombie demons, they're saving their time for the big wigs out in the world. This is just... Okay, let's continue. Give Nate Eaton an Academy Award for not bursting out laughing and for acting very professional and very sincere. He's now, I didn't think I could respect this young man any more than I already did, but I do. Here we go.
When I see them, usually I feel them, and they'll choke me, sit on me, squeeze me.
You know, why can't I have anybody sit on me and squeeze me? God, that'd be nice once. I'm sorry. I'm loopy. Here we go.
Punch me. Yeah.
There will be people that hear that and think you're crazy.
Yes, they will, but people already think I'm crazy, so they can think what they want.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, and I'm not discounting your experience at all. There will be people watching that saying,
Yes.
how does that happen to her and nobody else?
Right. It does happen to other people. They just don't talk about it.
Okay. So you have your near-death experience. Chad reaches out to you through the AVAL website when you get back on.
In
And
February
says,
of 14.
February of 2014, and says, we should write a book together?
Right. Well, in October 14, I had this attack, and I was actually at a restaurant, and I'd been having dreams about the books again, and the spirit had been telling me it's coming soon. And I would ask, in my mind as I talked to the Lord, well, when? Because it's been about 9 years. And they just said, sometime after the first of the year, he will contact you. You don't need to worry about it. I wasn't given his name. I could just see him in my mind's eye.
Chad.
And I was told, you'll know, and he'll find you. Don't worry about it. So I didn't ever do anything to try to publish my book or anything. But when I had this, that had been going on for a couple of days. When I had this attack, I was at a restaurant, and I went into the restroom because it got so severe. I was just trying to get away from the group that I was with so I could kind of work through the energy that was happening. And I ended up very, very sick, throwing up in the restroom, and it got worse. And I ended up basically collapsing on the floor of the restroom bathroom. And that's when I heard very clearly, have no fear. And I said, why does this keep happening to me? And what I heard was an audible voice that said, don't ask why, ask what, and ask how. What are you to learn, and how are you to serve? And at that moment, I said that in my thoughts, and I felt this swishing energy, and I felt this light come in, and the demon or whoever it was that had me around the neck, I felt it release, and I had some interesting visuals about light warriors that came in, and there was basically a battle going on right there in that bathroom.
Between light and dark.
Yes. Yeah. And with the gifts that I have, because of my veil being thin, I don't see everything, but often they will show me quite a bit, and it's pretty sci-fi. It's pretty crazy stuff. The veil really is a blessing for people. So anyway, that's the background. So I knew it was coming. I just didn't know when. And then he private messaged me. I was prompted to post more about my dreams and visions, and started posting about my near death. And then he found me, and in February, he messaged me, private message, and said, I'm an author and publisher. Would you be interested in doing a book? And I saw his picture, and he looked different than what I had in my mind's eye. They showed me like a different look because his picture was earlier. So actually he looked like what I saw when I met him in the summer of 14.
Mm-hmm.
But I wrote my first book in 6 weeks. So we started it in March. I gave him the first draft in 3 weeks. I went to Grand Canyon with my family for spring break for 5 days. He did initial edits, and it went to press 3 weeks later after that. And so it went to press in April of 14 and came out early to mid-May of 14. I didn't meet Tammy and their kids and Chad in person until July of 14.
So later
in
that summer.
Provo, because they were living in Springville. I met them in Provo.
What was Chad like? What was his family like?
Very nice. Socially introverts, all of them. Very, very kind of quiet people. The contrast in energy was kind of crazy because my kids and I, and my husband we're pretty talkative, loud people, So our family cultures were like opposite. Mm-hmm. I would say honestly, they're socially awkward, but really nice people. Really, really nice people.
And from what I understand, your first book did pretty well.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many copies we sold. Thousands.
Enough to write more.
Yeah, I had my second book that went to press. So on that trip where I met them in person, after my book went to press, it had only been out a month. And one of my guardian angels, well, basically I say the Lord, but really, sometimes it's the Lord's voice himself, and sometimes he sends messengers like through my guardian angels or ministering angels. And I remember my book had been out 3 weeks, and I had told everyone I'm only doing one book because that's all they told me, and I had no desire to write anymore. And after I did a radio show on Mills Crenshaw and told everybody that, literally the next day I got a message from the other side of the veil, and they're like, hey, there's another book. And I was like, are you kidding me? And so I took a lot of flack for that because I told everybody I'm only doing one book. And then I said, oh, I have another one,
Yeah.
So people are like, oh, she just wants to be famous. I'm like, no. See, this is how it goes.
Everyone, this is Julie Rowe being interviewed by Nate Eaton at East Idaho News. And again, we're not going to play the whole thing here. I'll put the link up. I think I just got a little small teeny link. I think this is it, because it's, for some reason it came through like this big huge 50-foot link on YouTube, and I don't know why, but I think this is it. Hang on, let me just double check. But I mean, when you listen to Julie Rowe, and I'm not trying to make fun of her at all or anything, but you've got to just wonder, what is really wrong, because there is something wrong. And again, like I said, before the kids were found, several months before, Julie Rowe, she was everywhere saying that Chad Daybell wouldn't do this. She knows his heart, and she's seen the kids, and they're very happy, and on and on and on. And now all of a sudden that the tide has turned, she is, just going the opposite direction. So hang on here, just a second here. East Idaho News, and let me put the link up again real quick. Kresha Difficult Research says, did she just say Crenshaw? Because that's the name, that name was sent to my parents in the beginning by Sean Littlebear. I think she did. You know what, let me rewind it. Do you know how long ago she said it? I can rewind it a little bit. I'm not sure though. Okay, hold on. I want to rewind it a little bit anyway, because I can't believe what I'm hearing, So hang on here. Let me rewind it about 2 minutes.
Then what I had in my mind's eye, they showed me like a different look, because his picture was earlier. So actually he looked like what I saw when I met him in the summer of 14. Mm-hmm. But I wrote my first book in 6 weeks.
And by the way, when you see her on TikTok now, she uses a filter. And she looks great through the filter.
So we started it in March. I gave him the first draft in 3 weeks. I went to Grand Canyon with my family for spring break for 5 days. He did initial edits, and it went to press 3 weeks later after that. And so it went to press in April of 14 and came out early to mid-May of 14. I didn't meet Tammy and their kids and Chad in person until July of 14.
So later
in
that summer.
Provo, because they were living in Springville. I met them in Provo.
What was Chad like? What was his family like?
Very nice. Socially introverts, all of them. Very, very kind of quiet people. The contrast in energy was kind of crazy, because my kids and I, and my husband we're pretty talkative, loud people, So our family cultures were opposite. Mm-hmm. I would say, honestly, they're socially awkward, but really nice people. Really, really nice people.
And from what I understand, your first book did pretty well.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many copies we sold. Thousands.
Enough to write more.
Yeah, I had my second book that went to press. So on that trip where I met them in person, after my book went to press, it had only been out a month. And one of my guardian angels, well, basically I say the Lord, but really, sometimes it's the Lord's voice himself, and sometimes he sends messengers through my guardian angels.
Nick, a 5150 is a term used by law enforcement to basically say, we're going to go pick up a crazy person. They're crazy. We're going to 5150 them, is basically what it means. Mentally unstable.
Ministering angels. And I remember my book had been out 3 weeks, and I had told everyone I'm only doing one book because that's all they told me, and I had no desire to write anymore. And after I did a radio show on Mills Crenshaw and told everybody that, literally the next day, I got a message from the other side of the veil, and they're like, hey, there's another book.
Wait.
And I was like, are you kidding me?
Just a second.
And so I took a lot of flack for that because I told everybody I'm only doing one book. And then like, I said, oh, I have another one, you know.
I think she said Mills Crenshaw. And I know a Mills Crenshaw. He's a radio guy. Hang on.
Talkative, loud people, you know. So our family cultures were like opposite. I would say honestly, they're socially awkward, but really nice people. Really, really nice people.
And from what I understand, your first book did pretty well.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many copies we sold. Thousands.
Enough to write more.
Yeah, I had my second book that went to press. So on that trip where I met them in person, after my book went to press, it had only been out a month. And one of my guardian angels, well, basically I say the Lord, but really, you know, sometimes it's the Lord's voice himself, and sometimes he sends messengers like through my guardian angels or ministering angels. And I remember my book had been out 3 weeks, and I had told everyone I'm only doing one book because that's all they told me, and I didn't want to, I had no desire to write anymore. And after I did a radio show on Mills Crenshaw and told everybody that, literally.
That's what she said, Mills Crenshaw. So, yeah, if it's the same Mills Crenshaw I know, then it is, he's a radio guy in Salt Lake, I think. But I thought he died. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind. Okay. Anyway, here we
I'll
go.
look.
Continue. I'm sorry, what?
I said, I'll look.
Okay. East Idaho News with Nate Eaton, Julie Rowe. Mike King from Profiling Evil will be here shortly. So here we go.
Literally the next day, I got a message from the other side of the veil, and they're like, hey, there's another book. And I was like, are you kidding me? And so I took a lot of flack for that because I told everybody I'm only doing one book. And then like, I said, oh, I have another one, you know?
Yeah.
So people are like, oh, she just wants to be famous. I'm like, no. See, this is how it goes with communication. They only tell you what you need to know when you need to know it to get to the next level of your progression or your place in your plan or to help or whatever. And I wouldn't have been open to it anyway, right? And so then I opened my heart and I was like, okay, Lord, if you want me to do another one, I will. And that book came out October 15th. It took me 8 weeks to write.
That same year.
The same year.
And you worked with Chad on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how many books did you write with him?
Well, I did I have to add them up again. I think it's 5. A Greater Tomorrow, The Time Is Now, From Tragedy to Destiny, my biography, which was Rising Above the Flames, and then we did podcast books. And we started to transcribe the podcast on Julie Rowe Show, and we got one of those out. Chad didn't have the funding. We'd only sold, maybe 1,000 of them, and we just decided it wasn't worth putting them in print. We just did the ebooks on them.
What happened with your relationship with Chad?
So it was a gradual drifting apart. We finished publishing my book in the summer of 2017. And then we did the podcast book shortly after that. It was kind of going on simultaneously. And we didn't have any more books. And I had been shown in vision and told at that time that the actual title of my biography that would come out and go more worldwide, or at least in the United States, was going to be a different title. It was called Gifted for a Purpose. And Chad turned that title down. Actually, Eric Smith came up with that title. And I was told very clearly, this is the book, this is the title, and there are certain things in it. Chad wouldn't include certain things in the biography. They always did the design covers, but the first 2 books I saw in vision, and then he found the pictures on the internet and presented them to me, and I said, yeah, that's it. So there were some really good experiences on a spiritual level with him. With Rising Above the Flames, I didn't have the experience. He saw it in vision, he picked it out, Tammy designed it, presented it to me, and I really didn't care for it. It's got this big eye on it, but the Spirit said, this is what it's supposed to be right now. Just let this go out. And then later on, I had envisioned what the other title of the book would be and the other cover. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so I always knew, like, this isn't the real biography, but it took a 1.5 years to write that. Eric Smith helped write it. Eric's the one that does the podcast with me on Julie Rowe Show and Eyes Open. So I don't know where I'm going with
So
that.
you worked with Tammy. I mean, if she was designing it,
Yeah.
and did you have a good relationship with her?
Oh, Tammy and I were great friends. Yeah. I wasn't as close to her as I was Chad because Chad worked on the writing side with me and the editing. I only talked to Tammy on the phone maybe half a dozen times. And we would text here and there, but again, she's an introvert. She doesn't text her. I was chalked up to that. She was pretty shy. When I came to Springville, because they moved to Rexburg in 2015, and Chad called me up right after he had the vision of moving to Rexburg. I know that whole story and how that all happened. And I can vouch that how he wrote it in his book is what he told me before he told anybody else.
What did he tell you? He called you one day and said
he was still in Idaho with their family vacation and called me and he said, I was just at the gas station and I got this visual and I heard, on the other side of the bell that I'd be moving to Rexburg soon. And I was like, really? I said, so how's Tammy going to feel about that? And he goes, well, she's not going to like it. I mean, they're both from Springville, Utah, born and raised. They met in Springville. They fell in love in Springville, And he was pretty confident that in time, when it was right, the Spirit would work upon her heart. And if they were supposed to move, they would move. And that is what happened. She struggled with it. But I talked personally to Tammy about it, and she had her own witness from the Spirit. She wasn't just doing what Chad said when they went to Idaho.
she felt that it was right to go too.
Oh, yeah. She was very in tune. She didn't have the same gifts that Chad had, but she has one of the best hearts of anybody I've ever met, and very, very, very kind. Very genuine, not a fake person.
What would you say Chad's gifts are? Being a visionary?
He's visionary. He has some gift of hearing. And he, I know he's going to watch this. He's not going to like that I say this, and he's probably sitting out there. Truthfully, as I got to know him, I realized that I had more gifts, that mine were more expansive, that my gift of hearing was sharper.
You mean gift of hearing the Spirit?
Yes, gift of
Okay.
hearing the Spirit. So there's different hearing gifts and sight gifts, different types of vision. Sometimes people can see it in their mind's eye. Sometimes they actually see it with their eyes. Sometimes it's more like on the crown of the head. It just depends on what the visionary gift is. And I have all of those. Chad, the way he described it to me was he would look down like when he was writing a manuscript, and he could kind of see it in his mind's eye, like through his third eye, is how he described it to me, which is different than how it works for me. I usually just see it and I can see multiple dimensions.
So if he is a visionary, why didn't he foresee all of everything that's happened?
Right.
Great question. God, that's a great question. Real quick, before she answers that, talking about Mills Crenshaw, he was a radio, had his own radio show. I knew him. He kind of like hit on me back in the 90s. Long story. Anyway, he did die in 2016, but I think she said she interviewed with him in like 2014. So Mills Crenshaw, if that's what you're looking for, Kresha, that's who she was talking about. Okay, let's see. Why didn't Chad foresee all of these things? Julie, tell us.
I can't answer that for Chad, but I can tell how it works for me.
Did you foresee any of this?
I heard that how do I explain that? I did not foresee, and I still have not seen exactly what happened to Tammy and the kids. I'm being blocked from that. The Lord tells me that is for my protection and that I am being unveiled more. So we're all veiled. And there's not a single visionary on the planet that sees everything, right? Because you still have a veil. Even people that have these amazing gifts that seem like, they can see, you can't. That's not how it works. You get bits and pieces. You might get a flash. You might get a scene. Every now and then it looks like a video, but there's always pieces missing. And then you, based on your own belief system, which can often be false beliefs, you put the pieces together to make sense of what you're seeing. And it's the same thing with the hearing gifts, right? And you have to learn to discern, is this coming from the light side? Is this coming from the dark side? Because they can imitate. Satan has a counterfeit for everything. And he has his spirits that pretend to be the Lord, or to pretend to be Joseph Smith, or pretend to be whoever, right? And they're very good at mimicking. And after being and reigning on this planet for thousands of years, they have mastered body language. energy, they can, there's this false belief that the adversary can't read your thoughts. Well, they can read that energy, and
I need to stop it right there because that's just a little too much crazy. I just can't take it. Mike King is here, everybody. Hang on, Mr. King. I'm just going to grab my dogs. I'll be right back. These dogs control my life. Okay. Come here. Come here. Mike King from Profiling Evil. Come on. Come on. Okay, come here, doggies. Come here, come here. Hold on, I'm almost there, everybody. Da, 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 dee, 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 dee. Oh, Mike King, it is so good to see you. We were just listening to Julie Rowe from Chad Daybell's trial, and she's talking about how demons attack her, and she was on the other side of the veil for 22 days. And yeah, so we need a little normalcy. Thank you.
Pretty special lives some of them have lived.
Yeah, it's pretty bizarre, if I do say so myself. So, oh my gosh, it made me crazy. But Mike King, it is so great to see you. And I apologize. Since I'm doing this 24-hour broadcast, my life doesn't stop, and so my animals kind of control my life. Now I have to go let my cat in. I will be right back in 15 seconds.
Okay. I'm just trying to find something here that I wanted to pull up. And
okay, great.
I didn't expect you'd pull me on so quick.
That's okay. Oh, take your time. Take your time. Take your time. Don't you stay there.
Yes, everyone. If you now have a headache, it was from that interview we were just listening to, because I need ibuprofen now.
Come on.
That really gave me a headache.
Good boy. Good boy. And I'll tell you what, I gotta go change the cat water because they won't drink it when the dogs drink out of it. Okay, move everybody. Here we go. I'll be right back.
How have you been, Mike?
I have been well. How have you been?
Really good.
You've chosen not to put a picture up at all today, huh?
Oh, no, it's not showing. See, for me, I see a picture. That's annoying.
Unless your picture is a big round circle with a avatar in the middle of some kind.
Oh, no, I might have to go out and come back in a minute. Yeah, everybody's glad you're here, so things can be normal now.
Oh, well, that's frightening. I'm seeing a note from a few people there. It's fun to see some names I recognize. So
we're awesome. Just happy to have normalcy after Julie Rowe there for a little bit. So, Mike King from Profiling Evil, how are you, my dear?
I am well. How are you two doing?
We are doing great. Like Stacy said, we are just happy to see you. So you've been so well. You're always so busy. So while I'm putting up the link to Profiling Evil, tell us what you've been doing. What's your latest?
Holy cow! My wife and I had all our grandkids, which all means four, for a week while their parents on both sides were traveling, and so we were at Antelope Island, and we were at the Golden Spike, and we were at the aquarium. Every day we were somewhere else in this 105-degree heat, and I needed a week to recover, so I've just been nursing my Diet Dr. Peppers, and But up till now, I mean, I've been just running crazy. Of course, we had a chance to visit at CrimeCon, Tricia, and
Yes, we had
and then
fun.
right after CrimeCon, I went and finished some work that I'm doing with A&E on history's greatest mysteries with Lawrence Fishburne. We finished season 2 a couple of weeks ago in LA, and
Great.
done with that. And I did a Fox special on King Tut about 4 weeks ago, and I'll be in New York in a couple of weeks doing another special for Fox on a predatory case. So anyway, it's been kind of busy and trying to find something to do to keep myself out of jail, I guess.
Well, yeah, because you are such a lawless man. Absolutely. There you go. There's a hidden true crime link to Sienna, who was looking for it. Okay, so Mike King, don't you do something in Australia too?
Well, I have the Mapping Evil with Mike King podcast in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
It went 2 seasons. We haven't done anything since then, other than I did a big, it's now hit about 1.5 million views special with 60 Minutes Australia on a serial killer there called Mr. Cruel, where I mapped out the areas where I think he was geographically working and located, and that thing's gone kind of crazy. And let's
talk about Mr. Cruel, because we've actually done things on Mr. Cruel, because we have Ping, our guy from Australia, Ping the Router, and he's really focused on Mr. Cruel. You were on 60 Minutes Australia, right?
Yeah, with Liz Hayes. I'll put a link up here. It's kind of a fun video, and
you may have to.
It's got about 1.5 million views right now. So
can you email it or text it to me, because they won't let you put a link up unless you're a moderator.
Oh, really? I just put it in the
in chat
comment box.
Oh, there you go. Oh, it worked. Never mind. I got it. Hang on. Do you see that insightful one?
I mean, let me see. Yes, I do.
Can you copy that? And let's see.
Wait.
Here we can just. This might be kind of fun. We'll just play a clip of it if you want. There's a little.
Yeah, can you do that?
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see if I can find the clip.
And then we're going to talk about your new project.
Let's see.
Let's see here.
Well,
let me see if I can get it here.
There was a short little trailer. Oh, this might be it. Let's see here. I think I got one, Tricia, that'll work.
Okay, great.
It's only a couple of minutes long, so hopefully people will not completely leave you after this.
Oh, come on.
Also share audio. Okay, let's see how that works. All right. You ready?
I'm ready.
Personal to me, this has traumatized me because they were my friends. This is my home. It took away their childhood. It took away my childhood. I've made a completely different life than I probably would have if this man didn't do what he did.
In 1988, this woman was a friend and neighbour of Mr. Cruel's second victim, a 10-year-old girl from Ringwood.
They were our neighbours and friends.
Their homes backed onto a cleared right-of-way for high-tension electrical towers.
It's a private area for power lines. You'd have to know it was there. You could look at either end of that street and not know it was there. That's how secluded this area is. You only would be there if you know about it. For, say, mowing under the power lines or maintenance. Only someone who knew those power lines and the access it had to the houses on the back fence, because you can see over the fence without anyone noticing what you're doing. My brother's always played football and cricket under the power lines, and they were the only people up there all the time. So they were up there one day and they saw a man filming over victim two's back fence, video cameraing with a JVC video camera over the back fence. So he was struggling to make it over because he was about 5'9" to 5'10". So he was struggling to kind of reach over to film. So when they came up, he was very shocked that he was caught and he took off. And so this happened prior to the kidnapping. And when the kidnapping happened, my brothers told my mum, and my mum called the police. The police didn't come, but they had the information because they came years later. And when they did come, they were only there for a few minutes, so they didn't take any information from the boys. So this information is all new. Description of what he was wearing was a long flannelette, kind of baggy, light
You know what? This isn't the one I was looking for, Trisha. This is kind of yeah. Let me see if I can find.
Okay, no
one,
worries.
because the trailer for the video we did was really quite good. So,
I was fascinated by that. That was great. No, take your time. There is no rush. Okay.
Yeah, well,
everybody, we'll talk a little bit more about Mr. Cruel here. Very, very famous case in Australia, and he got his name because he was so cruel, and he's a murderer. But there were also, I don't know if it was just one that got away, or if there was more that got away. I can't remember, but I do know that they still haven't found out who he is.
Yeah, the guy is still getting away with it, and maybe he's dead by now. Who knows?
It's scary. It's very scary, you know. So.
Well, I may not be able to find it, but I do. That's the okay. Video link that I put in there, if that is opened, it will take you to the longer video,
and we'll put the video. I can find it too and put it in the description of the Mr. Cruel Australia 60 Minutes. That was a great episode. It was fantastic.
Yeah, it was a fun one to do. And here's I'll just put this one up instead. This is a little clip from the thing that I used actually in some training.
Okay, and, let's see that.
Yeah, that might be.
Oops, what happened? Uh-oh, Chad Daybell got him. Chad Daybell got Mike King. I knew it would happen. Damn Chad Daybell and his portals. Yikes. He'll be back. He'll be back. Oh.
I'm going to email you a link right now. It might be the one he's looking for.
Okay. Well, thank you. Also, everybody, after Mike King, it is going to be Megan Connor, Lori Vallow's cousin. And then a big treat. We have Sina Wong, the woman that does the John Benet Ramsey note. She's amazing. What happened, Mr. King? Did Chad Daybell's portals get you?
Yeah, I closed the wrong windows or something. Okay, here we go.
There we go. Okay, let's see where. Okay, let me add. There we go. Perfect.
This is information, obviously, still feeding into the map. We've now got 3 cases. We can see the locations of where they all are. But what are you looking for now?
Well, I think we continue to look at the location and the fact that it's all within about a 20-minute drive time from each other. And in that area, the offender has to feel comfortable to be able to function. And, you know, when we look at serial predators, we have to look at them much like we would look at an animal. A lion, for instance, is going to hunt in an area as long as that lion can continue to find prey. From a geographic perspective, we just have to keep thinking, why is he comfortable in this area? Why is he selecting the victims where he is? And why is he disposing of them where he is?
Anyway, so there's a little clip from the
That's perfect.
The film and kind of a wacky case, and yeah.
Yeah,
our
we'll
friends
put up
down
the
in
whole
Oz.
we'll put up the whole 60 minutes, Mr. Cruel. But why did he get the name Mr. Cruel? Because there are so many cruel killers out there. How did he get that name?
The Aussies are just great at coming up with really cool names. The
Yes,
Granny
they are.
Killers, all their cool names. Yeah, they're pretty good at it.
He's the best. Well, now you have something else going on, right?
Oh man, yeah.
Tell us about that.
I'm not sure what we're talking about, but I've been working a number of different things. I'm going to be actually driving up through your old neck of the woods in the morning to do some stuff for Court TV on Corey Richins. And
that's the one. Now tell everybody who Corey Richins is.
Well, I think everybody knows, but this is a mom from near Park City, Utah, who had kind of this idyllic life. They appeared to be doing well, appeared to be a happy family. And she's now accused of murdering her husband, who had a successful little construction business. And now we're learning that, like in most of these cases, what the motivation could have been. She is allegedly responsible for changing some life insurance policies and then poisoning her husband on a couple of occasions. He survived those, and then eventually, according to the affidavit, was successful in giving him a fentanyl overdose that eventually took his life. And but the interesting twist to that case is her mother was at the home the night that this man died, and now there's focus on the mother, who happened 2 years earlier have a female lover that she is suspected of helping get an Oxycontin overdose that she benefited from that life insurance policy.
Good Lord.
So now they're wondering if there's a tie between mother and daughter, or what it is.
Right.
And like Angela Connolly said in the comments there, this woman later wrote a book on grief after the death of a father. And within a month of writing the book and having it come out and her going on television, law enforcement arrested her and charged her with murder. So waiting to see if she gets convicted of murder.
That takes a lot of gall to murder your husband and then write a book about grief for kids going through the death of a parent. I mean, damn, that takes a lot. No, you mentioned something to me about that we had talked about the Transcontinental Railroad teaser.
Yes, I of course, I've spent quite a bit of time over the past couple of years with Candace Cooley as we've watched Dylan Rounds' case, and I haven't done many shows on that because, frankly, I've known too much information about the case, and so I felt like I needed to stay away from it. And one of the commitments I made to Candace was that once Brenner was convicted and sentenced, that I would go out with her and her husband, and we would try to disguise and make less noticeable Dylan's clandestine grave out in the desert. And so we've been kind of working toward that with the idea of doing some other things. And while we were out there, at the end of doing all of that, I decided to take the trail across the Transcontinental Railroad. And yeah, this probably will just bore people to absolute tears. But
no, it won't. No,
I'll stick up a little something that maybe will help them. So if you pop that screen up on there. So if you think of the United States, the Transcontinental Railroad ran, again, it was running from the East Coast westward, and the Transcontinental Railroad, as part of a determination by Congress in the early 1800s, was to have the Western line, which was the Central Pacific Railroad. The line from the east was the Union Pacific Railroad, come together and wherever they could join the two tracks and make the first transcontinental railroad across the United States.
Right.
And that ran through my neck of the woods up here in northern Utah. And so I'm kind of mixing two little stories here because these red boxes on here actually are the places that are important in the Dylan Rounds case. So for people who aren't familiar with Dylan Rounds' case, This is the country of the United States in Utah, the northwest desert area. So if you went from Salt Lake City straight west, about a 2.5 or 3 hour drive, you would hit a little area called Lucin. And Lucin is the area where Dylan Rounds is from. And that's this little place right here, which happened to be the first stopping point in Utah for the Transcontinental Railroad for the Central Pacific Line. And so this red line on this map shows the Transcontinental Railroad as it made its way across the United States or across Utah to the Golden Spike National Monument. So if people think about the two old trains that came together and they symbolically pounded the Golden Spike in the ground, that happened right here. And that's actually where I took my grandkids a couple of weeks ago. And I guess I still had it on my mind because after going out to the grave a couple of days ago, I thought, I'll take this drive across here, which happens to be 100 miles of four-wheeling road. So it's a long, dusty, 105-degree day drive. And I'll just, I'm going to pop up some video here to share because I thought I do all these videos. There were a couple of major law enforcement issues that happened on the Transcontinental Railroad through this stretch of country. So I figured I could make this a profiling evil show. And one is the fact that there was an old, along the Transcontinental Railroad, or a number of little, I don't know, they're now ghost towns. And I'm going to just pop up a picture here. We'll just look at a picture and that'll help kind of visualize this. And folks, if you're bored, just tell Tricia and she'll disconnect me. And
no, this is not boring. We love this. We love it.
So on here, this is what the area looks like. So this is driving across. Of course, I threw my drone up a couple of times just to get some imagery of the area. But along this route, which you think about a rail line, you're going to build it in a straight line because, again, these were primarily Chinese workers who had come in. They were working really hard, and they started building these stations along the way. And the thing that's so cool about these stations is the fact that think about this. This is 1869, early 1869. These things are completely constructed by hand in the desert. The only way to get equipment into here in this area is to bring it in on rail one way. So because you're building a railway one direction, you got to go back and get supplies. So how are you going to turn the train around? And in those days, they didn't have these engines that could go frontwards or backwards without changing the track. They had to put them on what was called a roundhouse that would turn the track back around and then point the train back the other direction. So this is one of the ghost towns that are out there. And this is the old track. Now, this has all been destroyed over time, but I've got everything that you're going to see now, you got to think about is about 160 plus, maybe 170 years old as we go through this. But the first place I stopped is this first location where the Central Pacific had a major roundhouse to turn these trains around. And so this is the area. And if you look here, even today, 170 years later, now in the center of that picture, you can kind of see still the scarring from the roundhouse. It like a big fan. In fact, I'll put an actual drawing of the roundhouse over the top of it here to kind of make it a little easier to tell. And again, they would bring the train in. Right. And then they would, with horses and manpower, turn the train around to head it back. So it's just so very cool to think about the fact that 170 years later, there's still all these artifacts out there. And the road that I'm driving along here is actually the original railway grade. And there are diversions off of it where the old trestles are. So this gives you, again, an idea of the area where Dylan Rounds was buried. Right. This is an original picture from the 1860s of the construction of these small railroad grades. And here we'll see one of those grades as I passed over it that's still standing. So, and the thing that's kind of cool here is the round posts, the piers that are holding this up were actually from 1860. The square posts or square boards were from the 1900s, cut later in time and put into place as reinforcements and other things. So again, the fact that this thing has stood for, 170 years, these rock culverts to divert all the runoff water are still standing after 100+ years. Anyway, just kind of, and then the train trestles on the left where you can see the trestle, it just diverts the road around those because they're too dangerous to drive across now. But you can kind of see the area, and then are we going to bring Candace on, or?
Yeah, well, she's going to see if she can come on. That's what I keep checking my phone to see if she can make it or not. She's not sure. So
well, I'll just play this, and
yes,
and then of course the other reason I was out there was to help Candace take care of some things with Dylan, and so I thought I would just play a little bit of a discussion that we had after burying Dylan.
Please do.
So that's where we actually uncovered additional bones of Dylan's while we were out there. And which is frustrating to think after this long that we can still recover things. But now we've changed and we've smoothed all that over. We've covered it with sagebrush, and nobody will be able to ever find it, which is the goal. We don't want people to go out but this gives you a sense of the area.
Desolate.
And when people say, well, why haven't they found them with the searches and stuff? There's clear reasons why. I mean, this is truly a needle in a haystack, and it gives you a sense of how hard it is to find something, even when you know where it is. Because right now we're going in on the grave, but you still can't tell where that is until you're actually on top of it.
Now, the man who murdered Dylan finally confessed to where that he was buried, right?
He did.
And that was the only
way. It didn't look at all like
him.
this at all. All he did was
Jason
take a scoop out of the woods.
Today. We wanted to go through the gravesite one more time, see if we could find something, and we did. Give Jason's dog Lily a chance to experience and give her some training and see if she could find anything, and just kind of put some closure, I hate that word, but at least to the loosened area.
Well, so another thing that we did today that I think is going to be really interesting is we got some really nice drone imagery at multiple elevations so that we can create a three-dimensional map of the disposal site. That's the technical term, or the place in which Dylan was buried the second time, most likely, if he was ever buried the first time.
Yeah.
And that, makes you wonder about the organizational level of Brenner. That first time he may have just dumped Dylan somewhere and then thought later, I got to do something. And there was a lot of evidence that you talked about that pointed toward his attempts to confuse the investigation in that regard. But with that imagery, we'll be able to look at some of the change detection and use that for other cold case investigations, to look at terrain and see what you can learn from the terrain and from the environment. And of course, this is... So the real reason for going out was not only to do some additional searching. We took a cadaver dog out with Jason Jensen, and we did a little bit of recovery. We recovered some of Dylan's tibia, and then to clean and close that grave in, but also to, from a more scientific standpoint, fly the drone, get some really high-res imagery of the area. And then in about 4 months, I'll go out and fly it again so that we can show kind of a swipe map of change detection so that law enforcement can use that when they look at things in these areas, trying to figure out, because usually it's going to be months before they get back out there. So we're trying to do something good with it. And
that's amazing.
Who knows if we will or not.
And let's refresh everyone's memory about the horrible case of Dylan Rounds. If I remember correctly, Candace Rounds had trouble with the police even believing that her son had been murdered. Do I have that right, or am I mixing up facts?
Well, I think a lot of people can be pretty dang critical of law enforcement, and there were certainly a lot of things that are troubling in this case. It was very troubling when Candace discovered things like Dylan's boots in the dirt and said, no, he only has one pair of boots, that didn't elevate the thought process. But I mean, I say this a lot of times, and you've heard me say this, that in the United States, there are 875,000 missing people reported every single year. And out of that 875,000 people, about 86% of them are going to return home.
Right.
Law enforcement does not have the capacity to investigate 875,000 missing people as a homicide. And so there is a natural propensity to say, let's see if we can elevate this based on information that we're learning.
Mm-hmm.
And law enforcement, in hindsight, probably didn't respond quickly enough. But we have to cut them a little slack, too, that most agencies are probably 20% understaffed since the criticality increased in law enforcement, and police officers felt less secure with organizations that trust them and back them and other things. None of this is an excuse for failing to notice that this was a homicide.
Mm-hmm.
But Candace and every family is really troubled when they have a missing loved one and they don't feel like everything in the world is stopping to look for that one loved one. And at times that led Candace to push for things that, and we've had this discussion a lot, sometimes it was negative when she requested people to reach out to the sheriff's office and demand action. Well, there were so many people calling, police officers were no longer able to do anything but respond to all the calls that were coming in. And psychics were saying that they know where this boy is and everything else. And so we have to really be, I think, a little more level in our thinking. In the same light, law enforcement has to become better at leaning on the true crime community.
Yes.
And if you don't have the assets, give assignments to the community of things that you need done that maybe you don't have personnel for. But you know, that's going to be probably a long time in coming.
It is. And Mike King, we're hoping that you can help us bridge that gap. We actually, believe it or not, on a cold case called Laura Lee Spear, the Sheriff's Department gave websleuths.com a little tag that is really hard to read that was found at the crime scene. May have something to do with it, may not. They don't know. But it's like, that's what we're talking about. Give us, we've got, thousands and tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, all walks of life, all skills. We put it out there. Nobody wants credit. Nobody wants money. They just want to help. And just think of the burden that could be lifted from law enforcement. But the problem is, because the true crime community is wacky and there's drama, problems, and all that stuff, you can understand why law enforcement doesn't want to work with it. So they have to be very careful about who they pick. And I'm just partial to websleuths.com because I know we don't deal with the drama and we have moderators 24/7 taking care of it. So I'm glad, Mike, that you see the need to reach out to the community, and because social media is such a wonderful tool, and it can be the worst thing in the world too. And you just got to be careful, as you know. But in Dylan's case, they knew early on, I should say Dylan's family knew early on pretty much who did this, didn't they? Had a good idea.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Brenner was sitting in their home sympathizing with them, or sitting in the trailer sympathizing with them about where he could possibly be. But it became pretty evident pretty quick. And yet it still took probably a year before he was charged. So
yeah. And that was just, I remember seeing Dylan's mom and just being so impressed with Candace. And if she can't make it here, we've already talked, Mike, and we'll get with you too. We're going to talk about the problem with trolls on the internet and the living hell that they have created. And we're going to do it with Candace on a special night where we'll have lots of time, and we'll invite you as well, because I know you.
Good. Yeah, she's gone through a lot, as many families do.
And you and Candace did a presentation at CrimeCon. Can you talk just a little bit about that, what you did?
Well, yes. I mean, we chatted about that very thing, about putting people ahead of subscribers and other things, and that there's a real tendency out there in the YouTube community and social media in general. Not as much in broadcast media because they have lawyers that are really on top of them, but to really explore things that maybe haven't been vetted. One of the things I always try to do is stay away from the ghost stories and focus on publicly available information. It comes with a cost because people don't want to hear facts. They want to hear sensationalism in many cases. And that then drives up revenue for our fellow broadcasters, and some choose to pursue that rather than pursue decency.
Right.
And I mean, we watched it. We've just become so stinking mean in our country, and nothing matters other than being mean. I watched today Secret Service Director Cheadle being beat to death by the congressional hearing with vulgarities from congressmen. And I'm thinking, what on earth has happened to us that we can't even have civil discussion? That doesn't change the fact that you're angry, that you might want someone to resign, but to be so mean-spirited is really troubling to me. So.
It is. It was, and I can only imagine what was said to her about that. Well, let's talk about something a bit more upbeat. Let's talk about your books. We have a lot of people in chat. Mike, tell us if you could recommend, from 1 to 5, because you've written 500 or something like that. A lot of books. Tell us about your book, your most recent book.
Well, my most recent actually will have an anniversary in 2 days. On April 24th, 1891.
Oh, it's your great-grandmother?
My great-great-grandmother was murdered on Utah Statehood Day.
That's right.
Shot and killed. And 130 years later, I solved her murder, including finding the original arrest warrant, which was I found in the basement of the San Juan County Sheriff's Office in an old chest that had been sitting there for 130 years. And so that book to me is, well, it's the most recent and one that is very dear to me. Chronicles her travels across the ocean from Scotland, and then walking across the plains of the United States, going down through Hole in the Rock, which is a incredible story in and of itself, fighting Indians in one of the last battles in U.S. history when against Chief Posey, who was actually the last Native American killed in an official battle with the U.S. government. And he actually became her friend and vindicated her death, which was interesting. He went out and hunted down the person that killed my grandmother and took care of him.
What's the name of the book?
The book is called She Knew No Fear.
That's right.
And you can find that on Amazon, or you could just go to Profiling Evil and buy it. And if you buy it there, I'll sign it. And then if I could put up my video one more time,
Absolutely.
Trisha. 3 days ago, I had one of my viewers, I had a Chatty Cathy doll, and I said, whoever will give me $250 for this Chatty Cathy. It was a vintage doll. Anyone who knew what a Chatty Cathy was, a vintage doll from the 50s that I thought my wife wanted for Christmas, but I bought it and learned on Christmas morning that that was the one she hated and never wanted. So I didn't listen, which is not out of the norm. And so I said, whoever will buy Chatty Cathy and make the check directly to the Children's Justice Center, I'll ship this off to you. And one of our wonderful viewers stepped up and bought it. And so I ran over and flew the Justice Center, which is under construction.
Oh, let's see it.
And so I want to just show everyone a picture of what that. So pop that video up. You need to pop it up, I think.
Okay, where the only video I see. Oh, is this it? Wait a minute.
Same one that was up. Yeah.
Yeah. This one.
There we go. So This is the Children's Justice Center. You can see the outline of it. The basement's now in, and all the foundation. But this was just a couple of days ago. And this is where all of our donations from our book Deceived, and many of the proceeds we make on Profiling Evil have been going to for the last couple of years. And so if you buy Deceive, folks, if you buy She Knew No Fear, I'm going to take the money and run with it. But if you're buying Deceived, it's going to help these children who have been sexually assaulted and victimized, and this new Children's Justice Center that we've been so thrilled to be a part of. We've been able to thus far pay for a $30,000 camera system.
Great.
And a few other things. So we're really thrilled for the chance to help out. But anyway, that's the center.
How much more needs to be built?
Well, now you need the walls and
walls and roof.
Yeah,
right.
but we're promised that by probably February it'll be complete. We'll have a ribbon cutting, and I'll have a bunch of the children from the Zion Society case that Deceived is written about, who are now 45-year-old women,
right,
come out for the ribbon cutting and meet with the press, and because they were actually the first children through the original Children's Justice Center. That was the first one in Utah, built in 1991 when I was at the county attorney's office, and we were instrumental in bringing that in. So anyway, that's the whole thing behind that. And then there are others you can find on Amazon. Who Killed King Tut has always done really
That's
well.
a great one.
Predators.
We'll get your list of
Profilers.
books. We'll get your list of books and put it underneath the description of this video, Mike. But I have a guest here. Everybody, please welcome Candace, Dylan Rounds' mom. How you doing?
Oh, I finally made it home.
Good. You were stuck in Las Vegas.
Hours. I was stuck in Las Vegas last night, and then I was stuck in Salt Lake for like 20 hours. I slept on a table like a little kid on their desk. It was crazy.
Oh my gosh.
But I'm home. I made it home. I'm so happy to be home.
Well, and
2
we're
days
happy.
late, but I'm here.
We are happy to have you. And I was just telling Mike, Candace, that we are going to get together and do a special live stream, hopefully later this week, about the trolls and Dylan's case, and talk about Dylan and all of that. So tell us how you're doing. Tell us the latest that's been going on in your life.
So I just got back from Vegas with Gabby Petito's moms, and amazing conference, amazing awareness, and getting to talk to everybody and see what these other parents are going through. Brandon Merrill, he is one of the most amazing people in Utah, and the Utah homicide survivors, which a lot of people don't know about. I didn't know about. It was a good conference. Everything was great right up until trying to get on the plane.
That was awful.
We had it's very comforting to be able to bond with parents like Gabby's moms and even her dads, even though they weren't there. It was a total women's trip, mom's trip. But it was good. It was enlightening, and seeing what these other parents go through, and what we have learned from this is so many other people, they sink into this hole, like Mike, you and I have talked about, that they sink into this hole of it's okay to be okay. And that was our message with the three of us, and with Jazz being with us. It was okay to be okay. Unfortunately, so many parents, they get stuck in this grief process that they don't think it's okay to be okay, and it really is.
And what you're saying is you don't have to be grieving all the time, and you can laugh and have a life. There were some of these moms that were like 30 some odd years into it, and they were so deflated and they were so depressed, and they just continuously let the grief rule their life. And you don't have to do that. Like, I heard so many stories. This is how my child was murdered. This is how my son was murdered. What I didn't hear a lot of was talking about their children that were murdered. Like the Petito Smith family, they love to talk about Gabby. I love to talk about Dylan. We didn't get a whole lot of that. They're just so grief-stricken, and they don't know how to get out of it. And that's what we all want to. Like, I grieve Dylan every day. I miss my son every single day. I look at the sunflowers he planted at my house, the ones he's planted. Like, we got off the exit. My niece picked me up from the airport Right.
And I told Brooke, I'm like, hey, these are flowers Dylan threw seeds out. And it's always, it makes me smile and it brings me comfort. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people who don't get that type of comfort like we have, and being able to talk about your kids. They want to talk about what happened to them, but not about the kid
Right.
specifically. And that is my
Right.
goal. I love to talk about Dylan, right, Mike? I tell you all kinds of stories about Dylan. Like Dylan, I love to talk about Dylan. Parents need to realize that it is okay to be okay. That
Yes,
it's okay.
it is. Well, I'll tell you what, we have about 13 minutes left till the top of the hour. Let's talk about Dylan. Tell us about Dylan Rounds. We've heard
Oh
the
my
name, we've
goodness.
seen his picture. Tell us what kind of kid he was.
What an amazing kid. Dylan was a farmer from the time he was born. And he, even big farmers in our community, he continues to touch. Dylan was he was argumentative. He's just like me. We would sit there and argue, do we get a truck without DEF or do we get a truck with DEF? Like,
Right.
he's just like me. He's like, no, Dylan was stuck in his ways and I was stuck in my ways. And some of my favorite arguments, I'm pointing at Dylan and he's pointing at me. And he's like, no, this is how it should go, Mom. And I'm like, no, this is how I'm going to do it. And he says, I can do it a better way. And I'm like, but I can do it a better way. Very, very strong-headed, very opinionated. But he gets that from me. And
I bet.
I miss those arguments. And it's not like they were bad arguments. It was just trying to figure out, this is what he wants to do and this is what I'm already doing. He would have conquered the world.
Yeah.
He would have been one of the biggest farmers in Utah given the chance, but unfortunately he was robbed of that. So through Dylan's legacy, he is still a force to be reckoned with. I mean, he really is. The things that we are changing, the things that we are doing, even though we no longer have Dylan, we have this force in helping other people and helping other moms and trying to get through everything. He's still a force to be reckoned with even after passing, and I love it. It keeps my son alive in a different way.
Right. And I'm so sorry about what happened to Dylan. It was horrific and a nightmare, but he still lives in our hearts, and he sounds like such a wonderful man.
Well, Mike, when you were out there with me on the 12th, I am still packing that bone around. That bone that we found, it still goes everywhere with me. And he was out of reach for so long. He was out of reach for over 2 years.
Yeah.
So I have this little piece that he's right there. He's always with me, even though people are like, you should probably not publicly say that. But I love having that bone with me that we find, because it's a piece of my son and it's a piece of you are now in reach. And it's strange because sometimes I'll rub it. Sometimes I just want to look at it, but it is a piece of Dylan that we went out and found. Mike, you were part of that. Jason Jansen was my husband. Like, we were all a part of that, and it is something that I don't think I'll ever let go. Like, that bone's probably going to go everywhere with me.
And I think that is wonderful. Mike King, tell us about Candace Cooley. I mean, you know her quite well. I think she's an amazing woman. You've said wonderful things about Candace. Oh, hold on. Just a sec.
It's on my side. Yeah, I came to know Candace because of Dylan, and I can tell you that she is one determined soul. Bullheaded might even be a term that would fit at times. And the thing that I love about her is she is 100% committed to this kid, and yet she's also moldable. And I think over the last 2 years, we've watched each other kind of learn from each other, Candace, as we've walked through this. I was really touched to be invited to not only the hearing when Brenner confessed and pled guilty, but also to sit with the family during the sentencing. And I wanted to I keep a quote, Candace, that Justin actually said that I think is indicative of who not only Dylan is, but that you are. And that quote is, he said, quote, "I just want you to know," when he's speaking to the court in his victim impact statement to the judge, more importantly to Brenner, "I just want you to know what you took away, not just from me or his mom or his brother and his sister. You took away from someone who was active in society and contributed to society."
Right.
And he said, "As far as I can tell, in your whole life, you've never contributed to society." And this is, I think, the thing that defines Candace Cooley is she is contributing. When we were out on the desert, there were times when it was pretty darn sad to be digging at that kid's grave and recovering bone. And yet the focus in Candace's mind was, this kid isn't done working. He's not done serving. His remains will be used for specific purposes. We will fly this area and create scientific, valuable information that can be used in other cases. And most importantly, she's helping bring kids home today. So, and I think she knows I love her. So,
I know. Mike, you've been so amazing. Like, in the beginning, I was kind of standoffish just because of what we went through going into the trolls. I didn't know who I could trust.
I understood.
And some of that stuff went into the wrong people. It went into hurting Dylan's case. So as I sat with Jazz this weekend, and Jazz and I had an amazing conversation yesterday, before my flight was delayed for 27 hours. I still have all of the recordings and text messages from the detectives in Box Elder, which they did us no good. But to be able, instead of being bitter and suing law enforcement, you hold them accountable, you educate them, and you make a change.
There you go.
Everybody says sue, sue, sue. Well, if you sue somebody, you get $250,000 on their liability insurance, and then you get a gag order. I don't want the money. I want people to know that all this crazy stuff, which is going to come out, as you and I have talked, Mike, people don't know half the stuff that went on in Dylan's case, because we couldn't jeopardize getting Brenner prosecuted. There is so much that will come out that people don't know that actually went on. And there's a lot of cases throughout the United States, and a lot of them I'm working on that people don't realize. I am pro law enforcement, but sometimes you get into these little communities and these little law enforcement agencies, and I'll give you a brief example. So Box Elder County said they had an independent review on Dylan's case. So they had themselves reviewed. So we have the Attorney General, Box Elder, the governor's office. All the emails we have coming back says there is no written, recorded, or verbal recordings as to us being investigated. I don't even know who they had investigating, but they were trying to protect themselves. Now, this doesn't happen in every case, but when it does, and the sheriff's office is trying to protect themselves so much because they didn't do what they did in the beginning, that's when you know you have a problem. And that's what happened in Dylan's case. And to sit there, and as we move forward and we release everything, the Facebook messages from the sheriff's wife and the pictures of her literally, excuse my language, but chewing my ass right in my face with her finger in my chest.
Oh my God.
But the sheriff stood back with his hand on the gun. Now, mind you not, Jackie Potter is not law enforcement.
No.
She is not law enforcement, but she's the one who came after me. I've let it sit for a little bit. That would have been, let's see, that was on June 12th of 2022, Sunday. Man, she was all over me. And that's not
horrible.
Right. The sheriff's wife should not be all over the victim's family. Especially when she's not law enforcement. This is not okay. But I consistently see this happen through these smaller law enforcement agencies. They're not properly trained.
Right.
They just want to sweep the people under the rug, and that's what they wanted to do to Dylan. They wanted to sweep Dylan under the rug. I was going through with Jazz yesterday all the text messages from Detective Blower and some other detectives in Box Elder. They're the ones who said, when we said, can we take the pickup home? What are we supposed to do?
Mm-hmm.
The message I got back exactly said, you folks do what you need to do. They had no concern for Dylan.
Oh my God.
You folks do what you need to do. And I don't believe, like, I think they thought we were going to go away. We were going to go away. We're not going away. And I'm not going to sue you, but I'm damn sure going to make sure that you're held accountable and we change some of this stuff that you want to ignore when these young men go missing. That's what they told me. Dylan just took off partying. And I'm like, that is not my son. And he just planted his crap. And this is not what it is.
Right.
It's very traumatizing. It's very, most families, and this is what I do not like, most families just back off and they crawl in the corner because they believe they got to wait for law enforcement. So we were not that family. I was not that person. I was like,
I remember.
No, I will scream and you will regret challenging me when I'm done with you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I remember very well.
And it's about our kids, husband, wife, grandma, grandpa, whatever. It's about our loved ones. And people got to realize you can't just sweep somebody under the rug. People do not just vanish.
Right.
They don't just vanish.
I agree. And Candace, I cannot wait to have you on our live stream for the whole night. We can go on for hours, and we will.
We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it all out. Like I said, there's so much. So I'll give you an example, which most people don't know, and now I'm free to talk about everything. On December 12th, 2023, Box Elder Sheriff's Office and Prosecuting Attorney Office asked us to have Dylan declared legally deceased.
Okay.
Not even 6 months. Nobody.
Wow, that's pretty short.
We didn't even know the evidence they had. So they called us into a meeting at the sheriff's office, and we were told we were going to see the video, get all the evidence. What actually happened in that meeting is we were asked to have Dylan declared legally deceased to make their case easier. So had we had Dylan declared legally deceased, the case is over. They didn't want to deal with it. They just didn't want to deal with it.
I am so sorry.
There is so much crazy stuff that people have no clue what's actually happened, because trying to get Brenner prosecuted, trying to get Dylan's remains back, trying to bring our son home. So all of that has now happened. So now I can speak freely. I can speak, and they're terrified of it. And I know they are, and they should be. They should be terrified of their downfalls, because I guarantee you, if it was their son, if it was their child, their daughter, their wife, their husband, whatever, it would not have been treated this way.
No, absolutely right. And I can see you are a shy, retiring flower of a woman who doesn't talk much. And kidding. I can't wait to have you on our live stream, because I want you to tell us everything.
Oh,
Candace,
it's all going to come out. I'm so excited. I want to wait until after Dylan's celebration of life and then get that over with, and then everything's going to come out, because there is not a tenth of it in the media that actually went on and happened. And Mike, you've been part of it. You know, I've made you privy to everything. I've trusted you. You become a great friend of mine, but there is so much people don't know.
And when is Dylan's?
We are not going to publicly announce it, because we're trying to keep it.
Okay, understood.
So we're gonna do the virtual memorial on August 1st on his birthday, which would be his 22nd birthday. But as far as the memorial, we are not going to publicly announce that, because we want to keep the craziness away.
Right. Understood.
Yeah. But Candace, he will have a dedicated grave and a place that people can stop and visit, and it won't be out in the desert.
No, we already done that, Mike. We paid our respects. We did it.
Right.
And that's not where Dylan deserves to be. So yeah, he has a site, and he'll have a badass headstone. We're gonna
one thing I do want to add is that Candace with the incredibly strong feelings that she has, and deservedly so, also recognizes that there are things that could be done better from a family's perspective through the investigative process. And this is where she is going to change lives and positively impact other families who are going through what the Cooley family and the Rounds family went through, because she's going to be able to navigate with families how to work these kinds of investigations.
Yes.
Because there's always going to be a natural division. Law enforcement has to keep some things close to the vest, can't tell even the family, and that creates these feelings of frustration. And then it might be as bad as the complete screw-ups that happen in investigations that the family demands answers for.
Right.
And I completely agree that there are some things that need to be kept close to the cuff. I am a 100% on that. In Dylan's case, there was nothing kept close to the cuff. The problem of it is they lied to us. They mocked us. They laughed at us. It was bad. And
That's
then,
horrible.
even after, on April 9th, even after we got Dylan's remains, I wasn't able to be there because I was in Phoenix, and they told us we couldn't be there. But so Justin, Dylan's dad, he went down there. He got there. So we all made this decision with Blair, the prosecuting attorney, who I absolutely love, that we were not going to release it for like a week. Like, let us take a moment and a breath and just give us a minute. Oh no, they put it out on their Facebook within 45 minutes. So I followed them up. So Box Elder, they said in their press release, they said, we recovered the remains of what we believed to be Dylan Rounds, and we went out there and we did. They didn't do it. James Brenner led them to it.
That's right. The perp led him to it. The perp,
yes, they did not. But in their press release, and trust me, that'll still be part of my battle before I'm done with that police department. They didn't find it. They were led to it. So how does that work? You can't say you're led to. So I followed them right back up. So when Blair told me we're not going to release this for a couple days, I called Nate Eaton immediately, and I'm like, hey, I don't trust these guys are going to release it. And so I put my little spill in with Nate Eaton. They released it within 2 hours. Within 2 hours of getting back to the police department. So I followed it right back up with Nate Eaton. And then it was, 2 days later, day later, we got the positive ID, which we knew it was Dylan.
Well, of course,
and they were supposed to release that. So then, I don't know if you remember when I went on to Facebook, Mike, and I said, hey, I'm like, these guys didn't even tell me this was my son, but they throw it out there publicly because they want kudos that they are not deserved to have. They've never done anything in Dylan's case.
Yeah.
The FBI, search and rescue, and Box Elder, which I love them to death too. They're the ones who found everything. Box Elder Sheriff's Department did nothing. Nothing besides let James Brenner roam
lead
free.
them.
Yeah. So, like I said, there is definitely a lot. I cannot wait until I just get to be like, here it all is, guys. Everybody's had their speculations and all their stuff, but I cannot wait till I can tell the true story in the fight to find Dylan Rounds, because people don't know.
Well, Candace, thank you so much. I apologize. We do have another guest coming on, but it is so nice to see you again, Candace, and we're here. We'll have you on whenever you can come on and talk about it. We will have you on. And Mike, I hope you will come back on. We'll put, again, the links to all your books under our description here. And thank you for being a part of our 24-hour live broadcast in honor of JJ Ballo and Tylee Ryan. Thank you both so much. Candace, we'll be in touch, okay?
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Take care, everybody.
Candace.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
I know. What a dynamo, man.
Right.
Oh, wow. She is just amazing. Absolutely amazing. So, yeah, let's see here. Anyway, we're just waiting for, I thought she had popped on, but I guess not. We're just waiting for, let's see. Hold on. Thank you. Just a second. This is for our John Bonet thing tonight. Okay, well, play it. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, let's see here.
Yeah, she's amazing. I'm in the Dylan Rounds group that, she's in or she has, the legit
Right.
one. And yeah, I read everything. She's really amazing.
Let's remind me to put that link in the description of this. And here she is, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my gosh. We have been waiting for Megan Connor. Megan, how are you, my darling?
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
Good, good. Are you in your car or is that a backdrop? I mean, it looks great. It looks fantastic.
I'm in my car. I'm traveling. I'm sort of remote working today. So this is the only free space I had.
Well, we love it. Absolutely love it. And Insightful One, would you mind getting me the link to Megan's YouTube channel? I had it and now I can't find it. And I want to put it in Megan's banner here. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Hang on here. But Megan, again, thank you so much for coming on our 24-hour live stream. I think this is the first time you've joined us for one of these, isn't it?
It is. I had no idea that you guys did this, and I think it's crazy and amazing.
It was just it. I literally came up with it because I had no idea what to do. My internet was so weak when I was at my cabin, and when Chad Daybell said that, oh yes, the end of the world is going to happen July 22nd, 2020. I just jokingly said, let's go 24 hours because we want to all die together, right?
Right.
And I didn't have a strong enough internet to have guests on the video. I could do audio and that's it. Anyway, it's just evolved over the years. And this year, before we get going real quick with you, Megan, I just want to remind everybody that this year we are raising money for something called Project 2525. It is an amazing project with Othram and NamUs. They are raising money to do 525 DNA tests on children's remains that are unidentified. And we're doing this in the name of Tylee and JJ. So if you can donate, here is the link, Project 525. And even if you could donate $5 or something like that, oh my gosh, that would be fantastic. And again, every year we pick a kids charity to do it. Last year, we helped raise some money for Mike King's Justice Center in Utah. So if you can this year, help raise the money so we can find the loved ones of those children. I can't imagine having a child disappear and having no idea what happened to them. So yeah, if you could, again, the link is in chat. It's also pinned to chat as well. Okay, Megan Connor, you are Lori Vallow's cousin. You have been on our live stream before, and you're just an amazing woman, because now what you have done, because of all the dysfunction, not just in Lori's family and your family, but just the dysfunction you've seen in your life, you are now taking steps to try and teach people how to heal, correct?
Yes, exactly. I'm trying to use this opportunity of this nationwide, actually, global conversation that people started having about the Daybell case, to talk about how to have healthier religions and healthier family systems and healthier relationships. And my own experiences that had nothing to do with Lori or the case, with the abuse that I suffered as a child, and using my healing journey to help other people heal as well. And it's really fulfilling work. I'm loving connecting with all these individual people and hearing their stories and coaching with people and helping people through the difficulties that they're going through in their lives. And it's really been wonderful.
And what is the name of your YouTube channel again? I had it here and I put it up. I've actually put it up earlier and now I can't find it.
Yeah, the YouTube channel is third_verse, and that's where I am on TikTok and Instagram as well. And then my podcast is called The Midlife Revolution.
Right, the midlife. Okay, that's right. I'll get this right one day. I will. Let me put the link up in chat right now. And
hey, Kresha, shout out.
Oh yes, Kresha has been here. Hello, Kresha, and she came on earlier today. Her and Insightful One did a great 2-hour special about the Daybell case. You know, we were talking about the Cox family. We had Dr. John and Lauren Matthias on earlier, and somebody asked, you know, how do you think the Cox family is doing now? That's Lori's family. Now, remember, her dad wrote a book about, you know, you don't have to pay the IRS any money, serve prison time. There was inappropriate sexual things going on in the Cox house. It was a very, very messed up family, to the point where they raised 2 serial killers, Alex and Lori. So, and this is a family that you knew, Megan, that you spent summers with. Do you know how they're doing now? I think, what do we have? We have Adam left, and Janice and Barry. And then is there one other child?
Summer.
Summer, that's right, Summer. I can't believe I forgot Summer. How are they doing?
It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. I'm sure they're devastated and hurting. I'm sure that this is something that their family never imagined having to go through. And there's been so much loss and tragedy. And when you are so overwhelmed with feelings of trying to cope and understand cope and understand a situation that is unfathomable, it's kind of like certain parts of your brain shut off in order to protect you from that harm.
Yes.
And so I can't imagine having to go through what their family is going through. And I'm a cousin, so I'm on the outside of that. And I haven't had very much contact with that part of the family in a really long time. So I know that I've seen Adam and Rex and their podcast, and it seems like there's still a lot that they haven't quite unpacked yet. And that's completely understandable as well. So
right.
Unfortunately, I think the answer is they're probably not doing that great. And it's probably going to take a really long time before healing can begin. And I think it begins with an honest assessment of what is really happening, what really has happened, and having radical acceptance that this is just my reality and it's horrible. But the sooner we can accept the reality of how things are, the sooner we can heal, because we can't heal from what we can't acknowledge or name.
And that's the biggest problem, I think, is acknowledging it, you know, especially if there is a parent, to try and acknowledge that they traumatized their child. I don't know too many parents that could do that. And then the kids who are thinking, well, I just, you know, push that down, I'm going to be okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of, and speaking of my own experience as a parent, when your kids get involved in things that are harmful to them, it's really, really hard to watch.
Mm-hmm.
And it is also really hard to acknowledge your role in that.
Yes.
And I've gone through, you know, several experiences with a couple of my children where I had to look really hard and say, you know, there are a lot of things that I should have done differently, and a lot of healthier conversations that I could and should have had. And then you have to forgive yourself for not engaging in the healthiest way.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to go and repair with the child and say, hey, I didn't handle this in the best way, and I really should have done XYZ, and I'm so sorry that I didn't show up for you.
Right.
And that takes a lot of introspection that's really rare, and it takes overcoming your own personal shame. And it also takes a willingness to be humble enough to admit to your child that you've done something wrong and apologize. But what I've said so often is that one of the best ways that we can ensure to have a close and loving relationship with our children throughout our lives is to admit when we've done something wrong or when we didn't handle something in the best way, and to apologize and to say, I'm willing to now show up for you in a better way. What could I have done, or what did you need from me then that you did not get?
Yeah, that makes sense. But again, that's such a hard thing. And especially like my parents have passed, but in their generation, there'd be no way in hell they'd ever discuss, you know, what happened growing up. They gave us a good home, roof over our heads. We had money, you know, and they loved us and they supported us, and that's it. End of story. You do not talk about the trauma at all. You know, you just, because there isn't any trauma, you just suck it up. Well, you can see.
And I think that's the other issue, is that generation as well, as you're saying, doesn't acknowledge that it was trauma. They just say, well, that's kind of how everybody did it back then. You know, everybody got beaten with a belt back then. And so it wasn't trauma. It was just how people punished their kids. And the difficult thing that it was trauma, and just because everybody did it didn't make it okay. But I talked to so many people in my parents' generation who are just now in their 60s and 70s coming to grips with the fact that they were abused as children, and they never admitted it until now, because the tendency is to dissociate or to minimize or dismiss and say, to tell yourself it wasn't that bad. Because if you admit how bad it was, then you also admit that you need to heal from it and that there's dysfunction there. And that's really hard to do.
Exactly. Hey, Kresha, if you are still in chat, could you check your text messages really quickly, please? Thank you. I do want to talk about your cousin Lori and the Cox family. We have a lot of new people here today. And tell us about what you observed with Lori Vallow. Lori Cox, Vallow, Daybell, Ryan, I can't keep track. What did you observe growing up as a teenager or a tween with Lori and her family?
Yeah, so I didn't realize that it was dysfunctional, of course, at the time I was experiencing these things, because number one, it was my family and I just trusted everybody. And number two, I didn't have any perspective. And I think when we're kids, we kind of think our family is just the way that everybody does family, right? And so it wasn't until looking back on it much later in my life, until I started my healing journey in my 30s, that I looked back on these situations and viewed them as very harmful. But I'll just say in general, there was a dysfunctional focus on appearances and especially on physical beauty. There was a dysfunctional presence of very highly sexualized talk at a very young age. And there was a lot of just enmeshment in the family in general. So enmeshment looks like a leader of the family system who dictates how the family should be run, and then the other family members kind of work hard to please that leader of the family system. And they don't really have their own identity or their own life. They're not really allowed to individuate or do things differently than the ruler of the family system does. And there's a lot of trying to please that leader, that ruler, to the detriment of one's own mental health and possibly one's own education and career aspects and all of those things, because everybody sort of orbits around that central figure. And I saw that with the Cox family, and I still to some degree see it today as well.
What do you mean by that you see it to some degree today?
Well, just different things that I've observed in hearing what the way that Summer and Adam talk about their growing up years.
Sorry guys, hold on.
We love our furry friends.
My cat just made a noise outside on the windowsill, and so they're thinking it's a monster coming in. Just 1 second.
Yep, it's definitely Bigfoot.
It's Bigfoot, no question. I am so sorry. Please continue.
No, it's quite all right. Yeah, just some of the different comments that I've heard Adam and Summer make about their growing up years and about their parents and about Lori and their relationship with her. It looks like still kind of excusing behaviors that the rest of people see as problematic or harmful. Still commenting that they thought their childhood was really great. They thought that Lori was a great mom, things like that. Basically means that they haven't really examined the behavior and the relationship to the degree where they're able to admit that something was dysfunctional there. And again, it's a really hard thing to do. It's a really traumatic thing to do, to look at a situation or a person in your family and see that what they did was harmful. And there's an element of shame there too that we all have to overcome when the outcome of that behavior is so horrific. To go back and look and and admit that it's been harmful for a really long time and nobody saw it. That's a really hard thing to do as well. And there's a lot of shame to overcome there as well. So I just see a lot of apologetics for Lori's behavior. And I see a lot of still saying she's a good mom, even now looking back and knowing that it's pretty likely that she was causing harm to Tylee for a long time and things like that. So, you know, it takes a lot of courage to admit those things. And in an enmeshed family system, it's particularly difficult because there is still that family ruler, you know, Barry is still there kind of running the show, I'm sure. And displeasing him means losing connection with him. And that's really scary for anybody who's in an enmeshed family because that's their whole life and their whole world. They've all moved to be in the same location several times. And, you know, pulling away from that dynamic feels like losing everything. And I'm sure that's really scary.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Now, this is a big, heavy question. I'm going to ask this question while I go let my cat in. Did it surprise you to hear and see Lori be a part of what Chad Daybell did to her children? Did that surprise you, knowing the Lori that you know and knew and grew up with? And I can hear you. So go ahead.
Of course it surprised me. Of course it shocked me. It should shock all of us. You know, no matter what harmful dynamics or relationships that we have in our lives or see in our lives, it's always shocking when it ends in such a horrific way. So, yes, of course, it's hard for me to even think about not being surprised by that behavior. I was shocked and horrified, but I think I've said on interviews before when I've kind of told the timeline of the story from my perspective, that as soon as Charles was killed, me personally, my thoughts and my experience and hearing the circumstances of that from a family member who was there, you know, witnessing these circumstances, I formed the opinion at that time that I did not believe that Alex acted in self-defense. And I believed that Lori and Alex conspired together to do that, allegedly. That is my personal opinion. I know it's not an opinion that everybody in the family shares,
Right.
but from the very beginning, from, you know, July 11th of 2019, I knew, or I believed very strongly that they were both guilty of murder. And so we can say allegedly because Lori hasn't been tried for that yet. But obviously, if you look at the results of what then happened by the end of it, I think I shared and what was kind of the hard part for me was getting these little bits and pieces of information from the media as everything unfolded, not getting communication from family members for the most part, although I was talking to a couple of family members who were either directly involved or had, you know, direct information, and just hearing that all unfold in the media and getting little bits and pieces here and there. And I got to the point where I had to process my grief over the death of the children before they were even found, because I got to a point where I could no longer believe that they were still alive.
Right.
And
I think
was the hard part for me.
I think everybody felt that. And it was just so hard to believe, you know, just from what we all saw of Lori. It's like, she's so bubbly and happy and seemed to love her kids. It was just, again, just like you said, shocking and surprising. I guess what I was getting at, and I didn't explain it very well, and I apologize, I'm just really tired, was what I meant to say was, were you surprised that Lori was able to fall into a cult like this, based on her behaviors?
Yeah, if anything, I was surprised that she wasn't the leader.
There you go.
Because she was always the one that was in charge, you know, when we were growing up. And I didn't really notice that dynamic a lot until we got to be teenagers. And, you know, there were a couple of visits that I had over there where I started to get the message that Lori's in charge, don't upset Lori. And, you know, it kind of continued to play out that way throughout our interaction together. And I lost touch with her when she was in the process of divorcing Joe Ryan, and I didn't really see her that much after that, except at the occasional, family event and things like that. So it was, that was when I started my own healing journey, and I was wrapped up in a lot of my own personal stuff. So I didn't really know what was going on with her, other than to see social media posts by Summer or Janice, where they would comment about Lori. And so, I noticed her manipulative behaviors starting from teenage years, on through adulthood.
Right. Okay. Well, again, knowing that, your family is a part of this international story, I'm sure is, again, just probably, if it were me, I'd wake up at night and go, God, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. And does Adam and Summer are the two children that they're adults, obviously. Does Adam accept that his family was a mess, or does he accept that there might be some healing that he may have to be doing?
Yeah, I've heard him make some comments on his podcast, and I haven't listened to all of it, obviously, but I know, from some of the things that he said on there that there are some things that he has accepted and has looked at. And I know he also has said that he probably needs therapy. Just, a hint to anybody out there, if you think you need therapy, you do. And go ahead and get it done, because these things don't get better with age. You don't get healthier. When you've experienced trauma, you don't continue to get healthier. Your behavior continues to try to protect you from the trauma, and you get less and less authentic of a person. And so I can't really say if he has, done some work to dig into those things. But I think since he started one of the first interviews that he gave up to now, I think he's made some good progress. And I'm really glad that he's in touch with my brother Ben and with Rex and some other people who can help him through that healing process.
Yeah. And Adam was the one that was talking to Charles. And because he didn't, stand by Lori and tell Charles to go to hell, they cut him off totally. The family cut him off, if I remember correctly. And, so it seems like he's a good guy who was trying to do the right thing by Charles Vallow. And, he paid the price because...
That's one of those markers of an enmeshed family. If you don't toe the family line and you aren't 100% loyal, then you might as well not be alive. And that's exactly what we saw. And there are a lot of people who are really, really critical of Adam and the role that he played, and asking him why he didn't do more or why he didn't act sooner and things like that. And I just think that it's really problematic to dig into that, because none of us want to admit that our family members are going to take things that far. None of us want to believe that anybody that we know or love is going to commit violence against other people that we know and love. And so in that denial, we all would cope with it in different ways. And none of us can armchair quarterback Adam's choices in those moments with a clear conscience and say that they would do any different, because we don't know until we get there. And when you're already carrying childhood trauma and another traumatic thing happens, you do go into this freeze or fight or flight mode, where some people just don't act at all because it's their defense mechanism, because they just can't function in that environment anymore. You get overloaded with it and there's just nothing else you can do. So I have a lot of compassion for Adam, having gone through that and being involved in that traumatic circumstance. And I can't imagine what that must have felt like, having talked to Charles and had a time set up to meet, and then all of a sudden you don't hear from him and you find out he's died and you were the last person to text him. I can't imagine how horrific that must be.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. I apologize. I have a technical issue here that I'm trying to deal with. If you can hang on for just a second. Again, I'm so sorry. Okay, there we go. Anyway, so let's say somebody out there right now is self-reflecting, and their parents absolutely will never admit that they did anything wrong. And I'm actually just revealing what my parents were like. I'm not saying they're bad, but they just never would do anything wrong. But you know that it was pretty traumatic what you went through growing up. And you're not, you're not a psychiatrist, and I know that. But but I tell you, you know as much as any of the shrinks I've seen, that's for sure, that I've gone to personally. But what would you advise them to do? Would you advise them to try and talk to their parents, or just go straight to therapy themselves?
Well, thank you for mentioning that I'm not a therapist. I'm not any kind of licensed mental health professional, and I do not say any of the things that I say as advice to anybody. I try to talk about my own healing experience. And so I will say I had to go through something very similar, where my parents have been limited in what they've been able to acknowledge and accept. And I had to get to the point where I embraced the fact that I probably was never going to get any kind of acknowledgement from my parents, and embraced the fact that my healing was my own responsibility, and that I had to heal regardless of whether I was going to get an apology. And I think all of us have to realize that anytime we've been traumatized by someone, or we've been through something really difficult where someone has harmed us, it's very unlikely that that person is going to treat us any differently when we're asking for an apology. We're not going to get it.
Right.
And the sooner we can accept that we don't need anything from the person who harmed us, the sooner that we can heal. So my advice is bypass the parents or whoever it was that harmed you, go straight to therapy, take care of what's on your side of the street, and realize that the acknowledgement from them is not what you need to heal. What you need is acknowledgement from yourself that you were mistreated and you did not deserve it.
Yeah. And, that's such great advice. It is. It's just that when you have your parents' voice in your head saying, we were great parents, don't you dare criticize us. How can you criticize us? We did this and we gave you this. And, it's so hard. And that's why, finding a good therapist to help you is so imperative. And I applaud you for what you're doing, because these things need to be talked about, because if they're not, like I said, it's like squeezing a balloon. If you don't deal with it, you're just pushing down your problems and squeezing, and it's going to pop out somewhere else, in some other manner, if you don't deal with it. And you don't have to say your parents were horrible, mean people and confront them. And no, you don't. You just need to fix yourself, I think. Okay,
yeah,
so
and ultimately confrontation like that doesn't go well, because if they're not capable of admitting to you that they've done anything wrong, confronting them is just going to turn into a fight. And I actually was working with a client on this the other day. When you're dealing with people of that personality type and with abusers, they use this method that has been well documented by psychotherapists. And I believe it's called Darvo, maybe it is. But the first thing they do is deny that they did anything wrong.
Right.
The next thing that they do is they try to turn it around on you.
Oh, yeah.
And make it seem like it's your fault. And then they become the victim, and then they blame you for being victimized.
That's
and
right.
So you end up just so confused after those conversations, because they're gaslighting you out of your own experience.
Absolutely.
And the
right.
bottom line is, what you experienced, it was real, how you felt in that experience. They may see it completely differently, and they don't believe they were acting in an abusive manner, but it really doesn't matter what they believe. What matters is that you know your experience, you were disrespected. And so you're the only one who can heal yourself from that. And trying to get acknowledgement or have a confrontation with an abuser is never going to go well.
Yeah, exactly. And also remember, there is no definitive abuse definition. Okay. What may be abusive to somebody else may not, affect you the same way. You don't have to be beaten to a bloody pulp or screamed at or to have an abusive situation in your life that you need to deal with. Am I talking out of school here? Megan, or is that
No,
correct?
That's so correct. And there are so many elements of coercive control that now we're just barely starting to understand that do fall under the definition of abuse. And I've talked with so many victims who were never physically harmed, who have a really hard time accepting that they were abused, because emotional abuse and coercive control has arguably a greater damaging effect, because when you're physically abused, there are scars, there are bruises, there are signs a lot of the time that you can point to and say, okay, definitely I was hurt by that. But when you're emotionally abused, a lot of times you're just confused, or you end up adopting the view of yourself that your abuser has presented you with because they're your parent or an authority figure. And so it's really hard to even get to the point, and this for me, it was really hard for me to even say the words, I was abused, because I got gaslighted so much to believe that what I went through was normal and it was not abusive, and everybody else goes through it too. And the other interesting point that you bring up is that two people can go through the exact same situation and come out with two very different outcomes. So one person can end up being traumatized and the other person can end up having very minimal damage. And that's because it's not about what happened to you. It's about the negative belief that you develop about yourself because of what happened. So I could yell at you and call you a specific name and it wouldn't bother you at all. But if I did that to someone else who had been treated that way their entire life, they're going to continue to develop that negative belief that they deserve to be treated that way. And thank you so much, Chris, for putting that up. I couldn't think of it right there in a second.
Oh, sorry, you guys. Go ahead, Megan.
No, I was just going to reiterate, when you try to confront an abusive person, their tactic is going to be to deny that they did anything wrong, to attack you for even bringing it up. How dare you even suggest that I was abusive? Then they're going to reverse the blame onto you. They're going to become the victim and accuse you of being the offender. So yeah, thank you for clarifying.
That is a great thing to remember. DARVO, deny, attack, and reverse, victim and offender. I love that. That is so true. And again, I think it's important to acknowledge that a lot of times parents are doing the best they can with the information they have. And they're saying, hey, I didn't beat my kid to a bloody pulp like I got beaten. I'm a much better parent. You know, again, we're not trying to harm our parents. We just want everyone to be okay. You know, that's
exactly. And I think those of us who had difficult childhoods, and frankly, it was most of us, right? Not very many of us had a childhood that we can say, yeah, my parents did it almost exactly right. Is because when we become parents, we parent the way we were parented. And I think our parents did the same thing. And sometimes they don't even know any better. And back then there was no internet, there was no healthy parenting books back then, and even when I became a parent, the only definitive guide was like what to expect when you're expecting, and there was like nothing after that. And so we have to give our parents a lot of grace that a lot of them did not know any better than what they received as a child. Their parents certainly didn't apologize for the treatment. And so, they did, and I say this about my own parents, that they did the best they could with the skills that they had. And I liken it to, passing along generational trauma the same way as passing along generational wealth. If your parents were blue collar workers and, they worked 2 jobs or whatever the case was, there's no chance at all that they're going to pass an inheritance along to you and that you're going to start off with a better future than they had. Right. And we also can't expect our parents to give us an emotional inheritance if they didn't receive any emotional training as children themselves.
Exactly. That's a very good point. Megan, I do have to stop now because I have to start part 3 of the End of the World Again, our 24-hour broadcast. YouTube only allows so long for us to broadcast live. We can broadcast live as long as we want, but they'll only upload a certain amount of hours. And I'm going to need to stop here so I can, because I don't know how long, we're going to probably go more than 24 hours. So I need to start part 3 here. But Megan, we will put the links to Third Verse, your YouTube channel, in the description. You are always so kind and gracious to us, and I really appreciate you taking the time to come on, because this is such an important message that you're getting across. And keep doing the great work, my dear. Keep it up. You are helping people and saving lives, and I can't thank you enough.
Thank you so much for having me on. You guys are always kind to me as well. And if you have another spot you need to fill, I'll jump on for you.
You got it. Hey, that could be tomorrow. It could be every day from now on. So thank you, Megan. Thank you so much.
All right. Take care. Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, everybody, I'm getting ready because at the top of the hour at 7 p.m. Eastern, which, yes, will be 6 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Mountain, and 4 p.m. Pacific, we are going to have Sina Wong on, the incredible handwriting expert in the JonBenet Ramsey case. We're going to talk about the ransom note. We're going to have Cynic on. He is the brilliant man that's going to tell us all about why that stupid DNA means nothing in the Ramsey case. And then after that, it is going to be Cheryl McCollum. And then after that, the amazing Kristen and David Middleman from Othram Labs. And we're going to talk more about our Project 525, the money that we are raising in Tylee and JJ's honor today. We're trying to raise money for 525 tests, DNA tests that need to be done on children whose bodies have yet to be identified. And Othram is doing this in connection with NamUs. We're going to have all that information again. We are going to start the part 3 of the live stream. Let me put it in chat right here. Okay. There is number 3 in part 3 of the live stream. It's we're on the final road here. And I'm going to shut this live stream down, and part 3 will come up here in just a little bit. So give us a few minutes and then come back and join us for part 3 of Web Sleuths. It's the end of the world again. 24-hour. I mean, this is fun, you guys. This is really fun. 24-hour live stream in honor of JJ and Tylee. Again, we're going to have Sina Wong, the handwriting expert, and Cynic as we talk about the JonBenet Ramsey case, and you're going to see my head explode coming up in part 3. So join us. Part 3 is in chat, and just go to our channel and you'll be able to find it. Okay, we'll see you there in just a minute. What the heck's your name? Stephanie. Yeah. Stacy, we'll see you there and everybody in just a few minutes for part 3. Bye-bye.
Bye.